Hey everyone, how are y'all? Newman, how are you? Hey Steve, how are you tonight? Willie, how are you? Sweet Misery, how are you? Hey Pickle Miyomo, how are you? Hey Cool Gamer, how are you tonight? Glowbug, how are you? Hey G, Jen with two N's, how are you? Hey Justine, and thank you. Betty Joe, how are you? Pickle Miyomo, I'm doing good. Libra Moon, how are you? Hey Julie, Miss Kelly, and Courtney, how are y'all? Libra Moon, I missed all of y'all too. Hey Tracy. Daisy, how are you? Newman, I just thought there would have been new documents out today and there wasn't nothing. Miss Kelly, yes, I am doing good. Hey Fofa. Tech Dev, how are you? Candy, how are you? Hey Tonka, how are you? Just saying no. She hasn't yet. She hasn't had time to do anything else because she's been working. Betty Joe, yeah, I feel a little bit better. Sally Mae, yes, I agree. Tonka, I'm doing good, thank you. Hey PV Steve, how are you? I haven't got to watch her statement, but I did hear a little bit about what she said, and it's very disgusting. Candy, I'm doing good, thank you. Agape Love, how are you? Miss Kelly, I looked on the case summary today. I didn't see anything, but they might have updated it since I looked at it last. Tonka, not yet. They haven't, or if they have, they just hadn't put it on the website yet. Hey Stardust, how are you? I missed all of you guys too. I was down on my back for 2 days. Saturday I could hardly move. Yesterday I laid around. Troll was sick yesterday too, so it was kind of just a day of laying around and watching movies. Hey, just Don, how are you? Let's see. The lawyer went over some motion to compel alibi. Yeah, Willie, that came out Thursday, Wednesday or Thursday of last week. Hey, Mark, how are you? Yeah, Fofa, I just looked. I don't see anything on there. No, Willie, nothing new. I figured they would have, like, the state would have done responded about them wanting to dismiss the indictment. But like I said, if they've responded to it, they just haven't put it on the website yet. Yeah, y'all make sure y'all hit the thumbs up on your way in. You need something to debate. Well, I do want to know if y'all think that all the possibilities have been thought of in this case. So that may be something really you can debate. I'm going to open the panel up here in just a minute. And Agape Love, yes, I've seen that. She got 5 life sentences plus 20 years for grand theft. Teresa, how are you? Hey, 1 2. She hurt my back too about a week back. Sorry to hear it. Yeah, 1 2. I don't know what I did to mine, which I've had lower back problems for the last few years, but Saturday I just couldn't move hardly. So I just kind of laid around all day Saturday and was gonna go live, and then I was just hurting too bad sitting in the chair, so I didn't go live that night. Was gonna try to come back last night and still wasn't able to. And then, like I said, Troll was sick all day yesterday, so we just kind of laid around and watched movies. Teresa, I'm doing good. You know, she was headed to Arizona. Yes, Agape Love. But I had thought that they were going after the DP for her down there, but I was reading on East Idaho News's a video that Nate Eaton had put out, and in the description below the video, he was telling what would be happening in court today and all that. And one of the things that he was saying was that, once she's transferred out, probably to Pocatello, that uh, Arizona's going to let them know that they're going to start the extradition process. And then she would be taken down there to stand trial for those charges regarding Charles and Brandon. But it said on there that the Arizona's not going for the DP. Candy girl, how are you? Let's see. I hate that they kept rejecting Daisy. I heard about that too. Marcy MS, how are you? Somebody says she doesn't qualify. I wonder why, sweet misery. Slipper, how are you? Hey, Liza, how are you? Yeah, I don't know why the judge would allow them to object to a victim impact statement. That's crazy. At that point, the family should be able to say whatever they felt they needed to say to her. Hey, Riddler. Y'all can probably hear Milo in the background. Yeah, dude, don't pay me any attention. Stevie, how are you? Alright, give me just a second. Let me grab the link. I need the government to stop giving people DP until there's a humane way. Oh wow, sweet misery. I just thought once she got to Arizona, she was gonna get it, but as of right now, she's not. Uh, all right, give me just 1 second, y'all. All right, so I put the link out. Anybody wants to grab it, you're more than welcome to. Karma will get LV in general. But Marcy, I fully believe that Karma has got Lori Vallow on the top of her hit list. From what I hear, that the judge told her today she had absolutely no remorse for what she did. Riddler, how are you?
Doing just fine. Glad to have you back. We missed you.
Oh, well, thank you. I missed all of y'all too. Hey, Bullets.
Day without you is like a day without sunshine.
Aw. Well, that was very nice of you. Yeah, I just, like I said, I woke up Saturday. I couldn't hardly get around. I was hurting so bad. So, and then Troll was sick all day yesterday, so we just sit around and watched all the Twilight movies. Sunflower Dragon, how are you?
Hey y'all,
Willie, how are you?
good. How are you?
Hey, Willie.
Doing
What up,
good.
Brits?
Betty
Steady
Joe, how are
Joe.
you?
Good. How are
Hey,
you?
Hi,
what's
Doing
Betty
up,
Joe.
Betty?
good.
Okay.
Miller Time and Illusions, how are y'all?
It feels like it's been a week.
I know. Seems like an eternity. But I didn't miss anything, so I guess that was good news. There was
I
a
guess
good
nothing
time to.
happened.
Well, I mean, I guess if there was a good time to miss, it was over the weekend when we knew nothing was going to drop.
Yeah,
I just thought, though, that come today, like there would be something on there from the state.
Do they
something, right?
have to answer back?
I don't think got to, but
I
I
was just
mean,
wondering.
yeah, I would have thought, though, the way they've been going back and forth with each other,
Right.
that they would have responded to it. But and like I said, they very well could have. They just haven't put it on the website yet
Yeah,
Right.
because
I mean,
there's been a week and a half at a time where they didn't post anything, and then all of a sudden there's like several documents that come out in one day that was from
yeah.
the week or two before. So
yeah.
I mean, I'm
I'm
surprised they haven't.
listen. One morning
I
we're gonna wake up and JLR is gonna be sipping his coffee, talking about something. So you know damn well.
I don't watch him, so
Well, I mean,
I
he's
watched.
always on the case in the morning, so that's why.
Yeah, he's an hour ahead of me. So usually, if I wake up early enough and start scrolling to YouTube, there's usually something from him.
Yeah, and I feel like he doesn't sleep, so I'll tune in.
that's what it seems like. He don't.
I like dedication.
Sweet
Oh,
misery, how are you?
he's got the dedication.
Yeah,
Hey, y'all,
Yeah.
can you hear me?
Hello.
yes, we can hear you. How are you?
Good. I have a question for Riddler if he may or may not know.
Okay,
Um,
go ahead.
Lori got her life sentences today in Idaho. Whenever she gets her sentence, whatever it may be here in Arizona, which one does she have to complete? Does she stay in Arizona or go to Idaho after the fact? Does she go back to the first place that she got sentenced or does she stay here? Does anyone know?
I would
Nor
think she would go back to Idaho.
I would think she'd go back to Idaho.
who had jurisdiction over her?
Idaho.
And I'm caught off guard on here. But I mean, where was her trial? And
The one that she was sentenced for today was in Idaho.
Yeah.
okay, here's how it works. The judges can get together, and they got a whole bunch of other people that get together. If you're tried in two different states, or you got crimes going in two different states, I've seen them where they let one state take over, and then I've seen where two different states can take over. And now that can become more complicated, but they can make an agreement that they'll allow state A or state B to hold them as prisoners.
Mhm.
I
Well,
wonder.
go ahead, Betty
One,
Joe.
I wonder because she got 5 consecutive life sentences in Idaho, would they like put her back in Idaho and just add them whatever she gets in Arizona to it?
I don't know how that would work, but I do know that the first crime, which was Charles Vallow when he was murdered, that happened first,
Right.
and then they went to Idaho, and then that's when the kids come up missing, and then Tammy Daybell's dead. But
Right.
because she was, all of that happened in Idaho, and then they arrested her in, or Idaho started looking for her, and they arrested her in Hawaii and brought her
Right.
back to Idaho. And then once the charges came up in Arizona, Arizona just let Idaho go ahead and do their thing with her first. And then Arizona has notified Idaho that once she has been transferred to I think it's called the Idaho Women's Correction Facility, once she's there, then the extradition process will begin to get her back to Arizona for trial. And they
Right.
said that could take anywhere from weeks to a couple of months for the extradition process.
Hmm. Now remember, I'm a little stupid. What did she do?
Um, oh God. Okay, so her and her brother
Just like
conspired.
a little synopsis, you know.
Okay, so her and her brother conspired to murder her fourth husband because she was dating her current husband.
Mm.
Then her and her two kids moved to Idaho. Her two kids come up missing. Then her boyfriend's current wife at the time died. Uh, then her brother, that she conspired with all of this, died.
The
She was
hell?
arrested in Hawaii because her and her now fifth husband, who is also going to be on trial next year for his wife's murder and the two kids' murder, they were arrested, or she was arrested in Hawaii. She was brought back to Idaho. She was found guilty. She got 5 life sentences today in one
Oh,
count of grand theft.
Wow.
for stealing money from her kids, yes.
Yes, because her son that passed away was autistic and he received a government check every month, and she never turned that in. And so she was still collecting money, plus her daughter's dad had passed away, so her daughter was collecting money from that as well. And
What a
she
sick
never,
bitch.
oh
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
she had no remorse
Oh yeah.
whatsoever. And the judge, from my understanding, told her that.
Yeah. He told her that she had no remorse. I think no remorse, no sympathy. She went down a rabbit hole, or I don't know.
You
Oh
gotta
yeah,
watch it, Scarlett. You can't just say what he said. You have to hear him say it.
Oh yeah.
yeah.
It's just like that.
I haven't had a chance to watch it, and so I don't know exactly what all she said in her statement. I
Oh
just, some
Lord.
people had like typed it out in Twitter or whatever. Hey Tara, and it was basically God knows what happened. God knows somebody was murdered.
Yeah. You
Unalivings
basically.
happen and accidental deaths happen, and so it's like she's almost insinuating that these other things happen. It wasn't really murder, and Tally came and seen her. JJ came and seen her. Tammy and her are good friends.
Yeah. You
It
wait till you
just,
listen to it.
it's. I'm gonna have to go back and listen to it. I just haven't had time today.
Or you wait. You're gonna want to throw your phone if you listen to it on your phone, or you want to go throw something at the TV.
Tree baby, how are you? Yeah, I
Because
need to go back and watch it.
when she was talking and saying all that, I swear I wanted to throw my remote at my TV and hit
And
her in the head.
She said something disrespectful.
Oh, she was.
that was her statement in her
Oh,
statement today, about that God knows what happened, and that he knows that there wasn't any murders in this case, that it
Oh
was
God.
oh yeah.
accidental death and unaliving. And she said something about medication too. I forgot what it was said, but the little boy JJ, like I said, he was autistic. He was on
Oh
medicine, so
shit.
it was like she was almost um, insinuating that something happened with his medicine
Yeah.
that caused him to die. But her two kids were found on her new husband, who is currently in jail waiting his trial. They were found buried on his property before. Well, they were found buried on his property, but they were put there before his wife passed away.
Yeah.
And she
What the
lived.
fuck?
Let's see. So JJ and Tali were put there in September. She died in October, so they were there for almost a month, and she never even knew about it.
Nope. That's why they call her the Doomsday Mom.
Yeah,
This is wild.
it's been going on since 2019. You'd have to go all the way back and read about the Doomsday Mom thing, and it'll explain it why everybody calls her that.
And no death penalty?
No, she had the death penalty, but because the prosecution turned in some evidence like the month before her trial, then her attorneys came back in and said, hey, we're just now getting this evidence. We don't have enough time to finish like preparing for a death penalty case with this new information. And so he basically sanctioned the prosecution, and he took the death penalty off the table. Now her husband, who is also in jail waiting trial, I think his starts in April of next year.
Yeah.
He still has the death penalty on the table for him.
And both of them did it together?
Well,
You're saying?
yeah, she has three conspiracy charges, conspiracy to commit murder charges on her. That's one for each of her kids, and then for the new husband's wife. But apparently she wasn't there when it happened, but she knew what was going to happen, and her brother.
Oh my God.
What they're saying is ultimately the one who done it. But whenever they went back and exhumed her husband's wife, when they exhumed her body, the next day her brother died.
Yeah.
That's some super twisted shit.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, what's happening?
Big Al, how are you?
Hey, Big Al.
Just got back from the big city. Super happy to be back in my land of population 300.
Angela, how are you?
Willie,
Yo.
if you watch it, there's a documentary on Netflix about it. It's called Doomsday Mom.
Oh God.
It'll
Yeah, it'll get you. I think I've watched that one. I know there's one that I've watched that can get you like caught up on everything and why they call her the Doomsday Mom and Cult Mom and all this different stuff.
Oh boy.
See, Willie, my whole issue with the prosecution and case right now is the exact reason because of what Lori did and why they had to drop the DP on her. I'm afraid it's going to happen to Bryan also because the prosecution's going to FAFO and have to take the DP off.
we'll see.
They're gonna FOFA?
No,
I didn't hear what you said.
We cannot
Not
say the
FOFA.
cuss words.
not FOFA, FAFO.
Oh. I got it.
Candy, yes, I knew that. That's where JJ's grandparents were from. Yes, they actually owned a business down there. I don't know if they still have the business or not, but I knew that that's where they were from. And them poor people, y'all, they have been at every single court date.
Yes, they have.
No matter what it was, if there was a court that they could go sit in on that had to do with this case, they were there. They traveled from Louisiana to Idaho every single time, and now they are going to go to Arizona for Charles and Brandon's things.
Now, I heard that her niece Melanie?
Yes,
she wasn't going to be charged.
which I don't understand.
Did she know about it?
So that's true.
So Brandon is Lori's niece Melanie's ex-husband, and Lori's brother shot at him and tried to murder him as well. So that's where she's getting a conspiracy murder charge.
Willie said
Brandon.
I ain't got time for all of this story. It's too much.
Huh?
Yeah, he's just gonna have to go read on it.
Oh yeah, go
to
watch
get
it.
caught up.
I was just asking a couple little details. That's it.
No,
Was there like a faint sound of banjos in the background through this whole thing?
Probably.
Just curious. It sounds like it to me.
Sally Mae, yes, she has been.
I'm glad that she got what she got.
Yeah, I still think
It
she
should have
should.
been
She
more.
deserved. I think she deserved the DP though.
Yeah, I think that too.
She looks like a rat.
And it's too bad that that didn't happen.
Not
But
gonna lie, so
Yeah, she.
she's never getting out.
Yeah, that is true. Because and I actually had to go write down notes because I figured it would get brought up today, and I didn't get to watch the sentencing part of it. But she did get the 5 life sentences, and where did I write? So 3 of the life sentences will run consecutively, meaning they'll run one after the other, and then the other 2 will run concurrent.
and no parole, right?
Do what?
No.
No parole.
No.
No parole.
Good.
Because they don't think she can be rehabilitated.
Don't sound like it.
They'll think that if she was to get parole, she would do it again.
Oh yeah, she would. She would go to another. She would find her another man and do it again. Melanie will testify on Brandon and possibly on Charles. I can't believe they didn't bring charges on Melanie though,
That's what I couldn't understand. I heard that and I said, "What?"
because I think
her
Melanie's.
husband.
Yeah, I think Melanie's the one that told him where Brandon was.
Yeah.
Honestly. So, all right, y'all. Let me ask you, because Willie was wanting to debate something. He said it in
She
chat.
still looks like a rat. No, I was just saying. I thought something would have dropped.
Hopefully tomorrow.
All right. What are we
Something.
debating?
Okay, so do y'all think that all the possibilities in this case have been thought of? Like,
Nope.
just okay.
I
Willie,
For
what do
what?
just any possibility that could have happened in this case, no matter what it involves or who it involves or whatever, just other possibilities.
Probably not.
I've got plenty of possibilities that could have happened.
Okay, so Riddler don't think that they've all been thought of. Big Al, what do you think?
I think it sounds like an absolute shit show.
Okay.
Without, we all know that.
I mean, I'm a little taken aback because it's the first time I've heard about it.
Chrissy, what do you think? Still with us?
Christy.
Hello.
Hello.
Sorry, I had to mute.
Okay, so do you think that all the possibilities in Bryan's case or just the Idaho 4 case in general have been thought of?
Yes, just yes.
You
And
have
the more and more just becomes more and more outlandish. Yes.
And what makes you think the prosecution's gonna mess up?
Just because they acting up and stuff and it already happened in Idaho and that judge dude is already quoting stuff
Judge
from
did.
Lori's trial. So
Oh, yes, he did. He brought up
Oh,
Lori's
shoot.
trial, what, like 2 or 3 times.
I missed that.
Yeah, that can't be good for
Yeah.
somebody.
yeah, right.
Well, what was he quoting? Like,
It had to do with the cameras in the
can't be
courtroom.
oh, well, of course they're gonna quote on
Oh,
that.
damn it. He got mad?
Well, see, because in Lori's trial, they didn't have cameras, they only had audio, and
Mhm.
we didn't get to hear it live. We had to wait until each day after the trial ended, and then Court TV distributed the audio out to everyone else, and then people on YouTube and all that could live stream it. So he was just, and I don't remember his exact words, but his thing was that's what happened in the Lori Vallow case is the way the camera issues and all this and that, and zooming in on faces and blah blah blah. He brought up her case and that judge not allowing cameras in the courtroom.
Well, they should position him in a way where they can't do that or something.
Yeah, I understand that. Okay, but when you're on trial because you are, somewhat accused of doing the crime, then I think the camera should be on you. Not all the time. No, not the whole entire trial day, but at least some of it.
Right.
Because if you really didn't want the cameras, then maybe you should have thought about. Okay, little one. Should have thought about the crime.
But yeah, we had to sit there and listen to Daryl Brooks for how many freaking days?
Right?
Well, I think a lot of the mistake that was made is when he was talking about the issues of cameras in the courtroom, the camera guy was fucking around.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I get that part. He should have never did.
Right after he gave the warnings, they were like zooming in on the table and zooming in on him, and it's like, didn't they just tell you not to do that?
Right. And I get that.
And he also said something. Was he the one that said something about don't show anything on either counsel's
either table.
Yeah.
And right away, within like 30 seconds, they were showing the papers.
Yeah, I don't even think it was 30 seconds, and he was over there with the camera. But, okay, so you take that cameraman and you take him out.
Yeah.
Bring in another one. Somebody that's going to listen to common sense.
Yeah.
When the judge says, do not put your cameras on the tables, you don't do it.
I don't know. I just want to see it.
Scarlett,
Uh-huh.
we're waiting on 2 decisions by the judge, right?
We are waiting on the indictment dismissal. And I know there's one more.
Well, the alibi.
Yes. The motion took up. Wait, let me go so I can. Let me go.
And kind of gives an indirect parable.
Yeah.
An allegory.
The motion to compel was the other one that has to do with the alibi. The motion to compel notice of defense alibi, or alternatively to bar certain evidence. That was another document that had came out the other day.
Now, so do they have all the evidence? Did they give all the defense the evidence?
Well, I guess as they get it, they're handing it over to the defense. Hey, Laughing Stock, how are you? And there may be some stuff that the state might not have gotten back yet. We don't know.
Right.
But I'm sure as they're getting it, they're handing it over, or I would hope so anyway.
Because I know the last time they were just waiting on the cast.
Yeah, now they got that.
Right.
Yeah.
So, because that's all they said they were waiting on, the defense was waiting on was the cast.
So
I'm sorry, go ahead, Scarlett.
I was trying to remember what day they got the cast report, but I know that it was in one of the documents, but I don't remember what day, but they did get it.
So now it's just emotions.
Right.
One would think that all the DNA has been processed, because it doesn't take about 30 days to get that taken care of.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know how long. I mean, they got the dads back from the trash quick.
How long did it take to get the touch DNA on the knife sheath?
Well, I don't know what day it was sent in.
Yeah, I don't.
Well, let's just go with day 1. If it went on day 1 to the day of the PC.
I'd have to go through my notebooks to find out if I've got it wrote down what day they got it back, if it was ever said. Because they never did come out with that information. Lori, how are you? Max is trying to push cool air my way. Max, it would be greatly appreciated because it's been over 100 every day for like the last 3 or 4 days.
Yes, I know. It's been like that here.
King Scarlet, I don't remember them ever saying what day they got it back either. But it would have had to have been before the PCA was written. And they arrested him exactly 6 weeks and 5 days from the day that the murders happened.
Yeah, I have no idea how long it took.
Okay, so that's about 7 weeks, like I said. So they should have all the DNA evidence that they gathered back by now.
Oh, they should, yeah.
I would think.
I mean, it's been since December since they arrested him.
Yeah, December 30th.
Yeah.
So it's going on 7. Well, yesterday was 7 months.
Yeah, so I would think they would have it all back.
If not, somebody's going awful slow on it.
I mean, I know they got other cases to do and all that, but
So
you know,
I mean, this is
something
kind
that's
of
hot, that's you know, a case like this, you would
Yeah,
think,
very high profile.
right? You would think they would,
Yeah, it's getting the priority and the rush treatment.
right?
Yeah. Tattletales, how are you? All right, so can y'all think of any other possibilities in this case that none of us have brought up? Like I know everybody on YouTube, I think everybody in chats, creators have probably came up with every possible,
now. Are you talking about like reasonable doubt that Ann can create with people, or what?
just anything that you can think of that might not have been thought of before.
Oh,
Oh damn, Fofa.
I mean, I already mentioned the people you could put. She could put at the scene at some point, or seeing. You know, whoever left here, whoever left there, at some point.
Okay.
I would say how he acted in his teaching position, how that plays out into this.
Okay. Well, did anybody wait? What's my thing now? Okay. Did anybody read Howard Bloom's new thing that came out on Airmail?
Oh Lord, no! Yeah, I heard it, but that's just a story. You gotta take his stuff with a grain of salt.
Well, I haven't got to finish reading all of it, but there was some stuff he did mention about the pool party. Hey, Kelly P, how are you? Um, which I'm still waiting on a picture that somebody was supposed to send me from the pool party.
I was gonna say until I see proof of that, I'm not believing it.
Well, apparently the pool party happened July the 9th. And whenever Bryan first moved to Pullman, his dad went out there with him. I guess drove out there. Hey, Princess Megan, how are you?
Oh, Daddy
Uh,
had a man.
yeah, his dad drove out there with him. I guess then flew back to Pennsylvania. But anyway, while his dad was out there helping him getting settled in and all that, this new apartment, and everything, the dad ran into one of his new neighbors and told this new neighbor, you know, was telling him about his son. He's shy. He has a hard time making friends. Could you just kind of like look out for him? This and that.
Right.
Well, when the pool party gets brought up, this guy invites Bryan to the pool party. Like I said, whoever's supposed to be sending me that picture of Bryan at the pool party, I'm still waiting on it.
Is that where he was standing alone and all that? And nobody.
Well, in Howard Bloom's story, he tells that Bryan goes to the pool party. He's pretty much sitting in like the shallow end of the pool or whatever, and this guy comes over and starts talking to him. Then the guy walks off. Bryan goes talks to the DJ. The DJ's claiming Bryan doesn't know personal space. He gets like super close up to people when he's talking or whatever. The DJ kind of blows him off. He goes back to the pool. The other dude comes back and talks to him. And all of a sudden, just out of nowhere, Bryan jumps up. He sees some girl there. And he jumps up and he asks her goes over, talks to her, asks for her phone number. And he gets the girl's number. Well, then he turns around to the girl's friend and asks for her phone number as well. And, hey, Terry, how are you? And gets her phone number.
Oh, that's a cardinal sin.
Okay.
You
Is
don't
that-
do that.
Is that this Howard, whatever his name is,
Yes.
assumption?
He is claiming that he has sources close to the investigation.
Oh, we all have sources close to
Yeah.
the
I got a source too. Jesus Christ.
But that's what he's claiming. So,
And who saw this? The DJ?
well,
claiming?
I don't know if the DJ talked to the police, but the FBI goes and talks to the people who's at the party, because this party happened in Moscow. This pool party did at a place called the Grove, where there's like a bunch of complex buildings together, and they've got pools there. So that's where the
I'm sure there's video cameras there.
well, when FBI go to talk to the people who were at the party, they want to see all pictures that was taken, any videos and all that, because they're trying to see if any of the victims were there, if Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan were there.
Right.
And he is how in Howard Bloom's story, he's claiming that none of the victims were seen in any of the pictures or on this video that they got. There wasn't a whole lot of pictures or whatever, but it is a possibility that they could have been there, but they just wasn't in any of the pictures.
I can see them looking for pictures, but if they want to know they're there, they can get that from the cell dump.
Yeah.
I'm sure they were texting and stuff there.
Well,
All they had to do is be there with their phone on.
right.
Yeah.
But see, it doesn't say if FBI asked if the girls were there or if Ethan was there. It was they were only looking for pictures and stuff like that. Well, then it gets brought in
Of
about
what?
just if the girls were there while Bryan was there. Like
But
if
see,
they were at the same, or even Ethan being at the same place that Bryan was at.
That's what I mean. They were looking for, yeah.
But see,
So,
that's what makes me think that he's just writing a story.
and that's probably, that could be all it is. Who knows? Because this dude is claiming that, like I said, and I'll drop the link in the chat. It's, y'all know how long his stories
he did.
are. And so it would take me forever to read the whole thing.
It's pretty long.
Yeah, all of them. This is like part 5, and they're all literally like each part is like a book.
Is this another case of clicks and views?
For who? Howard Bloom?
Yep.
No, he's retired, ain't he?
Yeah, he's just an author. He doesn't have I don't think he has a YouTube channel or anything like that.
No? Okay.
No, he just does stuff for airmail. Just puts articles out. Let's see, what is based on the story according to Bloom? Just Sally, just sources of people that he's talked to and all that. Nope, we want you, Fofa. Girl, have you saw how long this thing is? If it wasn't that long, I would have read it.
Oh, it's long.
Yeah, it's just like I said, this is part 5, and they're all long.
Hey, folks in chat, keep it to substantiated facts, please.
Huh?
The people in chat, they're
because
sticking with facts that have been substantiated and vetted.
Yeah,
or it's your opinion, please.
We don't know who all was there. Like I said, I haven't seen this picture that was supposed to be sent to me of even showing Bryan at the pool party. Right. I know that was brought up like, I don't know, a month and a half ago, and somebody said that that they had a picture of him at this pool party. Well, anyway, so they're claiming that the kids wasn't there, the victims wasn't.
Right.
But they're trying to bring in the whole Emma Bailey thing.
Oh, Lord.
That if she was there. Well, apparently some people who were at the party were claiming, yeah, she could have been there, or yeah, she might have been there, but it was never a definite no, she wasn't there, or yeah, for sure she was. Hey, Aura, how are you?
So this pool party is just to search for a connection?
Yes. Just to see if there was any connection between him and the victims, if he was at the same place at the same time as the victims, anything like that. What I didn't understand is, if they're asking if Emma Bailey was there, why didn't they ever ask these kids, was Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, or Ethan there?
Right.
And if they did, he just doesn't put it in this article. Well, then he also puts in his article that the prosecution asserts that the murders happened in 8 minutes from 4:02 to 4:10. If that happened, then where are they getting that Xana was on TikTok at 4:12?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Is it his theory, or is it just people giving him information that could be wrong?
From what I'm understanding, the way he's talking, that he's talked to people. He even claims that he talked to someone that is familiar with the grand jury findings for Kohberger's indictment, that they were baffled and frustrated with Dylan's testimony because it raised more questions than it answered.
See, I don't believe that, because the grand
jury is secret.
I mean, that's how they got Lori and Chad. They indicted them. But a
And
grand
so,
jury.
like I said, I'll drop the link to it, and let me grab it real quick. 'Cause if not, I'll be done forgot to. It's super long. That's the only reason why I'm not reading it.
I don't know.
Second.
That's crazy. I mean, he could be telling the truth. I mean, we don't know.
I don't know.
But it's, in my opinion, it sounds like a theory that he has.
I never heard of this dude, so to me, it just sounds like a story.
You can okay. So on that page, he has up at the very top where you can click on to go to like part 1, part 2, part 3, and
Oh,
part
no, that's
4.
okay. I mean, it's
Oh,
It's just
they're like a book.
yeah,
yeah,
literally like a
no,
book. It's as of right now, it's like a 5-part book. Is what it's
Yeah.
like. Where this dude is getting his information, but that's where I had first heard about the sheath being sent down to Texas to a lab, and then apparently that's true. So I don't know where this dude's getting his information from.
Right.
We
oh,
interrupt this regularly scheduled broadcast to ask the 238 people in this chat to click the like button, please.
Yes, y'all hit the thumbs up.
Thumbs, thumbs, thumbs.
Please
Thank
and
you.
thank you.
Hold on, I gotta catch up in chat real quick. Let's see.
Did we lose somebody?
Idaho State Police have been caught lying in the PCA. Norman, I seen somebody else came out with a video of that either this afternoon or tonight. I haven't watched it, so I don't know all the info on that. But that is what I've heard.
Of course, now this Howard guy, Bloom or Blum, he's told us a couple whoppers before, right?
Well, I mean, when he first came out about the sheath being, or that DNA being sent to Texas,
Right,
I
and
just
then
I didn't know if it was true or not. Like, because I kept like, where's this dude getting his information from?
right,
I've
and then
never
it
seen
said-
any writing that any evidence was sent anywhere.
Yeah.
Well, in the PCA it said it went to Idaho, to a
The
lab in
Idaho
Idaho.
State, the Idaho.
Well, right, but other
State
than that,
Right,
Police.
and then of course PCA doesn't tell you everything, but he came out and said the FBI lost him on
Yep,
his trip to Pennsylvania.
they
And they
called him.
they weren't never trailing him.
Yep, and that they caught where he was at when he was going into Loma, Colorado, because of the plate readers.
Right.
So, like I said, I don't know who this dude is talking to. He's claiming that he's talked to Emma Bailey and Demetrius's friend, and was questioning him about Emma and Demetrius. Uh, he talks in this article. He talks about them getting arrested and how long they stayed in jail for what happened to Caden Young, like just all different kinds of things that he put into this Part 5 article. Hey, Mary.
Ain't they still in jail?
No, they're out.
Oh.
He said
I didn't hear anything on it.
they spent 2 months and 5 days in jail, but I didn't think it was that long. But it could have been. But apparently, I mean, they've gotten out, and they're in his article. He claims that they can be retried for this, or rearrested for it.
So did they get any charges, or they got to go back to court?
Well, I don't think they have to go back to court because the charges were dropped
Oh.
without prejudice, I believe is what it said. Whichever one it is, that they can, even though the charges have been dismissed, they can
Without prejudice.
they can recharge you or whatever.
Yeah.
Gunderson. Okay, Mary said Blum started this book as if he was talking to Gunderson and getting info from him. However, on the Megyn Kelly show, he stated he never spoke with any law enforcement. Can't remember if that's the one I watched, the Megyn Kelly show or not, with him on it. I remember seeing him on some show. Let's see. Adam, how are you? He shouldn't have been in jail in Lewis County. The offense happened in Seattle. And I think that's what it was, what Adam is saying. They were arrested one place, or the boy died in one place and the crime happened in another place and it wasn't being handled in the right jurisdiction, and that's what they got out on a technicality. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Okay, I was trying to read something. Adjusted Fate, how are you? Uh, see, Adjusted Fate said they should be looking at the Sigma Cowboys.
Did anybody ever find out when BK was actually terminated?
No, I'm just gonna go the day he was arrested until I see actual proof of the date. No way. You're talking about Caden Young. He was a former president, I believe I read, from one of the fraternities, but I don't remember which one. Joseph Fate, I'm doing good, thank you. Okay, I don't know why people gotta keep running with Kohberger. Seriously. All right, so mods, anybody that comes in being disrespectful about Brent Kopaka, just remove the comments, please. This is getting a little ridiculous. That's like what the second or third comment that's had to be removed.
They just won't
Yeah.
let him rest in peace, will they?
No,
Nope.
It's annoying.
They're being rude.
that's all they're doing. Michael Quinn, how are you?
That man did not have anything to do with this. So leave him alone. Let him rest in peace.
Wait, Adam said white jacket girl and green sweater guy in grub truck video should be looked at as she talks about stabbing Maddie and mentions knife several times and makes stabbing motions many times as well. Adam, do you remember what her name is? I've watched that video so many times, but I don't remember a white jacket girl. Do y'all remember a girl with a white jacket?
I don't know. Did you watch the timestamp I gave you from the grub truck video?
No.
Well,
Well, wait a minute. When did you send it to me?
the one day when we were on panel, I put in the back chat. I think it was
Okay.
like 11:45.
No, I do have it saved though, but I haven't watched it.
Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know who the bigger guy is in that video, but something went down there.
You talking
Um,
about the one with the tan coat on?
Uh,
The bigger guy?
yeah. Again, I don't think it has anything to do with the case, but I mean, you can still clearly see he handed something off to her.
okay. It, you do not know that to be a fact that Brian Kohberger confessed to everything.
Oh my god.
Do
I,
what?
I mean, honestly, if he confessed to everything, there wouldn't be a trial going on.
Exactly.
I mean, come on now, you don't get things mixed up for real. Why
We
would
wa-
they like? Why would they need a grand jury? Why would there be a trial if he confessed?
Trolls out tonight.
Oh Lord.
He confessed. Yeah.
Just for a warning, I do believe it's a harvest moon, and I'm pretty sure it's pretty full.
Oh, God. I mean, people, seriously. I don't think if the dude confessed, Ann Taylor wouldn't be bringing in DNA specialists and doing everything she's doing to try to prove that he's innocent. The state wouldn't be doing everything they're doing to prove
Reaching
that
back to the 1800s and shit.
yeah. It's just
I'm pretty sure he didn't confess.
I'm
How
sure
far, how far back did she go?
1166.
yeah, 11 something.
I don't even remember Europeans being in America in 11.
They weren't
when-
even.
When
Ann
did
and them weren't
Columbus
even
come
born
here?
yet.
When did Columbus discover America? Was it 1492?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the song.
Something.
He cheated.
But yeah, 1492, I think.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that's 1492. Jamestown hasn't even got settled. Now I know some Vikings probably came over here, like Duluth, which is in Minnesota, and a lot of people think the Vikings settled in that area.
Yep,
I'm
they
trying
do.
to figure out, how do you get people settling in 11 something?
1166.
Okay, 1166. If it is, I need to go brush up on some history real quick.
It was the aliens. Come on, haven't you been watching the news?
And on top of that, they're lawyers.
And they weren't even born yet.
I'm just impressed that they were able to transcribe the cave drawings into something legible to use in court.
Right? I don't know. I don't think it's going to be dismissed. So
I don't either, honestly.
I think a snowball has a better chance in hell.
And
I agree.
have we confirmed that the grand jury was correct and was read the correct instructions on probable cause versus reasonable? Because I think it sounds like the defense got it backwards.
They do have it backwards. Because in a grand jury, they use probable cause, probability that he did it. When you're going to trial, it's a reasonable doubt, beyond a reasonable doubt. For the jury in a trial, I don't know, somebody, I can't remember, I think Bryan Enton put it out about the grand jury and the jury.
I don't know. He's put out so many different things that
No, it tells you the difference between a grand jury and a trial jury on what they use.
How many sit on a grand jury in Idaho?
let me
I
look it
think
up.
there was 16.
And you got to have 12 to convict, right?
I think so.
I guess that's the word for it, convict or
Indict.
Well,
Indict.
to indict them.
indict. Yeah, to get an indictment. Yeah.
Right.
Okay, I think we looked that up before on how many sit on a grand jury.
I believe it's 16 and 12 has to agree on, like Riddler said.
I was trying to find it. Hold on, I need to go to Google. Or you don't give me. Okay, so a district judge must impanel a grand jury of 16 jurors. Morgan D, how are you?
And then 12 of them have to agree unanimously. Well, I can't even say it.
Unanimously?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's see. So a grand jury is a panel of citizens called together to hear evidence and determine if criminal charges should be initiated. Grand jury proceedings are protected in secret. Prospective defendants are not entitled to be present at the proceeding, and no one is allowed to cross-examine witnesses on the defendant's behalf. Okay, that's not what I'm looking for. This one says consists of 16 to 23, but the one for Idaho, it says 16. So
See, if I was on the grand jury, I'd still be talking to them. I'd be saying, "Talk to me about this latent footprint."
Right.
Riddler would have them there for weeks, y'all. I want to know about this
Yeah, but
footprint.
but again, they only show what they, you know.
Yeah,
They
to,
showed
to
just
get an
enough.
indictment.
Yes, it's basically okay. So, and I mentioned this like a while back, or I think around the time of the indictment. The PCA is just enough to get the arrest warrant. The grand jury is just enough to get the indictment, and then once they go to trial, they lay it all out.
Right.
Yep.
So they possibility they didn't even use the latent footprint. They might have just used, say, the DNA in the knife sheath, or they used whatever else they had.
I was listening to a podcast today, and they made a comment. It just made me laugh. I was driving. They said in certain grand jury situations, they'll indict a ham sandwich.
Well, they even said that on one of the news.
That's a relevant. Yeah, it's a relevant saying.
They even
Yes,
said that on one of the
It's
newscasts.
it's a famous quote by a famous attorney, and a Supreme Court justice said they can indict anybody on any day through a grand jury for anything. Now that's the Supreme Court justice. I'll go back and find it, and I'll put it back in the back chat.
That's pretty scary.
so King Scarlet News said, "What did Maddie tell Adam?" That's what Riddler would be asking.
Yeah, what's everything?
I don't even think that has. It might be in
Riddler
trial.
would still ask though, y'all, if he was on the jury.
If I was on that grand jury, my thing would be the 8 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
I want to know where the 8
My
hours
thing would
went.
be that and the timeline before the 8 hours. I mean, well, yeah, I mean, like right in that 4 to 4:20 or 4:25, whatever they want to say.
Hey Sharon, how are you?
Because again, you have if this comment is correct, you have a comment left at 4:12. You have noise commotion heard at 4:17. Yet he's on video at 4:20, speeding away on some camera on whatever avenue. So it's just tough.
Yeah. But Howard Bloom's putting between 4:02 and 4:10.
Adjust your nut cup. Adjust your nut cups, boys.
The PCA literally says like
That's why-
what does it say? 407, 408.
No, it says that he for the last time came back into the view of the camera at 4:04, and then is seen leaving at 4:20 at a high rate of speed.
Right.
So he came back into the camera at 4:04.
Yeah, he came back.
So
basically,
what
came
time-
back to the area of the house at 4:04.
So he could have
watched the
parked.
grub truck, or he watched not the grub truck. He watched the DoorDash driver leave. Like, what time was his DoorDash driver there?
4 o'clock.
Approximately 4 o'clock.
This is nuts. But then Riddler said that the murders occurred between 4 and 4:25.
Yep, that's what the PCA says. There's so many different timelines. But another thing is, as I was reading Howard Bloom's thing, I was taking notes because, like I said, it's like super long, so I wasn't going to read it. But then he claims that if Emma somehow met up with Bryan, like maybe at the party or whatever, and we know Bryan's past addictions and stuff like that, could he have been going to Emma Bailey's house to buy stuff from her, and being that she's only like literally just a minute, her house is a minute from the girl's house. Walking distance is just basically cross the street and kind of like go through a little wooded area, and boom, you're right there at the girl's house. So could Bryan have been going to her house to buy stuff from her, and that would have put him in the coverage area of the cell phone towers all these 12 times that police are claiming that he was in the area?
Well, I saw something today where Bryan, the one who's always in here, he brought up a really good point on, I think it was Southern Logic's stream, and he said that if you actually read the PCA, where it states that he was in the area on November 14th, it states that he pinged off of a tower, but they don't believe he was in the area. So
yes, it does say that.
Yeah.
so how the hell can you say that and then say that all the ones on November 13th were correct?
Well,
Or
he didn't
That's-
ping off of one on November 13th. Well, I
Or
guess he did at 9
or
o'clock
whenever this
a.m.
occurred. They're saying that
He
they're saying that
didn't.
he
His
pinged.
phone was off.
Yeah, the
Okay,
only
then
one
afterwards.
on the only one on the 13th was from he was in the area. I think it was like 12 minutes. He was in the area of the house. He
Yeah,
left
wherever
his
they're pinging him at.
You
Yeah.
talking about that morning?
on the
That was at
13th.
9:13 in the morning.
So he left his house at 9 o'clock and then got back to his house at 9:32. And they're saying that in between those two times, he was at the house or in the area of the house for 12 minutes. And then on the 14th is when they're saying that his phone pinged, but they don't believe he was in the area. Now,
Okay.
I'm pretty sure Ann Taylor's going to bring that up. Hey, Lady B, how are you? Because how could he be pinging other times, but not on the 14th? And then they said after the 14th, his phone doesn't.
Never
not-
pinged again.
Yeah, it's not picked up.
In Moscow.
Do what, Fofa?
I said in Moscow.
Yes.
Not never ping again, Willie. So dramatic.
Listen, you can't say, oh, it didn't happen this day, but it happened to this day. That's not how it goes. It's not how it's gonna rock. I mean, she's gonna. I don't know.
I think Ann Taylor's going to have a field day with it, honestly.
I say ask Big Al how that works because I don't know nothing about pings.
Hey guys.
Lady B,
Well, I'm
how
just
are
talking
you?
about the contradiction.
Lady.
Hey,
I'm learning more and more about the latest systems as far as pings go myself. A lot of things have changed in the last 2 years. I'm finding out in a lot of things that I'm reading.
I heard the car had a black box, so it's game over.
Negative.
Oh gosh.
Here we go with the black box.
Again.
Willie's just trying to mess with me. That's all it is. I know better.
Oh
I'm not
my
biting Willie.
God. That was great.
I'm not biting.
Negative.
Wait,
Oh god.
Gigi, how are you?
This case would be solved
It would be solved.
way back.
Well, it would be solved. And some of the newer vehicles that I'm reading about, some of the new Audis,
Mhm.
they do have black boxes and they record everything.
Well, I'm glad I got hit. Jesus. Like, what do you mean everything? Like,
Everything.
Everything.
Window up, window down, person in the
So-
seat, direction of travel, GPS location,
I know,
when
like
you're
all of your
on the phone,
sensors-
off the phone, what you're
Don't
listening
fart.
to, everything.
oh,
When
that's
you
nice.
use the bathroom.
I don't know about
That's
that,
why-
but
that's why I
anything
won't
that's
drive a-
connected.
That's why I won't get a Tesla because, like, God forbid you jaywalk or something and you don't go to a hearing and your Tesla locks itself and it drives you to court.
Hey, I
Right.
Quit laughing.
Hey, it's
Taking you to
coming.
court.
have
you
a
know?
question. Well, it's not really a question. I heard when BK got pulled over for his seatbelt
Mhm.
that he didn't show up to court on that court date.
He didn't.
No, because he was arrested.
No.
He,
I'm not
he
talking
was
about when he got arrested.
no, he couldn't go to court because he was in jail.
No, when he got pulled over for his seatbelt ticket.
Yeah,
When was that seatbelt ticket?
August 21st. Hold on, where's my page at? Hold on.
Yeah, but he was supposed to go to court in September.
I know that there was. Hold on, I gotta find it. I think it's in my. Give me a second. I gotta look through my Bryan Kohberger folder here. But I've got. Oh shit! If I can find it.
Well, the way it was said was, when he got the seatbelt ticket, he didn't show up for his court date, and his professor told him to go take care of it because he's a TA, and he needs to lead by example.
Okay.
I don't know how true that is. I just said.
I
Who
don't
said-
know
who
about that
said
last part, but in the records it does have that he didn't show up and he got a fine for it.
It was like literally. What was it, like $10?
I don't know. I just know
Something like
they
that.
said he didn't show up to his court date.
The
I don't-
website's down. I can't tell you.
I've got the screenshot of it somewhere. where it's talking about that he wasn't at court, and then I believe they have dismissed it.
So why wouldn't you show up to court though? I mean,
You can just pay the fine. You don't even have to show up, do you?
well, I know you can pay the fine, but he didn't even do that.
Well,
Yeah,
I know, but that's what I'm saying. I mean, he didn't even have to show up at court. He could have just paid it.
yeah, it was. I think it was $10. Is all the thing
What, the
was
seatbelt
for.
ticket?
I think so.
Yeah, I'm moving to Idaho.
I thought it was like 100, but
Shit,
I'm not
ours
positive.
I've got. Where the hell did I put that?
in New
at?
Jersey it's 100. Here it's 65.
I think here the first one is 25, and then after that is 50, I believe. I know I've got the screenshot of it though. I just got to find it where it shows because it was on their website.
My car won't go if it doesn't have seatbelt on. Besides, I won't go if I don't have seatbelt on. One huge wreck is enough for me.
I don't like the dinging, so
Yeah,
and you
my
don't.
aunt's car. Whenever I take her to the doctor, it will literally snitch on you if you ain't got a seatbelt on.
Oh, I hate that.
I don't like the dinging. Every time it's like ding, 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 and no.
Let me see if this is it right here. That's not it. I think this is it. Oh, maybe I did have the right one. Hold on. There is a website you can go to.
I have
Yeah,
officially
it says the
gotten
service
old.
is down.
Is it really?
Shoot.
Go ahead,
I,
Lady V.
I said I have officially gotten old too. The other day I was driving to work and I turned my turn signal on to get in the other lane. And I don't know, it had to be on for like 2 or 3 minutes or something because next thing I know, it's like beeping at me, and I'm like, oh, good Lord. We used to tease my father-in-law because he would do that. Now I'm like, oh gosh.
That's why
I
I never
haven't
pull out when
I
somebody
haven't
has their
been able to
blinker on.
drive in 2 years.
Yeah, I don't either until I make sure that they're turning.
Well, I'm usually in the fast lane, so they're not usually pulling out in front of me.
Okay, so I wonder why the site is down.
Did you go to the ER, Scarlett?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I just pretty much laid around all day yesterday, watched movies. Me and Troll did.
Good.
Mhm.
He was sick too. He didn't feel good.
Hey, Lisa. Hi, guys. I'm going to skip all every individual one tonight. I'm sorry. Too many people in here to do.
I see how you are, lady.
I am. It's like, I'm tired, dude.
I hear that.
Okay, so Norman says I think Brett Payne planted the sheath because nobody else seen the sheath.
Come
Well,
on.
again,
Say that
that's why I
again.
said it should be on body camera, then discovering the sheath. That's
Yeah.
what I
And
figure.
and we don't know if it is because we haven't seen the body camera yet.
Hey,
Well,
Sunset Gazing.
I thought it said in the PCA that after viewing the body cam footage, that's how they.
That's they
Yeah,
viewed.
that was that. Okay, so it was
That was a dog.
Officer Nunez had body cam footage going, and Payne, when he went back and looked at it, that's how he learned about the dog or whatever, being there whenever police got there, and later found out that when after interviewing Jack, that him and Kaylee shared the dog.
So from Blaker's PCA, it says, I was later advised by ISP investigators they located a tan leather knife sheath laying on the bed next to Mogan's right side when viewed from the door. The sheath was later processed and had K-Bar, USMC, and the United States Marine Corps Eagle, Globe, and Anchor insignia stamped on the outside of it. So here he's saying ISP was the one that found it. And then with, what's it called? And if you
Yeah,
go
because
to
Payne said that
Payne,
he'd seen it.
Payne said that they were there and that I also later noticed what appeared to be a tan leather knife sheath laying on the bed next to Mogan's right side. The sheath was later processed and had da da da. So
And
I
his-
later noticed.
And his says wind view from the door.
Yeah, so did hers.
Yeah.
I mean, so did his. Blaker's did too.
So it's literally like Blaker's and Payne's was almost word for word.
Mhm.
Just a
I'm
few
sure
little
that
things
the-
here and there changed.
I'm sure that the prosecutor helped them write it.
I'm
Probably.
sure she's gonna ask for body cam footage of it. So
She probably has it.
Yeah, that could be what's included in that 51 terabytes.
Oh, it's got to be.
Oh, yeah.
everything is included in that 51 footage.
Yeah.
Any
many
body camera
months and
footage
months
that
and
they
months
have
of-
from that day,
Yeah.
and the search, and anything they did at that house.
It's everything they collected. They said, "Here, figure it out."
Well, that's their job to figure it out. I mean, the prosecution ain't gonna wrap it up in a bow for you.
No, and that's why. Well, that's why again they're not handing it over to Discovery, and they're like, "We're not going to give it to you." And defense is like, "Well, we're not going to give you a full alibi." They're just going back and forth.
I think they did hand
They're
over
just
some of
fighting.
the.
I have to wonder what are they arguing about Discovery still? Do we know?
I don't know.
Okay, hold on. Wait. I wrote it down the other day. Okay, so
Well, we
You
can't
know-
see the newest ones.
yeah, well, I'm going by the one. Hold on, I gotta go back to that. What is the one that came out the other day? Shit, where is it? It's
The one where the state responds to the 5th and 6th supplemental requests for discovery, and they give a list of everything. The state incorporates the following responses as fully set forth to this point.
no, wait, there was another one because they moved. All right, so they're not having court on August the 2nd. I'm sorry, was it the 2nd or was it the 8th?
Second.
Okay. So they're not having it on the 2nd. They moved all of that court date to
The
the
18th.
18th. So let me find. Okay, so the defense on the 18th is going to be talking about the defendant's third motion to compel, which was filed June the 22nd. And I think that's the
That's the IGG,
one. Okay, yeah, that.
and I have it right here.
Because I had went through and just made notes on it. So the standard lab discovery, communications, unexpected results, and corrective actions, and then the genetic genealogy testing and search. So they're going to be talking about that. It's also the defendant's second motion to stay the proceedings, which was filed on the 25th, and then the defendant's motion to dismiss the indictments, which was filed also on the 25th. So those three things is what the defense is going to be talking about. And then let me find the other one. Also on the 18th, the state is going to be talking about the state's motion for the protective order filed on the 16th of June. The state's motion to reconsider the order staying time for speedy trial, which was filed 17th of July. And then also on the 17th of July, the state's motion for scheduling order. So it's going to be, was it 6 different things that they're supposed to be going over on the 18th?
Yeah, unless they reach another
Agreement. Yeah. I mean, between now and then, the state could hand over the stuff that she's talking about in the third supplemental request for discovery. She could get it between now and the 18th.
But any of that's going to be held in camera, so we won't see that.
Okay, I got to get back to my other notes because, y'all, I was literally like taking Lori Vallow notes today.
I couldn't believe she spoke.
And I missed it. I haven't even got to watch it yet.
Well, she's
I've
still
read.
out there. Let's just say that.
Yeah, I've read some of what she wrote. Hey, Roger, how are you?
She's nuts.
She's a special one.
That's a good way to put it.
That's definitely what she thinks, at least.
I think
Yeah.
she's way beyond. She's
Yeah,
like,
the judge even called her narcissistic.
Tonka asked, "Is this going to be a public hearing?" It's a good question. I don't know. Is it?
I don't know.
hold on, let me go back.
I think it just says in person. I think it depends on what they're going to cover, and they'll announce that later.
Yeah, because
Because, like,
Wait, I see.
the-
Where did it say that it was going to be in person? Because I know I've seen that somewhere.
It says it on the. If you go to the summary.
Oh, okay, here it is. So it's going to be on the 18th at 10:30 a.m. or as soon thereafter as counsel may be heard in front of the Honorable Judge John Judge.
So are they going to televise it after?
I don't know. I think he would come out though and say if he's going to allow the cameras. Because didn't he do that before? He put out a thing saying how the
Yeah.
camera stuff was going to work or whatever.
Yeah, because the last hearing they had was only what, 30 seconds?
What did you?
Oh God, I don't even.
But I should
It was 32.45 seconds. Okay.
Okay,
No.
I was gonna
I'll
say, I
go
thought we had that argument.
I'll go with that. Hey, I don't know.
It was.
But I will have my surgery by then.
Yes, so you'll get to watch it. Well, will your eye? Will they
I
be?
hope so.
Hopefully
I
by
go
the
on-
18th.
I go on the 10th. So I'm hoping by the 18th I have some eyesight. Because after that one starts to heal, I'm going to go back and have the other one done.
Hopefully you'll be able to watch it. Have you been able to actually see what Bryan Kohberger looks like and like everybody, all the players in this? Have you been able to actually see all that?
I did before I started losing the sight in my right eye.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I mean, I probably forget what they look like now, but
You're not missing anything.
but I do keep up with it. I listen to everything.
You do. You're
I
You're
know.
spot on.
You're giving me a run for my money with the dates earlier
Definitely.
and the times. You've been studying.
Yeah, because all I knew was 1100 and something, and Betty Jo just comes out with what was it, 1166?
1166.
Her
You
brain's
got it.
working overtime because like
Well,
she can't
Betty-
write it down and read it. So
I'm
Right.
right. You're right. I can't write it down and read it because I can't see to write down, but I can.
Betty
listen.
Jo, I'll give you a visual, Betty Jo. If you put Bryan Kohberger's profile up
Uh-huh.
and just tweak it just a little bit, he looks just like Butthead from Beavis and Butthead.
oh yeah, that's a good one.
One Jira Matters, how are you? Yeah, I saw where Papa Rogers' account, his Facebook account, was reactivated.
And
Internet
then,
went crazy, and then they deactivated it again.
yeah. Did you see
I
where it
saw
said
that.
her?
Yeah,
Yeah,
she
yeah.
updated her profile picture.
Oh
Yeah.
wait, I
It's a
missed.
girl.
Where did it say her at?
It said,
On Nerdy Addict.
Melissa,
it was.
yeah,
Oh,
Melissa
okay.
had it yesterday too on her live.
but it's the
Oh.
same account.
yeah,
Yeah,
same
Mhm.
account.
It's just
I
it
didn't see
said
that.
she updated her profile picture,
I don't think
Yeah,
it's him.
but I don't think
No, it's the same one.
Well,
Oh,
here's
I
the
don't-
Yeah.
thing. The only way it could be BK is if he
Okay.
communicated with someone on the outside and gave him the
Right.
password to that account.
Yep.
And that
But
would be
Ron-
a matter of record via his phone or his tablet chat.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
But if it was LE, they
too.
wouldn't need his information. They could access it, so they wouldn't have to reactivate it.
Right. They were
Yeah.
probably somebody was probably in law enforcement, or it could have been his lawyer, checking to see what type of posts were on it.
But they wouldn't have to
His
react
lawyer.
to do that.
Yeah,
Really,
you would
did
have
you
to
check back
reactivate it.
chat?
You would have to reactivate it
Yeah,
to see
to
anything
go
on
in
the
to see.
account.
Yeah,
Got it.
Yeah.
we don't. You know,
All
who
I
knows?
know is y'all Twitter went crazy when it was reactivated.
Oh yeah, it
Yeah.
blew up.
It did.
It was literally every post of them going at somebody else who was always talking about Papa Rogers, and then all of a sudden it was deactivated again.
Yep.
So what do we call it now? X?
Yeah.
Yeah, mine
That's
finally
supposed to
updated on my
stand-
phone.
Yeah, so did mine. What's that supposed to stand for? Does anybody
Really?
know?
Just
I gotta
X.
check now.
I
I
don't-
think he just wants you to break up with it. It's already
I still
considered your
have-
ex.
I still got
I still
Twitter.
have- I still have the bird, but it says X.
No.
No,
See,
mine
okay,
says
so
Twitter.
on my phone, I still have the bird, but on my computer, everything's changed over to X.
Okay, if you got an iPhone,
No, I don't. I have an Android.
No, absolutely not.
all right. Lady V, do you got an iPhone?
Of course I do.
Okay, so what you do, you updated yours
Yes, I did.
from the app.
Yes.
Okay, so what you do is you turn your phone off and turn it back on, and it should go to the X if you update.
It's just not that big of a deal to me, Betty Joe. I don't hardly ever get on. The only reason I got on there because I saw the Papa Roger thing. I'm like, oh, I got to look at that.
I'm
Okay,
never on
I
there.
have a question for Lady V. Remember how you and Sweet Misery were trying to find me on Twitter?
Yes.
Okay, I have a picture, and it's of me in a light and dark blue sweatshirt with
Okay.
a
Oh,
phone.
I can send. Wait, I can send Lady V and them your link to your Twitter. Betty.
Well,
Okay.
I did to somebody named Betty Joe today, and I want to see if I got it right.
Well, anyway, I do have a picture on my.
Yeah,
You do
I can.
have a picture.
I can send it to her.
Yeah.
real quick.
Yes, it says Shay's phone. Wait a minute.
Let
Well,
Scarlett
no, I
send it
don't
to
think
you.
I have the right one because I don't see your.
Yeah, let Scarlett send it to you.
Yeah, Lady V, email me tonight and remind me to, or send me a message on Facebook or something and remind me to, and then that way I'll send you the link over.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Let's see, I called it TikTok Musically for like 2 years after it changed. I can't get used to X. A lot of people have been calling it Twitter X.
That's
Yeah,
what I
I'm
call
like,
it.
what are we supposed to call it now? X? And what's that supposed to stand for?
I call it Twitter X.
I just call it Twix. I like the right side for the record.
Twix.
In case anybody had any question about which side I pick, it's the right.
Right side.
I think I'd be with you on that one. So on my Instagram, it said Johnny Depp started following me.
Well, of course he did.
I'm like, yeah, right.
He knows.
And trust me, he's got some kind of tech support thing that he needs you to help him with.
Yeah, I'm
He
sure.
watches
I
it.
don't know. I was like, yeah, right.
Hey, I gotta mute for just 1 second so y'all can keep going with
Okay.
your conversation.
Hey, Big Al, did you see that Captain, what's his name?
Sparrow?
No.
Captain Caveman?
No, Captain Kirk. Captain Kirk posted a video today of Ryan said, I heard I was supposed to be sued.
Yeah,
being
I
sued
did
and
see that.
Yeah.
I sent him a DM on Instagram. He read it, but he didn't respond.
Yeah, I've talked to Ryan a couple of times, but
if they sue him, they're after a payday. But here's the thing, and I wanted to talk about this last night on Melissa's live. If they sue him, I guarantee you he's going to take that all the way to court.
oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
And there's going to be some people that are going to have to take the stand in that case that
Yeah.
haven't wanted to say a freaking word.
Exactly.
And it's going to be glorious, and he's got enough money to not give a shit.
Yep.
So I hope they sue him.
I totally agree with you.
Oh, boy.
Okay, I'm back.
I agree 100%.
Wait, who are we talking about suing?
The Rodney family suing Ryan.
Oh, okay.
I hope they sue him.
Today or this afternoon on Captain Kirk's, with those two are very close. Ryan got on there and said, "Oh, I see that I heard that I'm supposed to be being sued, but I haven't seen anything."
Well, he called his lawyer and he hasn't been served.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that there's not paperwork in the works, but I like I said, I hope they sue him.
Right.
It'd be the dumbest move they ever made. They're gonna have to get on the
might
stand.
get some answers.
Well,
because worrying about other stuff.
Everything in her case at that point can come out.
Right.
Yeah.
Because don't they want a jury?
Let's
When
talk
they-
to the
when they
pedo. Let's
sue
talk
him?
to the quote unquote possible pedo dad. who's got
Yep.
a questionable past.
Right.
Let's find out where some people were that refused to talk.
Exactly.
Right.
What about this party that
Yeah, let's
I
talk about the
agree.
party. Let's talk about the
never
kids,
happened?
the adults cleaning up after the kids. Let's say
And
there's a lot of questions in
and
that
Yep.
not
case.
one single picture from that party of all of those kids
That's a
there
crock of shit.
ever showed up.
Let's get the
Ever.
sheriff on the stand and find out why kids were doing interviews with other kids without the
Exactly.
law being present.
Everybody takes photos at parties.
I agree
Everybody.
with Big Al 100%.
There's so many things that are gonna,
I
I
would
mean,
love it.
literally crawl out of the sewer on that if they
Mhm.
actually sue him.
Yep.
I'm telling you, the people in that town are probably like, "Don't you dare! Here, we'll give you money. Shut
Exactly.
up.
Yeah.
Quit drawing attention to this playground for the rich and the influential people, and
And the
they're
pervert.
not going to want nothing shit to do with that. I'm telling you, there's
No,
just
they're
no
not.
way.
I
Nope.
totally
Because
agree.
it would uncover a whole bunch of stuff.
Yep. There's a
Mhm.
lot of skeletons in that closet from that case, and there are a lot of people that worked really hard to make it go away.
Well,
Yep.
there's a lot of skeletons in a lot of places out there too, not just
Yes.
that place.
Well,
No, Sally, man, I don't believe there's a conviction, but I believe it was rumored during the case that he had a questionable past when it came to children. I don't know if it's true or not.
All I know is when that drone went over, there was no car there.
Nope. There definitely wasn't.
And we would have been able to see
And
it.
I know that fire tower video was 100% edited.
oh yeah.
Oh, I agree.
I talked to the guy that runs the microwave towers personally.
Yeah, I agree. We're just waiting on you, Scarlett.
I'm keeping my thoughts to myself on that one. I gotta get caught back up in the chat too.
King Scarlet, according to Ryan today, there's been nothing filed in Tennessee. But that doesn't mean it didn't happen. Like I said, I hope it did. I'd love to get some answers in that case.
Oh yeah.
That case kept me up at night, man. That drove me crazy.
That thing drives
Well, what
me
are they
nuts.
suing him for?
Defamation.
Defamation, yeah.
For bringing up stuff about the case?
No, saying Kylie's not a real person and stuff.
Yeah, he went off the rails.
Oh boy.
I think he was doing it on purpose, though.
I don't know. I know he started with good intentions because that night
did.
we all talked for like 9 hours
Yeah, I remember
after
that.
Zab's panel. I mean, he was sincere. I mean, he
Well, I don't
was
know about
just a regular person.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, he
He's
is.
a real nice guy, and I think his intentions were perfectly just. I think it caught him like those cases catch us, and
Yep, it did. That's where I got into this.
but
I mean,
I got wrapped up, man. I ain't gonna lie.
But he did call out one creator and found out that what Ryan was saying was true on that one creator.
Yep.
Well, he also he might not have started on Kylie's case, but he did come in with Summer Wells and try to help find her.
Yep.
And then, a lot of crap went on with that, so he gave up with that because nobody wants drama. Nobody wants.
And that's all Summer Wells' case is, honestly.
Yeah.
It
So
is.
he doesn't bother with that no more. So then when Kylie's case came along, he got wrapped up in it. Which
And when you got 3 or 4 million followers, you're putting in a lot of extra eyes on something.
Right.
Oh yeah.
And he has good intentions. Ryan Upchurch is not a bad guy.
No, and he's had to fight for everything he's got. He's got it the hard way, did it all of himself, and he's not going to take any crap from anybody.
Yeah, well, people were ripping him off through the whole process.
Exactly.
Yeah, including his own family.
So I don't blame him, when he said some of the things he said.
I don't either.
Could he gone about it a different way? Sure, he could have. But there's a lot of creators out there that went about it the wrong way.
Yeah, but people were pushing his buttons too.
So, in all honesty, I hope he does take it to court.
I hope they do, because like Big Al said, we'll get some answers.
Yep.
Oh, there'll be some answers. I guarantee you. He'll turn it into a circus on purpose.
Yeah, to
Yep.
get to the truth. He will.
Exactly.
And to be honest, Kylie deserves the truth.
Yes, she
Oh, I
does.
agree 1,000%. I think there were some nefarious hands in that, and the
Absolutely.
thing that bothers me the most about that case
Okay,
is
Christy, hold on, honey.
the kids interviewing other kids
Oh yeah,
and
Oh,
telling
yeah.
other kids, "Don't worry, we're not going to tell the police what you had to say."
yeah,
Right.
that bothered
That
me.
should have
Here's where
ended as soon as that hit the news. That shit should have came to an end right then.
And the
Yeah,
cops were standing right there when she did it. And I'm
Yep,
thinking, are you kidding me?
yep.
that's yep.
I was
That's what did it for
screaming
me.
at the computer. I mean, screaming at it. I was so angry. I couldn't believe it. To
Is
me, that was
Fofa
just a
still up here?
huge miscarriage.
What?
I was seeing if Fofa was still up here.
Yes, she is.
Yeah.
And her beautiful cat.
Oh, I just realized she had a picture of her cat up there. um, oh shit! Hold on.
What'd you do?
No, it's telling me that my message didn't go through when I put the link in the chat. Hold on just a second. What the hell?
StreamYard?
Yeah, it said
You
an
better start
error.
acting right.
Said an error occurred. Hold on. Try this again. This Sweet Misery was wanting the link, and when I put it in there, this is my internet.
It's in there now.
Okay. Anyway,
Bova's like, I got it.
No, I didn't do it. Big Al did it, and then Scarlett got it.
so mine's showing now because it was showing in YouTube chat, but it tells me on StreamYard that an error occurred on YouTube.
As soon as I
I see
hit
it
it,
on
yours
YouTube.
came through.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like instantly.
Okay.
StreamYard's been acting up lately.
Yeah, I don't know. And Sally Macy is doing it again, so her chat may be acting up too. Okay, so what I was wanting to ask, do y'all remember if it's ever been said how many officers or people in general had been in the house before Brett Payne arrived at, what was it, like 4:00?
I have no idea.
I don't think any.
I
think
don't
just the
really
one that
remember, but
wasn't it like one or two went in and seen what it
Oh,
was
they
and then backed out.
no, because they were looking at the floor and stuff too.
No, I'm not talking about when the crime scene investigators got there. I'm talking about when the police arrived. Wasn't it two that went in and seen what it was and backed out?
I don't remember because I had heard this.
I'm pretty sure that Howard Bloom could tell you.
Maybe I need to write him and ask him.
Yeah, I'm sure that it's in part one, but I don't think that there's ever a number. I know that they had some stuff, but I don't think they ever had a number of officers or different things broken up like that of that specific time.
Fofi, you remind me of that really cute chihuahua at the park that you want to just reach your hand down and pet, but when you reach down, it like takes off 3 of your freaking fingers. I adore you. I seriously do. You're awesome.
I was called a bunny with antlers last time.
That's a perfect analogy.
Scarlett.
Yeah.
I know it's hypothetical, but and I'm sure Ann's going to zoom in on this. She's going to want to know how many police officers went up to that top floor, to that bedroom.
Right.
And she's going to want to know what did they witness in their report. If they had to write a report or if they had I don't know how many reports were provided. Because, see, they're coming in layers.
Because wouldn't each officer that goes in that house have to write their own report?
Well, I don't know. I don't know how Idaho works. I really don't. But anyway, let's say they have to. And all it's going to take is a couple not to notice the knife sheath. And she's going to say, you mean to tell me something as important as this case, there's a knife sheath laying on bed and you didn't put it in your report? That's what. Those are kind of things a juror wants to hear. So I'm wondering when she puts that word placed or planet, whatever she used, I guess it was placed.
She used placed.
Yes.
Okay, placed. Well, is she really trying to say planet?
Yes.
Okay.
I think, I think that's
Because
what she was saying
planet,
without saying it.
right? Because planet is criminal.
Right.
So when she says placed, and there's a lot of words that just make my mind go 90 miles an hour. Did she see something in the report where they're not reporting it? Maybe it's just because they're not experienced, or they just went over it real quickly and got out of there until you get the real detectives in there. I don't know, but if there's something in a report where they don't have it in their reports of a knife sheath, then all of a sudden you got it when the detectives arrive. And once
Right.
again, was it under them or beside them? We know, was it visible?
Right. Because he's saying he can see it from the door. Blaker's
No, he
saying,
later noticed.
or well, later noticed when viewing
So
from the door.
and none of it, they're all different, like accounts. Like if you go through them, there's no definitive answer on that.
And that's when they went through the body cam, right? When he said that.
No, the way he's saying it is that he viewed it himself from the door. Like he was physically standing in the door and seen it. Well,
Oh.
he said like Fofa said he later noticed it when viewing
Standing
it from
by
the
the door.
Yeah. Now the body cam footage is when he learned about the dog was found in the room whenever the cops got there.
Yeah.
But so I would think Officer Nunez would probably have been one of the first ones there.
Yeah, I would agree with that. But I think with the door, I don't think that it's that he can necessarily see the sheath from the door. It's just giving it the location of it, like with on the right side of the body when you're looking at it from the door. Like that's your point of reference.
Okay,
Right.
I get what you're saying.
Like he's in the room, but
Like if you're
point of
standing in the door
from
frame,
right.
then it's to your right, as opposed to if you're standing at a different place in that bedroom. I don't know, by that back window, then it's
Right.
to. No, it's like if you're standing in the door frame.
Willie Sally Mae's asking if you're here.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just listening. I'm just listening in.
Just make sure you ain't falling asleep.
I think
I'm
he
shot,
is.
but I'm here. Sorry, go ahead, Bubba.
You what?
She was saying something.
Nope.
Oh.
We had a new law just go into effect 13 minutes ago in Minnesota.
I think for Louisiana supposed to have some new ones go in effect too, but I don't have a clue what they are.
Marijuana is now legal for recreational use in the state of Minnesota.
Wow.
Okay, so wait, Miss Kelly said my theory on her use of word placed was the other attorney, but he was speaking of DNA being placed, meaning how did it get there, not the sheet. And that dang chat. It's not a live chat. Hold on a minute. So y'all, I do apologize if I'm missing comments because my chat was not on my chat. Damn it. Just the facts. How are you? Because I just gave away where I'm from. Oh, never. I see what just the facts is saying. Let's see. Our slowest caller audience has been. Yeah, we got. I don't know what Louisiana's new laws were, but are about to take effect. I've seen it, but I haven't looked into them. Of course, I understand. Sharon says, wouldn't it be on body cam anyway? Of course, I understand we can't see it. Will it come out in trial? It should come out in the trial.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the scans that they had to have done.
Right. Yep. I don't know if I would think that it would be played. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen at this trial, honestly.
I think it's going to be a lot like a circus.
I was getting ready to say that.
Full of surprises, maybe some snacks. Well,
Get
things
your
are.
I think
popcorn
it's
ready.
going to be very interesting. That's
Yeah,
for
I
sure.
think so too. I just hope
It's
they
not
don't
going to
take
be
it away from
boring.
us.
We're not going to have Archibald, the monotone man, talking.
Archibald.
That's
That
his name for
y'all,
Lori Value. I'm like,
I know,
oh
but
my God, that guy is so boring that I
yeah,
can't
I think
listen to
this
him.
case is going to be completely different as far as the attorneys and stuff like that than what Lori's was.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
I hope so.
I think this is going to be an all-out brawl in the courtroom
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
between the two sides, where
Absolutely.
Lori's was kind of like calm.
Calm and boring.
Yeah,
Boring and monotone.
I couldn't watch it. It was so boring. I couldn't.
I listened to it, but Lord, I was like,
yeah, it,
I
there
think
were
we're
Couldn't
going to need
listen.
an objection counter.
Well, I was
yeah,
going to say we need to have a raffle on the over and under.
Over and under on
Yeah.
objections.
we need to have a pool
everything.
going. We need to have a pool going. How many times a day we're thinking there's going to be an objections in a sidebar?
Yeah.
Oh Lord, there's going to be plenty of sidebars.
Yep.
Miss Kelly, it is. So just imagine how they're going back and forth with each other just in the documents. Imagine them face to face in a courtroom.
Exactly.
Yep.
I object. No, you can't object.
I
See,
objected first.
it's going to
I
be an
object to your
all
objection.
it's going to be an all out brawl in the
It
courtroom. I
is.
think honestly, but
It's
and
going to be
I,
fun.
but I
but then
would
they got into the courtroom and they were so civil.
yeah, but
In the last year.
that's just
Oh.
motion hearings and stuff like that. That's just
You wait till they get to the
yeah,
nitty
wait
gritty.
till
That's
they
a
get to the
warm up.
trial.
That's a warm up rounds.
I think once it gets to trial, it's going to be one of those trials that you like to see because both of the attorneys for both sides are they're not just going to sit there and be quiet.
Yeah, they're engaged, man.
They're going to take the boxing gloves off.
Yep.
I think that's what's going to happen.
It's like, okay, how many people still remember all of the players in the OJ trial? How often does that happen?
Oh,
Where you
I
don't
Not
remember.
me because I didn't watch it.
Well, no, I mean those of us that watched it can still name off the players in the OJ trial, and that doesn't happen that often.
Hey, let's
Marshall
date ourselves,
Clark.
Lady V. Did you remember watching the Bronco chase on TV?
I
Oh
did
my
watch that.
God, did
I
I?
remember watching
45
that, and I think
miles an hour.
everybody did.
I do remember
Everybody in the
that.
world.
Pickle Me Emma, thank you so much for being a member for 10 months.
Yeah, the chase going 45 miles an hour, stopping at the cemetery, stopping at the house. It's like,
What do you reckon the ratings were on that?
Oh
Huge.
God,
Oh, they were
I think it
hot.
was moon landing numbers.
yeah, I think so. It was like huge.
Huh.
Wasn't it? I wonder, like, out of all the trials, including that one, the OJ one, and Lori's, I wonder which one was the most viewed.
Probably OJ's.
You think?
Yeah.
Enon Harsh.
I
Hey,
don't
Marshall.
know because back then we didn't have YouTube. It'd be hard to compare
No.
the two.
Yeah.
As far as TV, I think OJ's for sure.
Marsha
Well,
Clark
yeah,
getting mad.
that is true.
Marsha
That's-
Clark was funny.
Tonka, thank you so much for being a member for 10 months. And Tonka says, getting closer to the 1 year anniversary. Yes, I believe September. I don't remember exactly what day, but I know it's one day in September. Marina, how are you? Somebody else, somebody made a comment. Now I got to find. Oh, Adjusted Fate said that Enon Harsh is the 2023's Kato Caitlin. Y'all agree with that?
Kato.
I just remember him being on Celebrity
No.
Big Brother. I don't remember him anything
No.
to do with the trial.
Oh yeah, he was living in the pool house.
Yes.
Kato was the handsome, sexy man of the house next
Easy,
door.
Lady V.
Surfer. He was a surfer.
Down, girl.
He was. I mean, he was like, yeah. You
I don't
can't
know what he
get
looks like
my
now, but
husband. I don't either, but He
Well,
was
he
like,
was on Celebrity Big Brother like a few years ago.
Yeah, I know. I watched that.
I didn't. I'm just saying, women were like, "Ooh, Kato."
I watched all Big Brothers.
Yep. New one starts in just a couple of days.
Yeah, I
Oh
won't be able to
no, I
watch
might
it.
have to watch network TV for the first time since 2019.
I watch
No.
all Big Brothers. So.
Yeah, I did too. From the I started from the beginning.
Yep. Oh, yeah, I'm just answering.
I avoid network TV at all costs.
Big Brother.
Coming in with the
Oh, you would
facts.
like Big Brothers.
Big Brother and Survivor.
Well, I can see that on other platforms.
Okay, so Riddler's. Dang it! Hold on, I gotta chase this comment down. Okay, so Riddler puts in chat when the jury declared OJ not guilty of murder, 57% of Americans was watching. That meant 150 million viewers per time.
Now do Lori Vallow.
Poor Riddler.
I mean,
Lady
Well,
V says, "Dance, Riddler, dance."
I was kind of upset when he was found not guilty because everybody in the world knows he did it.
Avery,
Yeah.
yeah,
Oh,
I heard
yeah.
about that.
He did.
He did, for
But the
sure.
thing with Lori's though, hers would have been all social media.
Yeah, hers would have been
That's
YouTube
what I'm
and-
saying. You can't compare the two.
Yeah.
Yeah, because OJ's was on TV. Hers was on.
Yeah, just social media.
And we're talking
Yeah.
about a national, famous
Yeah, he was a
celebrity
celebrity
football player.
Right.
Right.
Where Lori, I think in her mind, wanted to be that, but
She wanted to be famous.
yeah.
The reality of it is if you wanted to watch the OJ case on the internet in 1994, it would have taken you 4 days.
Yeah.
Just to get any kind of video onto your computer over a phone line.
This
Even
is
to,
true.
yeah, that's what I was gonna say, just to connect it.
Yep.
And then it
Can
would
you
drop
imagine that? Can you
immediately
imagine
after.
that feeling when you get to 98% and your neighbor calls and knocks you offline?
Yeah, that would have been bad.
Boy.
These kids nowadays don't know shit about struggles
No.
when it comes to the internet.
Oh
They have no idea.
Okay, so Grizzly True Crime said she had 27,000 in chat for the Idaho 4 and Kohberger. Adjusted fate, I believe that.
And that noise we had to listen to connect, it went on forever.
Oh, yeah. Especially when you had crappy internet.
Oh,
AOL was the greatest when it was like 14.4 baud.
yeah. Well, that and Juno. Remember Juno?
I
It was
do
the
remember
first
Juno.
live messaging platform.
Let's see. OJ trial was when we first were taught about DNA for the first time.
Yeah, that's the first trial I remember ever hearing about DNA.
Me too.
Okay, but his was. Didn't y'all say that Ted Bundy's was televised? Did somebody say that?
I don't remember.
I don't know if it's
Riddler, do you remember that?
I don't remember that one.
No, I don't remember.
Ted Bundy was televised. It was like the first one. It's in the top 10.
Okay.
I
Because
don't
I just
remember
remember OJ's being like the first one. Bundy, I think, was before.
We
my
didn't
time.
have one very often. That one in Manson, but Bundy's was also the first time they used dental impressions to help convict somebody.
Okay.
Which you can't do anymore.
No, but
when
it
his
worked for
lawyer,
that one.
when his
Marina.
lawyer said it was like 10 different people.
Yeah, because he left perfect impressions. Hey, Avery.
Marina, are you in backstage as Miss Russia? I want to make sure this is her.
Oh, taquitos.
77 years from Avery.
Do you hear my quesadillas? I'm so sorry.
Oh, quesadillas now. Okay, moving on.
You can hear hers, but you can't hear mine.
77 years from what?
Huh?
Oh, I always mess with Scarlett if she's I thought she was going
Oh,
to leave.
77 years later.
No,
Oh,
see what happens though is whenever I get, let's see, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. When I get 8 people on panel, then when the 9th person comes up, it drops you to a second row on my backstage thing here. And when it does starts the second row, I can't see them unless I scroll down. And that's what happens with a lot of people. They get stuck on the second row and I never see them.
So you should be like
and
me and just hop on immediately.
so that's when I'm like, it's been 77 years. But
77 years
I was
later.
wondering, do you guys know who runs the Gonzalez family page on Facebook? Who's answering the questions?
Oh, here we go
No,
again.
but that was brought up the other day, and I believe it was Vapor that was in here, and he said that he was talking to somebody on that page, and he asked if they were Mr. Gonzalez, and they said yes. I always assumed that it was the Gonzalez family.
So, okay, because I'm talking to somebody on there, and I seen on the main page, okay, so it's the Gonzalez family, and it has their pictures, but then it says investigator. So I don't know if I'm talking to their investigator, which is a woman. I know who she is, or if I'm talking to the family. But I said that I just wanted to be clear on the timeline of things, and had Kaylee fully moved out of the home, and if so, how long had she been moved out? And of course I told him, that I pray for them, day and night, and gave my condolences and stuff. And so anyhow, so they're saying that she was fully and completely moved out and had been moved out for weeks. But I just wanted to verify, like, who am I talking to? And I don't really know how to ask. Like, do I just say,
Just come out and say, is
who
it
am I
one of the
speaking to?
just say I was just wondering, are you one of the Gonzalez family members?
Okay. I was trying to figure out how to word it without.
Yeah, just ask it like that, and just say you're not trying to be rude or anything. You just want some. You just want to be sure of who you're speaking with.
You need the receipt, man. You need the receipt.
Because
I
there
hate
was.
that.
Well,
I hate
see,
talking to victims' families because I feel like I have to word things in such a way, like I don't ever want to offend, or you know what I
Right.
mean?
well,
Well,
and
sure.
just ask them. Just say, because you were just wondering. You just wanted to be sure of who you were speaking with. Because whenever I first spoke with Mr. Gonzalez, he had sent me an email, and I didn't know if it was him or not. And because
Oh,
people can make up fake emails and all this and that. So I told him, I was like, look, I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but anybody can say that they're Steve Gonzalez. Can you please message me on Facebook? And
think
I
they
had done
understand
looked
that.
his Facebook up and everything, so I knew if it was going to be him or not. And sure enough, it was him who emailed me, and he messaged me from his Facebook page.
oh wow.
So
I
Okay.
think he
yeah,
would. I think they would understand that too, being through everything that
yeah,
happened now.
So
Well, I think that not only
Scarlett,
would they understand it, they'd appreciate it.
right.
Exactly.
yeah. So Scarlett, if you've messaged with him, could you ask him the same thing if she had been moved out and for how long?
I
Because
can. I
I
don't know if he
really,
will respond back because the last time I spoke with him was during the time of the when they had Kaylee and Maddie's vigil, and I believe after that it's like when the gag order and all that came out. And I want to say I messaged him one other time and I hadn't got a response back, which could be because of the gag order. But
um,
I
now,
can. I mean, I can message him and ask him. There's
okay.
no guarantee that I'll get a response back.
And I hadn't got to tell you because I haven't actually been up here in a bit, but I did learn. So remember I told you that Jason was going to go film the new Idaho documentary, and he went and filmed that on the 19th of July in, I think, San Diego, and
Mhm.
it'll be out like in a couple weeks on Fox. So he got like a little bit more information about the case. And he, remember how I kept saying, I'm positive that the FBI is working on surveillance video and video footage, and they're probably, trying to enhance it to get a clear picture of Bryan's car or his license plate or his face. Well, Jason told me that as of when he went to do the documentary, they still don't have any clear footage. There's no clear video, no clear footage.
Okay, so I got a question. How is he able to speak on all this if there's a gag order? Like, where's he getting his information
Yeah,
from?
that's what I want to know.
Because he's talking on it in the documentary.
But wouldn't that information be like under the gag order as far as like not being able to see his face and all that in his car, or on the camera footage?
I don't know with the documentary. I mean, it's kind of like the Dateline guy and the stuff that he gave out, the information he gave out. I don't think they fall under the gag order.
Yeah, the Dateline guy, he keeps saying sources. I want to say he said that he had law enforcement sources, but
yeah. But whoever their sources are that they use to do the documentary, which is, like I said, it's going to be on Fox in a couple weeks, whatever sources they used. So Jason, of course, his part was investigator, which he's been working off and on with the Gonzalez family investigator. He doesn't tell me about that stuff though, but he did tell me, because it's going to be in the documentary anyhow, that that as of like what they know as of right now, there's no clear footage, and that's what he says in the documentary. So I don't know where, like, I can't tell you what source they got it from, but I can tell you that that's what they were told, and that's what's going to be in it.
That's interesting, because if that's true, Anne's going to for sure bring that up in court too.
Isn't that wild? That's what I told Jason. I said, that's crazy. You would think that the FBI would have been able to clear that up. And he said, no.
Right.
So,
But so he didn't tell you who like was telling him this? Like, is it law enforcement or like?
he didn't tell me who. I think when he got there, they give him a script, I think, I don't know sources. I guess I could ask him, but no.
I would like to know like where these people are getting this information from.
Yeah.
Well, I'll give you a little real life outdoor surveillance camera that just happened to me yesterday. So I've had my cameras up since 2018. The same outdoor cameras, and they're starting to get kind of kind of crappy. Yeah, outdated, and it's they're just not real clear. So Sunday I had someone decide that they were going to dump a bunch of paint in my dumpster. So I had to go back through and find the guy, got a good picture of him, but could not zoom in on the plate on the car. And I had like 70 frames to choose from, and I could not get a plate number.
Wow.
So I went straight to Amazon and ordered 8 new 4K cameras for outside. And they're going up on Thursday, because bullshit if I can't get a license plate number.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking about, these are good cameras.
And in the dark, too.
In the dark, it's really hard.
Yeah, I've had a situation a year and a half ago where I had to use my Ring doorbell camera to show that somebody was on my road. And it was dark, it was nighttime, and you could see the car and you could see the hair color and everything, but you could not get a plate number. So it's...
Yep, and I tried. I mean, I had almost 70 frames, and I could not get it on a single frame. So, I mean, a lot of these cameras that these people...
Yeah, I could see the hair color only because the driver's window was down, so I could see the hair color of the people in the front.
Wow.
But I could never see a license plate.
And Ring cameras are good cameras.
Yeah,
they're not shitty cameras. I mean, they're actually really good cameras.
It's really hard at nighttime.
Yep, super hard.
Okay, so Avery KK said you need to ask him if he signed an NDA before work on set, because they're usually in the start paperwork. So do you know if Jason signed any type of NDA?
Oh, I doubt it, because it's going to be on Fox in like a week or two. So, I mean, everything he's telling me is going to be in the documentary. He's not telling me anything that's not going to be aired in the show. Like
Is he telling you? Is he telling you? Sorry.
If he tells me stuff, like, okay, so like he's the fact investigator for Richard Allen for the defense he's hired on. So if he tells me things like about that case, he always puts in caps, confidential, do not repeat, so that I'll know, because he knows I go on panels. But this stuff that he's telling me is stuff that he's going to be saying in this documentary that it might be airing in another week now, come to think of it. I think it's this weekend.
Okay, that was going to be my question. I was going to ask you if he minded you saying things or not. I know that you wouldn't say anything you didn't feel comfortable saying, though.
Oh yeah, no. There's lots of stuff I don't repeat, but if it's if it's something that's coming out in the documentary, then it's fine.
Yeah. I just want to know where they're getting their like who the hell are these sources that's telling all this information?
I think the news people, I think some of these big news, like this is Fox that's doing this documentary. I think they have some kind of leeway where they get some kind of information. Howard Bloom, I mean, he sat down and ate dinner with the chief of police. I mean, he knew exactly everything that man was doing. He was out, turkey hunting on Thanksgiving? No, he was having Thanksgiving dinner when he got the call. No, what was he doing? He was doing something when he got the call that the murders occurred.
Tony, thank you for that super chat. He said to see Willie's eyebrows, $2 tucked into his shorts.
Poor Willie.
Thank you for that, Tony.
Hey, Willie, why? Willie's so quiet.
Willie's asleep.
I think he's about to go to sleep.
Willie. Wake your ass
If he's
up.
not already asleep.
Yeah.
So Avery, though, with the question, the other one that you had asked about all of the stuff being moved out, I know that Mr.
They
Goncalves
didn't say
did go.
They didn't say stuff. They said what? Okay, so I said, was she fully moved out of the house, and if so, for how many weeks? And the reply I got was yes, she was completely moved out, but they didn't say anything about stuff. They just said yes, she was completely moved out, and that she'd been out for several weeks.
Okay, well, to me, completely moved out means has taken all of your stuff.
That's what I would think. But I think she left some stuff for, like, wasn't she selling, like, the furniture and stuff to another roommate? Like, I think there was things that she was leaving.
I was just gonna let you know that he did do the thing and said that there was no blood on any of the red rum on her bed.
Yeah.
And you could see the photos. I went and I found that article. So
And
I don't know if
the whole reason that I messaged and asked is because there's a channel that I seen today, and I don't know if this channel is like legitimate with their facts or not, and I don't know if I can say, I can say the channel name because I'm not bashing them, right?
Yeah, as long as you're not bashing them, that's fine.
Okay. It's a blonde lady called the Reporter Room. And
you're talking about Jessica Della Davies?
Yes, yeah.
I know you're talking about.
And she was insinuating that the photo on Bryan's phone is of Maddie. So that's when I sent and I thought, okay, well, maybe Maddie was the target. So that's when I sent the message to the Gonzalez family page, because I was trying to figure out if Kaylee really was moved out and had been moved out, then she probably would be right that Maddie was the target. So that's what I was kind of trying to like put together.
So wait, so Maddie, Bryan had pictures of Maddie on his phone, is what she was saying?
That's what she was. So she was, the way she did it is she's a smart woman now. She was saying about him having pictures on his phone. But when she was saying it, she was showing on her screen in the video pictures of Maddie. So like that was her way of allegedly
saying it
saying
without
that.
saying it.
Yes, yes.
But how would she know that? Because didn't it come out somewhere that he didn't have pictures?
See,
No.
I don't know.
But at the beginning of her show, she says everything on this channel is not facts. So
maybe it's
And
just a theory of hers.
and I've asked Jason 5 more times, in fact, to the point that he's ticked me off about details about this breakdown on the campus that he had before he got terminated. And he will not.
Please are not interrupting.
And
Yeah, hold on
Jason,
just a second, Marina. Go ahead, Avery.
he
Let
will
me know.
not. He will not answer me. I'm like, Jason, was it a mental breakdown? Was it a rage? Was it physical? Like, what kind of, you can't just say breakdown. I've asked him, like, I'm telling you, 50 million times. He is completely ignoring answering my question. And so that means
Well, that's a red flag.
that means it's something he can't tell me. So I'm
But
like, I want to know about this damn breakdown.
with hey Pepper, how are you? With this picture of Maddie allegedly being on his phone, I mean, Ann and them has came out and said that there's no connections between Bryan and the victims.
I know. That's why I'm trying to figure it all out. That's why I was like, I'm just going to message the family page and ask them if Kaylee was moved out, because it would make sense then I hate to even think of one of them as a target, but I would like to know if there was a target.
I mean, it's a possibility she was putting it out as her theory.
Yeah, it could have just been a theory that she was
Because
putting
at the
out.
beginning of her stream, she tells everybody this is not facts.
Yeah,
This is
and
just
I've
based
Right.
on
watched
everybody's opinions.
I've
don't
watched a
forget,
couple of her videos, but not a whole lot.
if it is a target, then it kind of makes me go back on a play of words. You didn't have to go upstairs, or you didn't have to go up them steps, or whatever he said, Mr. Gonsalves. And I still don't
Yeah,
understand what that means.
Not
I
either.
I wish he would have, or
Clarified.
yeah, if he would have spoke on that a little bit more. But it might have been something that was all he could say, and he couldn't say anything else about it.
Yeah.
That, and he did say, Steve Gonzalez did say, which I think that video disappeared, but he did say that Bryan had messaged one of the girls or two of the girls on Instagram, and that he didn't know if the girls had even seen the messages because he thought they were sitting in their other account, like people that you're not following and they go to your other
Right.
messages.
Hey, Tippy Long Stalking.
Avery, when you say message one of the girls, are you talking about victims or the two witnesses?
He said victim. Steve
Okay.
Gonzalez. Yeah.
But was there? Now I'm gonna have to go back through the search warrants. Because was there a search warrant for any social media for Bryan other than, was it TikTok?
Well, there wasn't one for his Meta, at least. So he didn't have one for Instagram. He didn't have one for Facebook. He had a TikTok one. He had a Tinder one. He had a Reddit one. He had a Twitter one.
Then he had. I was getting ready to say Yik Yak.
Yeah. There wasn't, so no Snapchat or anything like that, was it?
Trying to remember about Snapchat.
I don't think it was, but hold on, because I wrote down, because those last ones, let me just go to them. The last search warrants that they had put out, let me check those real quick. Was that, there was, what is it, three Metas, a T-Mobile, and a Verizon. Let's see. That website's still not working for some reason, so we're going to get rid of that. Okay, let me go down to the search warrant real quick.
How lagging am I?
Yeah, so there's a 3 T-Mobile, Verizon, and none of those are for him.
And do we know that every search warrant was uploaded I mean, it would be very easy for a clerk to be uploading that stuff to the website and miss a couple.
Okay, there's one thing that really hasn't been brought up about this whole what apps was he on and not on thing on his phone. So even if they got his phone, and Bryan obviously is a computer guy, he's somewhat intelligent. You can run apps off an SD card on a phone and take that SD card out and throw it out the window. And that app never happened on that phone because it happened on the card.
Yep.
Yep.
Did you know that you can save stuff to your Fire Stick too?
Yes.
Yep.
Well, they took his Fire Stick.
Yeah.
They took
Yeah.
that.
Let's
And I'm
see,
sure
they-
I'm sure he hacked his Fire Stick, so if they really need a felony, they can jump to that.
I have a lot of questions since yesterday or the day before when the Papa Rogers account popped back up. My mind went all over the place because I swear on everything that I own, whoever has that Papa Rogers account is either an accomplice or a cop, or because the things that they put out about being in the Poconos, about the sheep, it's
The
somebody.
Poconos wasn't from there, was that? That was on 4chan, I'm pretty sure.
No, it was Papa Rogers on Facebook.
Well, I know that somewhere it was posted that I'm in a shithole town in Pennsylvania or something like that. Come find me. I do remember that.
Yes.
I thought that was on Reddit.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that it was on 4chan.
I
don't-
think Philip is right.
I don't think Poconos was ever mentioned by Papa Rogers, was it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
Okay.
remember it specifically. And it's driving me crazy. So I don't know, did law enforcement reactivate that for a minute? Or
They wouldn't have to.
what about
Yeah,
if there's an accomplice?
I don't think law enforcement would have to actually activate the account to gain access.
No, they wouldn't.
So then
They've
have
got
to
a backdoor
be,
thing going.
Then it would have to be an accomplice.
I'm not
Or-
gonna say who I think Papa Rogers.
You know they
Oh,
closed it.
yes, you are.
They
I'm
just
not.
I
Yes,
bet you.
you
I
are.
bet you. I believe the same person as Scarlett does.
you know they deactivated it, right, Avery, again?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
deactivated after it was reactivated.
And then did you guys see that New York Post article just 4 days ago talking about the police are still confused about the 8-hour time gap? And
Oh, here we go with the articles.
I didn't see that one.
Good old New York Post.
I'll find it and post it in back chat.
Everybody's confused about the 8 hours.
Well, what's gonna
Yeah, how could you not be?
happen now is everybody's gonna write articles and put things out because there's nothing going on.
And see what they'll do is like these documents when they drop. Let's say a document drops tomorrow, and like the big mainstream media will take off with it and they'll cover it. And then the next 2 to 3 days after that, all these other people will come out with articles on it, and they'll have a whole week worth of talking about the same thing, but from
Wording it
different,
Yep.
and from different media places.
Right.
And that's why we don't know what to believe, because they either word it different or put out something that people want to run with.
Gotta wait for court.
Hey,
Marie-
Ashes, how are you?
Marina, did you want to say something? Marina.
I think she's on a delay.
Yeah, no. It's okay. It's fine. I'm gonna email.
Okay.
I'm going through because somebody I don't remember who it was, had sent me a bunch of screenshots of some of the Papa Rogers stuff. Probably not all of them, but I was going through to see if he had mentioned the Poconos anywhere in any of them. I mean, even Papa Rogers was wanting to know how long this person was in the house. How did he leave the scene?
I'm gonna change my picture to Papa Rogers and put Papa Rogers on my name, and we're gonna start some internet shit.
Well, you remember Elliot came into chat and he changed his name to Papa Rogers, and he didn't know that when you change your name, you have to keep it.
Yeah,
like
it doesn't go away.
so he had to wait till his however many days it is before he could change it back.
I think it's
I
14
like the ones who
days.
do it and don't realize that the mods and the creators can see their channel.
Let's see, Papa Rogers on December the 12th. What do we think is the height and the weight of the murderer?
Oh Lord.
Oh, jeez. That's, I mean,
Like he's
that's pure speculation in the worst possible way.
Yep. Why didn't they just ask what his eye color was?
we want to know, did he drive, walk, or some combination of both to the scene? Hey, Froggy. Okay, that was all of them. That was all that was sent to me. That's probably not all of Papa Roger's stuff, though. But I don't remember anything being said about Poconos, which it could be one that I didn't see, but I do remember something being said from somebody about, I'm in Shithole, Pennsylvania, come find me.
I just sent you the screenshot of the 4chan with that, but it's gross with all of it.
Let's see, Monday, 12th of
4chan with the greatest
December. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I forgot about the other part being a part of that. So I'm not going to pull that up. But yeah, he does say some very disgusting things. And then says, I'm hiding in the woods in Shithole, PA. Good luck catching me.
Right.
And then.
Oh, this is just a different. It's because it's from a search. They're not related.
Okay.
But they're made by the same person. But it's not. It's just that first one about Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania does kind of suck. No offense to anybody who lives there.
Yeah, that is. It was just a question. Was there any ceiling fans in that house?
No.
Oh, wait, we lost Lady V. Hold on, Lady V.
Any what?
Ceiling fans.
Oh.
No, there weren't. No. That's why. No.
Okay. And,
This little girl needs to go to sleep.
she's just playing.
She tried to take me out with a chair earlier. I was going outside. I was coming back from outside, and I got to feel my way because I can't really see in the dark.
Right.
And she had her little cocomelon chair sitting in the doorway of my room. About fell over it. I said, Aubrey, you trying to take mom out? No.
Aw.
Does she mess with you at all?
Sometimes she'll say, I can't see. I can't see.
That would be too good for me to pass up if I was a kid.
But most of the time she helps me.
Aw.
She'll say, I hold your hand, Mom. I take you to the kitchen.
Yeah, I
So
would.
at least she's trying to help you.
Yeah, I would have too, but I would have had to mess with them.
Oh, yeah, she messes with me. She'll say, I can't see.
Avery.
Oh, Mom. Huh?
Avery, I was going to ask you a question if you can hear me. And
Yeah. I was searching for the Poconos Post and the New York Post, but go ahead.
I was going to ask, do you have any idea what order they were deceased?
Yeah.
I know we see the affidavits and all that kind of stuff, and we kind of guess that's the way they went.
Yeah, I can confidently say this because Jason has said it on other panels and even on court TV that it was Xana and Ethan first and then the girls. And that's why Steve Gonzalez said he did not have to go upstairs.
Yeah, that makes more sense. Because at first I was thinking, well, they went upstairs first because if that's the target, but I don't know if that was the target. And then I got other scenarios about why they would go to Xana and Ethan first.
I always wondered because of what Steve said.
I figured it was Xana and Ethan first because Xana was still awake. and heard something. But then I can't understand why she didn't scream.
Okay, so if Xana and Ethan were first, that would have
How
meant
did
he would have
Dylan
had
see?
to have gone back to Xana's room
Mhm.
after he goes to the third floor, because if he didn't, then Dylan's story is not
Don't add it.
corroborated with what she's claiming she's seen.
Yep.
Right. So he may have went back down to close the door. I don't know. But what doesn't make sense to me is Xana had a lot of defensive wounds, right? To the point where some of her fingers were almost completely gone. So she fought.
Well, wait,
Why was there not screaming?
okay, so that I heard from News Nation, who doesn't give who their sources are, so I don't know if that's true or not.
Right.
And now, Mr. Gonzalez did say that the coroner told him that Xana had defensive wounds, but that was all that he
It
said.
also can mean you putting your arms up the blocking.
Right.
I mean, it's not always you're fighting back.
Yeah.
You can also do it in your sleep.
Right.
I'm trying to remember where else I heard that from.
Because News Nation had came out one night and claimed that it was almost like Xana had grabbed the blade of the knife and it was pulled through her hand, and that's why her fingers were like that. But we don't know if that's true or not, because I haven't heard anything from law enforcement saying that that's how she was. Because I've also heard things about Ethan as well and some of his wounds, but we don't know if it's true or not.
But not only that, Xana was on TikTok at 4:12. So how's that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I think she was awake.
Oh, Jesus, I'm sitting here clicking on stuff, y'all. Hold on one second.
I don't know.
Avery, your choocheronis are loud tonight.
Scarlett, do you reckon?
I know.
Do you reckon the bad guy that came in might have bumped into her as she's coming back up the stairs to get her DoorDash?
She was on TikTok at 4:12 though.
Well, I'm trying to figure if she left her phone on TikTok and then walked out. I don't know.
I don't even.
Sure, what I mean, might have been Ethan on the. I don't know.
I don't even. I know it's so confusing.
It's the goofiest case I've ever tried to dissect.
That's what makes me think he went upstairs first, and then to Xana and Ethan.
Hey, Big Al, are my chupacabras bugging you? Because I can.
No, I was just commenting on how loud they're. Very active this evening.
They're assholes.
Oh, that's the South for you. If I went outside right now, you would hear the same thing. They're super loud.
Oh,
all you can hear tonight is frogs.
My next door neighbor's got a frog pond, and all I can hear them is going off.
I got 100 yards behind me. There's like a gazillion of the little
I'm
fuckers.
surprised you didn't hear mine when I was outside.
Ooh, Riddler, I walked out to my vehicle the other night barefoot. I had to go grab something out of my vehicle, and I stepped on a frog barefoot.
Can I say something
Poor
about frogs?
frog.
Ugh.
Well, I stepped on a snake the other day.
Oh yeah, I've done
and
that.
it might as well have been a 12-foot cobra.
Oh, good Lord.
Because I came alive then.
You can do matrix moves in the air.
My dad was scared to death of snakes. Me and my mom and sister absolutely loved them.
I think MB's trying to sneak in a question.
Yeah, I think so. I was getting ready to say that.
Go ahead, Marina.
Yeah, I don't know. It wasn't even a question. I just wanted to say, I actually brought my son a frog for the first time today. And we put in a little bucket, and he thought it was the cutest thing. He said, "Aw, froggy." That's all.
They are cute, but they don't feel good under your bare feet.
No, it's kind of gross.
This was a teeny frog. It was cute.
Like, this is how I know I'm now like really a country girl, because a rat snake came into my laundry room, and we couldn't catch it because, of course, you know, it slithered off. So, but then and this was in the winter, so then all of the mice in my house disappeared. I had no longer had mice, and it was a rat snake getting them. And so I was totally cool with just living with this rat snake in my walls.
Hell
And
no.
my friends back home in California, they were like, "You are certified country."
Was it a red rat or a gray rat?
Gray.
I don't know. I've seen a few country women open up with a 22 revolver on a rat snake in their house. So country goes both ways. There's still people in the country that are scared of snakes.
Yeah,
I'm one of them.
Thanks.
Willie, are you awake? I hate to kick him off panel if he's not awake.
Yep.
Okay, I just want to make sure because we were calling for you earlier and you didn't answer, and I didn't want to kick you off if you're awake.
I'm listening.
Okay.
I was about to say, because Tony wants to come in, Willie, if you don't mind. I think that's what
Who?
Scarlett was getting at. Maybe I'm wrong. I
Yeah,
could
I'll
be
jump
wrong.
down.
Oh
That
wait,
is so
hold on. I didn't even know Tony was backstage. Hold on.
Oh,
Yeah, he is.
Okay, there he is. Okay, Tony, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were backstage.
Hi, Tony and Puppy.
What's up, Tony?
Hi, guys.
How are
Hi,
you?
Tony and Ava.
Hey, Tony.
Hey, Tony.
Hi, folks.
Hello, Tony.
I notice you, Tony.
Oh, look, she's looking at us.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Kim does the best here, so.
I'm just kidding, Scarlett. I mean, no, I know. I mean, nothing bad.
Eva. Eva.
Eva.
She's looking.
Who's that?
She's looking at Tony like, what are those crazy quesadillas?
No,
Yeah,
she's
she's
saying,
like, "Whoa."
Dad, can we put Animal Planet back on? Come on.
Sofa, I think she likes your voice. Watch, talk again and see if she looks.
Maybe later.
She just does not want to look at the camera.
Sofa's like, don't put me on the spot.
The baby might scare her by screaming.
Eva.
I think she heard the baby the other night and was like, "Where's that coming from?"
This child.
She is just like the most chillest dog I've ever seen.
Look at her. She's trying to get out of there.
Look at her. She's posing. I kind of want to steal her.
That's what I
Like,
said.
Dad, why you got me on YouTube again?
Tony, what's your address?
I'm in New Zealand.
He's all the way in
Come
New
and see
Zealand.
me.
Oh,
Tell
dang it.
Carl.
Yeah.
Ava.
It's a small flight.
Come
Ava.
see me.
She's looking. Ava. Come here, baby. Come here, Ava. Come on, Ava. She's looking at me like,
Just stop.
right? Really? You think I'm that stupid?
Scarlett, you asked me about Ted Bundy, and of course I put it in the chat, but
Okay.
it was one of the first televised, and most people thought that how could this man unalive so many women? They didn't believe it until the bite marks came out.
The bite mark evidence. Is that the one you're talking about? The comment.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah, the bite marks. That convinced the jury. Till then, it looks like he was winning.
Ain't that when his lawyer said the bite marks could be any number of people?
I don't know. All I know is it worked because it matched his
Yeah.
to the T.
Yeah, it did.
All right, y'all. It shows we got 251 people in here and only 138 likes. So if y'all haven't hit the thumbs up, please do so.
And
That's
that
100.
was
That's over 100 deadbeats.
That was 1979, and going back to what Lady V was talking about, it was a different era because when you look at people like Johnny Depp and some of these other trials, they're not only they getting TV coverage, but they're getting streaming coverage.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, there's no comparing.
And plus, population is much larger now. 79. How many homes had cable TV?
Not
As much
many.
as you hate to point it out, these trials are cash cows.
They are.
I don't think, did we have cable in 79?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it wasn't how much available. I mean, it went to select areas of
I
different
mean,
states.
Yeah, it wasn't
all
much.
I remember is the antenna TVs.
Right.
Yeah. No, I remember because we used to watch MTV when it was good back then at a friend's house.
All I can tell you is Ted Turner got rich.
Oh yeah, big
I don't.
time.
MTV was 1981.
Yeah.
Yeah, somewhere.
And
Yeah,
what was the
somewhere in
first
there.
video? I can't remember.
Don't remember.
Wasn't it? I want my MTV.
Video killed the radio star. That's
Video
right.
killed. That's it.
Yeah, I had to Google it. I knew it was something funny,
Yeah.
and
You
it
remember?
did.
You remember a group
Yeah.
called the Monkees?
Oh, I
Oh,
remember them.
Yeah.
Now they
Davy
Davy
outsold
Jones.
they outsold the Rolling Stones and the Beatles.
Yep.
And what made them so big was that was really like the first MTV. They were doing music and videos in their show.
In their show, yeah.
So they were like the first really MTV that came out. And of course, MTV shot itself in the foot when they started doing reality shows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not
I
what
think
music.
I remember that. Wasn't it like video kill the radio?
Yeah, that's it.
yep.
I don't really sing like that though, so just so you know.
Yeah, we
It was
purchased
beautiful.
it, Avery.
But if you ever went to a Monkees concert, the real band was off to the side, and the four guys playing up front, they were musicians, but they weren't rock stars. But they pushed them to where they could be on television, and America bought it. So they became TV stars, but they really weren't. They weren't like the guys you see today, like AC/DC or Ted Nugent, could really crank that guitar down.
No, but I didn't care because I just wanted to see Dave Jones.
Right.
They made lovely melodies, though.
Yeah, he was a
Mickey
little.
Doolan, Davy Jones. Can't
Davy
beat it.
Jones was a little cutie.
Yeah,
He
Peter
was-
Oh, all the
Gabriel.
girls went to him. Yeah. There's a little midget you could put in your purse and
was.
take him away with
Thank
you
you,
somewhere.
Sharon.
I'm too
And
young for this
most of their
convo.
big songs, most of their popular top hits was sung by the drummer, not by Davy.
Mickey
Yeah, I
Doolan.
know. But Davy was the cute one.
Well, yeah, he's the flower.
Take
He's
me,
the flower pot on the front porch step. Yep.
Willie, what did you say?
Oh no, I said I'm too young for this convo.
Oh.
I don't
Yeah,
know
he
any
doesn't. He
Monkees.
doesn't remember when they first started advertising for the compact disc.
Oh no.
But also, I put in the chat that the Johnny Depp trial that really brought in some ratings.
Was that
Okay.
one in the back chat as well?
I don't know if I have it in the back chat. I had it in the regular chat, but
He puts
Johnny
everything back there.
Hey, Sofa, somebody in the chat said it's very important for you to know that their cat is your cat's twin.
What?
Your
So-
cat got a twin.
Your cat's mom is a whore.
I think her
She
name is
could be. She abandoned my
Oh.
cat and left her on the street.
Oh, that dirty. I bet she's a stripper too.
Oh, a stripper.
Terrible mom. Didn't even teach her how to bathe properly. Left
Oh
her
my
to die.
Oh,
Okay.
But she's all good now.
Okay, I thought there was something that was put in back chat.
Teacher.
Hold on, I gotta find something else real quick.
Teacher Shauna has my twin cat.
Hey Jody, it's cool. How are you? Hold on. I gotta find something in chat real quick.
I love black cats. I have one. Her name's Pippa Rabbit. Pippa Rabbit. I call her Pippa Rabbit because she feels like a rabbit. When she was a baby, she felt like a rabbit. And I love the name Pippa. And then when she gets mad, she lays her ears back and she looks like Cooper Shady.
We have an all white cat. One
Okay.
eye is blue and one eye is green.
My cat's a
Those are
psycho.
beautiful.
Keith Scarlett, 1 second, I'm trying to find it.
Big Al, are we still supposed to be voting, or did that end?
No, it ended tonight at midnight, and I cannot find any information on when they're going to announce the winners. So now I'm going to be freaking out every day trying to figure it out.
Well, I voted for your ass every day.
Thank you. I
Scarlett.
actually posted one of our reels so you can see
We
what you
did our
voted for.
part.
Keith Scarlett, was it the comment about the cat? Is that it?
Now that song's in my head.
Yeah, it was about the cat.
Okay, I just want to make sure that I
What
didn't miss it.
song?
Okay.
Everything's about
Radio
cats.
to the radio.
Oh,
They're the best.
I want my MTV. I got that stuck in my head. I want my
Wait, who
I
was
love that.
asking about Kaylee's dog's name?
Murphy.
MTV.
Yeah, okay, wait. Damn it, my chat it sticks and then it gets to going.
I can get the baby to sing her ABCs to you.
Kaylee's dog's name you were asking about.
Oh, look at Tony's dog laying on his head. My goodness.
Scarlett, where was the dog found?
In Kaylee's room on the third floor.
With the door closed.
Yes, with the
Yeah.
door closed.
So without anybody else in the room?
Yeah, there's
No.
nobody in the room.
Yeah,
It's a dog.
just Murphy was in there by itself.
So who the hell did so who the hell was playing with the dog?
I don't know.
Nobody was playing with the dog. The scuffle.
She said it
was
sounded like.
Yeah, she said that it sounded like that someone was playing. Well, she said that it sounded like Kaylee was playing with her dog on the third floor.
Oh.
See,
But the
this is
dog is
what I
fine.
picture in my head. They come home, right? They're sharing food. And so I picture Kaylee putting the dog in her room and closing the door because they're gonna eat their food. Probably don't want the dog right there in their food. And then Kaylee's trying to get a hold of Jack and he won't answer. And so then she tells Maddie to start calling Jack, and then Maddie does too. And then I figure they just fall asleep together.
But
That-
I would have.
what
Do
I
you
think.
think that, like, whenever they first got home before eating and all that, that she would have taken Murphy out to use the bathroom?
I would
think so.
I would think so.
Yeah.
Okay, Tony, that's a really
That would be on video, right?
Well, if she took
On the
him,
neighbor's camera.
if she took him out the back door, it might not be, because I don't think that there was any cameras that could see into the backyard.
So just the front.
Yeah.
Do you see Tony's eyebrows?
See, this is my theory.
Oh Lord, Tony the eyebrows.
I think they
Oh,
ate,
God.
then they went upstairs, or they ate, then tried calling Jack till 2:52. Then they went upstairs. Maddie was in her room. Kaylee was in her room with the dog. And then Kaylee heard something, so she shut the dog in her room and went over to Maddie's room, and that's
When what happened to her happened.
Yep.
I mean, that's a logical theory. I've even thought of that myself. Because honestly, I don't see Kaylee leaving Murphy in a room by herself all night if
I
she's
don't
staying
either.
in Maddie's room.
I think she,
I don't either.
I think she would have gone and gotten him
I
myself.
think that if that was, I think
Look
Kaylee
at Tony
or
with the dog
Maddie
every
would have
night.
went and got Murphy and brought him in her room
Yeah.
if they were staying in there together.
Right.
Because you don't want to leave a puppy by itself; it'll tear up things.
Right.
And he was just a puppy at the time.
Oh, it was a puppy?
Yeah,
Yeah, he was
wasn't
only
even
like
10 or 11 months old. He wasn't
10,
even a year
yeah.
old
Oh,
yet.
yeah.
But
Yeah.
I wonder though if she had a kennel or something that she put him in, like whenever they were going to the corner club, did she just let him roam loose in the bedroom
Or in the house.
or yeah, maybe in the house? Or I don't even think she would let him roam free in the house if she wasn't there, just because
I don't either.
a lot of people come and go out of that house, which we've seen it on body cam footage.
Right.
And there's a chance that they could leave a door open and him get out. I think
Right.
that whenever she left, she probably left him in her room, but I'm wondering if she might have left him like in a kennel,
kennel.
while she was gone, and then brought him out when she got home.
At
Right.
8 months old, my dog ate his way out of a plastic kennel.
Some
Well-
dogs, like my daughter has a big dog, but her dog will sit in it like she's completely kennel trained.
No, he was cool after that. But at about 8 months, he ate his way out of a plastic kennel.
It's so
My
hard to figure out because the sheets and comforter on Kaylee's bed literally looks like she was in the bed and then like turned them down to get out of the bed. And like that's
Avery, how many college kids do you know make their
They
bed?
even make their beds. I mean, there could be some,
but
but
it doesn't look unmade. It looks like she was in it, and like you know how when you go to get out of the bed, you like fold the stuff
Well, but
you
they
fold.
might have been
No,
looking for another roommate too.
I'm 56-year-old and I don't make my bed.
I
I
don't see any
make
point
my
in.
bed every day. Did you know that making your bed every single morning
That's important.
establishes a positive mindset?
Yep.
Well, I
I'm
have a positive
positive. I'm
mindset. I
positive.
just
I'm
don't make
going
my bed.
upstairs.
Hi, hi, hi. What am I going to do with you
You
people?
start off with doing
I
something
don't make my
positive.
bed because my granddaughter just would tear it up anyway. So
I used to make mine every single day.
Y'all
It
need
didn't
to go
help
through
my
boot camp.
outlook.
Yeah, right, brother.
Will you make your bed
I
every
need
day?
to get my husband
Abso-
out of it before I can make it.
absolutely.
My dad always said, if you make your bed every day, no matter what, before you leave your room, you've accomplished something.
Well,
Exactly.
that's true. I used to make my bed every single day, put the bedspread on and everything else. Now I'm like, I don't really care.
I ain't got time for that.
I actually learned that in
I got
psychology.
nails to play with.
I don't remember if it was undergrad or grad school, but that was one of the things that we learned. Like little things that you do like that when you first wake up. They set the
It just feels
tone.
better at the end of the day when you're laying in
Well,
like when you're laying in a made bed.
Well,
Kelly might have. I
it
mean,
like
you
sets
know,
the
she
tone.
probably had to do it at home, so she probably did it at college.
When
They
I
could
was
have been
in
looking
boot
for
camp,
another roommate.
my training instructor told us there's two ways to make a bed: the right way and the do it over again way.
Yeah,
If
with
you can't bounce a quarter off of it, it ain't made right.
exactly. And those corners got to be tucked.
You know what, Riddler? Because I grew up with.
Can I apologize to Scarlett really quick? You had put me back on, and I just remembered I changed my picture. I am so sorry.
Riddler, because I grew up with a sergeant major as a dad. To this day, I still make my bed, my sheets, military style. Or you,
Hospital corners.
yes, I still do that to this day.
Mm.
okay, I'm back.
Oh, Scarlett, while you were gone, the lady that says MB, she was apologizing to you for something.
For what?
Changing her picture?
Yeah, I thought you heard
No,
her.
I said, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can now. I had to mute and take my headset off for a second. I'm sorry. What was you
It's
saying?
fine. I had made a bigger deal. Still on back chat, and you had already put me on. That's all. I forgot about my picture being changed.
Oh no, your picture was fine. I just didn't. Whenever you had the other name up there, I just wanted to make sure that it was you from earlier.
Oh, yeah, I got that. I just forgot that my name was changed. Like I re-changed my name back to the normal one, and the
Okay,
picture is
yeah.
different. So I'm like looking for my picture, and it's not the same because it's new today. I
Okay,
kept the
no,
picture today, but yeah, that's all.
yeah, you're good. No
Avery,
worries.
Continue on, guys.
Riddler.
yes. Does your friend still think there's
Yeah,
one guy and one weapon?
yep.
Mhm.
He still thinks that it's Bryan and one weapon. Yeah, he sure does. But then again, he also believes Richard Allen's innocent. So there's that.
Well,
I
Richard,
just want to know who the heck his sources are. Like, I want to know where he's getting this information.
Richard Allen, he confessed
Yes,
over the
Yeah,
phone.
to his mom and his wife.
yeah.
Yes.
They're saying that it was his mental state and deterioration, and
Yeah, he's the one that's doing all that to get
yeah,
attention.
it's a lot.
Hey, Brian R., how are you?
I don't know. I don't follow that case. It's too much.
I missed Lori speaking today. I heard all
Yeah,
of it
I
except
didn't even
Oh
watch it.
Lord.
that's the only part I missed was her talking.
She's still delusional.
How many people think that they're going to change the timeline the state is by the time they get to trial?
You
100%.
think?
I don't think so.
No,
Well,
because I
they
mean,
might. I think so. When the task report came back and they have more accurate pings and more accurate details, I think it might change slightly.
Do you think it's going to change back to the original Riddler?
Well, something's got to change. I mean, you can't tell me the guy is in the house at this time, 425, but I got him speeding away a block away,
420.
420.
Yeah.
Now
Yeah.
go.
Well, I think they'll drop to 425.
I would
Now,
jury that.
I'm not saying he didn't do it. I'm just saying you got something wrong in this timeline. And if I was a judge, I'd say, hey, buddy, get this fixed before I sign it.
But
Yeah.
but the defense is building their whole defense around the timeline, so it's kind of hard for them to change it, in my opinion.
Well, it's going to be
No.
egg on their face
The
unless they
Yeah.
got
defense wants
evidence
to build. The defense wants to build around the people that get up on the witness stand.
And the timeline.
He's got to present a timeline to the jury. He's got to.
Yeah.
Because timelines in cases are everything. That's like the
Yep.
very first thing that when
Yeah.
a case
That's why
happens,
Michigan. Yeah, that's why Michigan has a problem with it. 'Cause,
that is like the very first thing you start doing as a timeline.
Yeah, but look how much of the timeline was different. It was more accurate in the Murdaugh trial.
I didn't follow that case though as well, so I don't know a whole lot about the timeline.
Yeah, when it came to
Where's
the
that?
trial, like they were down to the minute with things, down to
But
the
at
second.
this point, the defense has everything. So depending on how the defense acts, in my opinion, is going to show me what the prosecution has. So
Hey,
I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting and seeing.
Willie, I wanted to ask you a question. I went
Yeah.
to your lawyer friend's channel. What is it? Michigan MKS.
Oh, MLS Law Show.
But it was an English or an Australian man on there talking. It wasn't him.
No,
Yeah.
he has. I've been over to his chat a couple of different times, and he's had I want to say a British guy that's been on there before, and then another guy. I forgot where the other guy was from. And then he would be there, but he would pop in. I guess he had to go do something or stepped away or whatever, and then he popped in.
Oh, okay.
So that could have been what happened.
Okay, because I was like, dang, it's the same logo, same picture, but do I have the wrong channel?
No, that was the right one because I know who the guys are. I can't remember what their names are, but they're both, like I said, one's British, I believe, and the other one, I forgot where the other guy said he was from. They were telling about their channels, and then MLS like popped back in on the live because I was wondering like maybe he's just letting them do a live there, and then he popped back in. So
yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
yeah, so yeah, you had the right channel.
Oh, we lost Big Al. No, Big Al's still there. This loud taquito, the loudest one, I'm gonna name him Big Al.
It's exactly what I sound like when I rub my legs together.
See, when you talk, he stops. See how it's quiet right now? But when you talk, he stops.
I think it's annoying as hell.
Who said that?
Me.
Rude.
I think it's relaxing.
Rude.
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 Okay, so
That
Avery,
was
when are you going to talk to this Jason dude again? Because I want to know who his sources are and all this.
Oh, I talk to him every day.
Okay, well, I want to know who his sources are.
I'll ask him, but I don't know if I'm going to get an answer.
Like, I don't need names. I just need to know, is it law enforcement or is it the media telling him this? or what?
Papa Roger.
I know some of them he gets from Court TV because he's on Court TV like 4 times a week. So I know some of them he gets from there, but I'll ask him and see.
Okay.
So,
So, okay, wait. If he's getting it from Court TV,
Sometimes he gets his stuff from Court TV.
so is he verifying this information that Court TV gives him?
Well, they have people who work for them that for Court TV that verify it. Like what's that painter lady's name?
Chanley Painter?
Yeah, they
Yeah.
get the people who they have on the ground.
I mean, they've got fact checkers, but if
Yeah.
Court TV isn't reporting it themselves, then why
Yeah,
aren't
why
they
would-
reporting?
Why would they pass it off to somebody else?
You'll have to listen
Say.
like to some of Court TV's discussions and you'll catch some of the things they say. I really think that like Nancy Grace, all of them, I really think that they get their information from the same source. I think they have some kind of like loophole.
I think so.
They've got a shared writer.
Did you say they have a shit writer?
Well, yeah, but a shared
Shared.
writer.
A sheer writer?
Shared.
A shared writer. They all
Shared.
share the same writer. You know, Coffin Daff, all these guys with anonymous sources, they're all getting it from the same place.
Oh, okay.
You've seen what the Huffington Post put out, which they're the biggest liars on the earth. They put out
Big
that,
statement.
yeah, Huffington Post still, unfortunately, they are.
They're pretty bad.
They're the worst.
Right out there, CNN.
They're worse than that.
That's not possible.
They put out that BK has an alibi with this Asian girl and another friend.
Yeah.
Could be
I
something
must
in
have
there.
missed that
Yeah,
one.
Wait, what'd you say, Riddler?
Okay, Huffington Post, and I'll see if I can pull it back up. And there's even a video that shows that his alibi is BK was with an Asian female and another guy.
So he went out with his buddy to get a rub and tug? Is that what you're saying?
Didn't you say that?
No, I've heard
Well, I have heard about him being seen with an Asian lady around his apartment.
He had an Asian girlfriend.
Yeah,
I
I've
know
heard
it doesn't go with the incel theory, but he had an Asian
Now,
girlfriend.
whether or not that is true, I don't know. But there was a rumor going around that he was seen around his apartment complex with an Asian lady. It could be someone that he works with. It could be someone who is also in the PhD program and lives there in the same apartment complex as him. It could have been anything. They could have just been walking together because they're friends.
One
or
of the
whatever.
neighbours came forward and said that she used to see him with an Asian girl all the time.
or it could
Yeah,
have been
and-
the girl's apartment that he broke into to put cameras in for.
Yeah.
No,
Now, can I say something about incel?
Oh, God.
Ted Bundy was the one that actually used that phrase. It doesn't mean they don't have a woman, it's how they see themselves. Ted Bundy had a girlfriend. He almost got married until she turned him down. It's not that they can't be with women, it's how they perceive themselves and
Yes.
women.
Well, there's they call them voluntary incels. Like I was
Yeah,
in,
I'm one.
It's involuntarily celibate. Is what
Yeah.
incel means.
no, voluntary.
That's what incel stands for.
Voluntarily, voluntarily incel. That was me for like 13 years. It's a thing.
Yep, it's a thing.
It doesn't mean there's
That's good.
something wrong with you. It just means you choose not to, interact with
Participate.
women. Yeah.
But again, I'm saying Ted Bundy is the one that coined that phrase, and he did have a girlfriend. He did, almost get married, and
Didn't the girlfriend have a daughter?
yeah,
Okay, I thought I remember hearing that.
Isn't Ted Bundy the one who was kind of good? Isn't he the good looking?
he's the one that people say he is. I never found him attractive myself.
Is he the one who did like all the interviews right before he was put to
Yeah,
death? Okay.
he's also the one that helped with the Green River killer.
He helped with it?
Yeah, he helped the FBI with it.
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Detectives from Washington flew here to Florida, and they interviewed him, and he told them, "Do not remove the body. That's where y'all make your mistake.
Yeah, he's
Stake
visiting.
out the bodies." He said he'll come back and visit it
Yep, and he did.
because
That's
they
how-
like that. Because they like to have sex with the deceased.
Yeah,
That is so disgusting.
Yeah,
Jesus.
it
That's a lot of
is.
double standards.
But he was right.
but it boils down to how they see themselves.
Scarlett, I dropped the link
Let's
to
bring
that
up the
Huffington
definition
Post
of an
article.
incel.
Okay,
And let's see
thank
what
you.
the definition says. What is the definition of an incel?
Look it up.
Somebody that views himself what, lady?
I don't know the exact definition of it. Basically, it's somebody that sees themselves, even with when they're with women, it's somebody that sees themselves like.
Hold on, we're going to ask Twitter.
Yeah, ask Twitter because it's hard.
I mean, not Twitter, shit.
It's a member
Google.
of an online community who
No,
perceives
it's a mental.
themselves as
No, it's a mental
It's
type of.
mentally how
God,
they think.
I was
It's
reading.
changed. It's evolved. It's changed and evolved, Avery. But that's not how it started out.
I was
Okay.
reading you the definition.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, I don't want to now.
Avery,
Well, excuse
read
me.
it.
I'm sorry.
Hold on a minute now. Now I forgot it.
Okay, well, what I've got pulled up here, it says incel stands for involuntary celibate, and it refers to an online subculture of men who feel like they are unable to be in a romantic or sexual relationship with someone due to the reasons that are out of their control. They often talk together on forums and 4chan, Reddit, and other incel forums that can be found on specific sites for incels.
So being with a girl, you're not an incel then.
Well, you are if you're not having.
Yeah, it's saying that they're unable to find or be in a romantic and or sexual relationship with someone.
It's
Right.
actually a feminist term
Okay.
to insult men. That's what it is.
Yeah,
Because of how they
reasons out of their control is what it says on here.
because of how they
It is most.
perceive themselves. They perceive themselves as unattractable and unwantable.
Thank you.
Right.
It is
But yeah,
mostly
he's
though.
going
May
on
I?
dates from dating
And
sites and other stuff.
to be
It's actually
honest-
not even a thing. It's
And
not
to
even
be
a thing.
honest, I think BK sees himself like that.
I agree.
And I don't. I see him as cocky and confident. I don't see him as
We have
You can
nothing to
be
show-
cocky and confident. Doesn't
There's
mean
nothing to
that you
show he
don't
was an
see
incel.
yourself
There's-
as somebody
there's
that
nothing-
wants you.
Okay,
There's
look
nothing to
back
show
at
he was
Ted
an
Bundy.
incel.
Ted
The
Bundy was
narrative that came from left field.
Narrative, Willie, 100%.
He
well,
was
Yeah,
also
right.
a
was one of them
cannibal.
that put
He
it out
had
there.
cannibalistic urges, and that's why he was a vegan. Did no one listen to the lady on Vacation?
He was a cannibal.
Wait, he became a
Cannibalistic
vegan
vegan,
because he was having
Cannibalistic
cannibalistic
vegan himself.
urges.
Wait,
and
Bryan
he's
Kohberger
an
was?
incel. That's what the psycho the person
Everybody gets
said.
this shit from.
That's what the person said.
No, she's a
Scarlet?
profile or something. I don't know, but
Yeah,
she
Riddler.
said that.
Yeah, I want to apologize to the Huffington Post. It was not them that said that. So
Okay.
my apologies to the Huffington Post. But the Huffington Post does put out that Bryan was not in the area, and I'll send it to you at the time of the
Well, his
unlocking.
So
defense says the same thing.
Hey, let me
Right.
ask you guys something. Have you guys ever listened to Reverend Donna Serafina?
One time.
No.
Okay,
That's it.
so
That's
I
enough one time.
I never believed in stuff like that, but I went back and listened to her videos of she described exactly where
Where-
Lori Vallow's children were,
Yes.
and I mean down to the T. And so now, because now I'm kind of believing her. Have you guys listened to what she has said about this case?
No.
Yes.
Oh, well, fill us in, Lady V.
No, I'm not going to. You go ahead. I'm just saying yes, and I do believe in that stuff.
Oh, I believe it because when she described it down to a T, where JJ was, oh, I believed it
I was mind
because I
blown.
was watching it. I was
I was
watching the
so
video of them finding them kids.
yeah, I was so mind blown that her videos were so accurate. I couldn't
Okay,
believe
then
it.
why can't she find Summer Wells? Because she did a lot of videos on Summer
Because
Wells.
the parents won't talk to her.
Well, but if you have to have somebody talk to you, that's not the same thing, Betty.
Well, it's well, I know that, but I don't know how she said it. She explained it.
My mom, watched my mom when I was a teenager put a map on the table and tell these people without any, I mean, they just
Well,
told her
actually, she did
about
say
it.
where Summer was. Nobody wants to believe it.
She put a map on the table and she said, "Your daughter's right here. And I'm sorry to tell you she's no longer alive." And that was that. And they found her exactly where my mom said.
Well, she actually did say where Summer is.
Where
Where
did
did she
she
say?
say?
It was under a gazebo that's in the water. That's off the water or something like that.
Really? Does she give like a
Where
location? I'll drive over and look.
where would the gazebo be on water?
I don't know. You would have to. She might have it on one of her videos. I don't know. She said
In the
it's
middle of
like
Atlantis.
on top of the water, like it's built on top of the water. There is a wooden like little bridge that leads out to this gazebo.
Well,
Hey,
that's
Patty, how are you?
You would have to watch her video. I don't really know. I can't see it to tell you, so but I do remember her saying something like that.
I only watched her once. That was during Summer's case, and she was talking about the Eastman chemical plant. And then, like the next day, there was an explosion there, and then I haven't watched her since then.
The only reason I said what I did about once is enough is because for whatever reason, I'm not saying the woman isn't I'm not saying anything about her at all. I'm just saying, for me, I just get a vibe I don't care for. And
I don't watch her.
leave it
I
at
only
that.
watched her that one time.
Yeah, that's how I've watched her. It's just once.
So do you guys want to know a funny little story? When my daughter, she's my 22-year-old daughter, when she was 5, I believe she was 5, she was with her dad, and that day I had like this really overwhelming feeling that something had happened to her, and I could like see her underneath like a building in my mind. And then I just kept like pushing it out of my mind, right? And then a little bit later, her dad calls me to tell me they had went out to this old farmhouse and they were standing on the porch and she fell through the porch underneath the house. So for like about 6 weeks, I thought I was a psychic, but years went by and nothing ever happened again. So I really wasn't a psychic, but I thought I was for a while there.
That doesn't mean you're not.
Okay,
There's
Big Al, have a good night.
different kinds.
Watch the
Y'all too.
Mentalist show, a few episodes. You'll find out there's no such thing as psychics.
I mean,
Okay, but this
There's
Donna
intuitive people
Serafina,
and stuff.
she talked about the Idaho 4 case, right?
I don't
Yeah.
know.
Yes.
So what has she said about it?
Well, I can't remember. That's why I was telling Lady V to say it.
She had said something about the name Bryan, just different things that, I just don't, I'm just not going to say anything.
I've never seen it.
I don't know. Some of them psychics are pretty close.
Close
That
to
one
her,
lady
to her.
that says she sees a guy in the kitchen and she sees a loaf of bread and an apple. Well, the apple would be, of course, you can draw it up to wherever you want to later, but Washington State, the state of Washington, is known for apples, and the bread would
Yeah,
be
probably just after
similar to the
season.
Kohberger, because that's a famous European bread. It's a similar name.
Oh, wait,
And
who said this?
there is a female, she's a psychic, and a lot of people are turning towards her on this case because she's probably been the most accurate. She's I don't know, she looks like she's in her 40s, 50s. I hope I don't write about that because you know how it is when you tell a woman's age, especially if you get it wrong. But then again, I'm not here to run a popularity contest.
Marina, thank you for that
Yeah.
super sticker. That was very nice of you.
But she said she saw a loaf of bread and she saw an apple,
Okay.
and that's how she came up to pick him. And she, curly hair, she could see that. But you know, when that other guy that I listened to, he said the person's in the service, and I was thinking military. Then later, he says no, it's not the military, but the guy's in some kind of service where they wear blue uniforms. So, I mean, they come down to some pretty good things, and he says in his Xana's the target, and he says
Yeah.
because she knows too much.
Well, I'll tell you what, just because
I
I
think
love
it's
this.
disgraceful. I think it's disgraceful what they do.
I have a question.
Hold on though, I want to say, just because I love this channel so much, tomorrow I will review what Donna Serafina has said about the Kohberger case, and I will even take notes, and I will report it back to you.
Well, a couple of people in chat, Pickle Me Elmo and Jamie, are saying that was, and Stardust also is saying that Riddler's talking about Reverend Donna Serafina.
Is that who it is? The lady?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
who they're saying that it is.
Yeah, I went. She was a guest on somebody else's panel one night.
Was it Sweetie Paolo?
That's there you go. The blonde headed lady.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That lady is beautiful, by the way.
Yeah, she's on Sweetie Paolo's a lot. I think they go bounce
Yeah,
back and
she's
forth
pretty
on
And
each
I
other's
asked her
panels.
where the weapon was at. She says it's buried.
But very
Yes,
where?
we're
That's what we've
slander,
been saying.
defamation, anything for views.
But,
It's disgraceful.
Did you ask her
I
if the
wonder.
weapons at K-Bar?
Okay, can I ask my question?
Yeah,
Yeah.
go ahead, Betty Joe.
Okay, did Bryan? Okay, hold on. Okay, did Bryan leave school after his sophomore year and do homeschool in his junior and senior year?
That I don't know. I just know
I
that
can
he
find
graduated. Can you ask for us, Willie, and find out?
Yeah.
Okay. Because
Well,
he walked with his high school class, right? When he,
Well,
No,
he
that
was
was his
he was
college
definitely there his
graduation.
sophomore. He was definitely there his sophomore year.
Yeah, I know. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Did he do homeschool his junior and senior year?
I'll find out.
The graduation that you're talking about is his college graduation.
yeah, that was
Charlotte.
from DeSales. But I thought somebody else had said that he graduated from, what is it?
Oh, I don't know. He might have
Oh.
walked with him, but that's why I'm asking. Did he do
I-
homeschool his junior and senior year?
I think I've seen his junior yearbook picture. Wasn't it his junior?
Yeah, I do remember seeing a yearbook picture, but that could have been from what his freshman, because the one I seen was before he lost weight. But then it seems like I seen a yearbook picture of him after he lost weight, and he lost the weight in high school, right?
Yeah, the one I've seen, he was thin.
That's why I'm asking. Did he homeschool his junior and senior year, or was it just his senior year?
Okay. Yeah, if Willie can find out for us, that would be cool.
I just texted somebody, so I'll let you know.
Okay, thank you.
Hmm.
I just remember
Thank you, Willie.
he lost weight
Yep.
in high school. I just don't remember what year, but KK said that they thought junior year was the weight loss, and it could have been.
No, hell no.
So it wasn't his junior year when he lost all the weight.
No. No.
I
It
thought
was
it was
like-
his senior year.
No,
I thought it was in between.
He must have got lost.
Oh,
it was from like grade school, like his it must have been the beginning of high school because I remember him thin, and I
right.
remember him when he was that would have been 10th grade. So
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, see, that's what I'm saying. I know he was in school in his sophomore year. That's why I was asking about his junior and senior
Yeah.
year.
no,
No,
I just
think it
remember
was.
him big in grade school. Like
So you're saying that his heroin thing when he lost the weight was
no,
between.
I'm saying his weight loss had nothing to do with heroin.
Oh, it didn't.
Now if he did heroin later on, I can't speak on that. But
Oh,
what I'm saying is his initial weight loss had nothing to do with heroin. There wasn't even heroin
oh,
up there like that.
I thought for
No,
some reason I thought the drug use is what led to his weight loss.
absolutely not.
So what? He was just
That's why he was
running.
a
He
runner.
just
That's why
said
he
it.
had friends that ran because he actually ran and worked out to lose the weight. He didn't do drugs until
Oh,
after.
really? Okay.
Yeah, didn't you
Oh,
listen to? Yeah, that's why Skylar Jacobson. He was really big in the track and field, and that's why him and Bryan used to run all the time.
Okay, that's the one that said that him and Bryan would run at night, right?
Yeah, but they
Okay.
also ran because they went to school together, so
Yeah.
they
Okay.
ran after school and stuff.
And he boxed too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but he didn't. Yeah, but he must have boxed his junior or senior year because wasn't really boxing when I was in high school.
Right.
There was only one gym.
See, and none of that sounds like an insult to me. That just doesn't.
Absolutely. Well, that's why I keep saying it. It
It
wasn't
doesn't
yes,
like
line up.
media narrative.
Somebody probably just said incel just to say it, but
It's an insult. It's a
that's
way of
just-
insulting someone.
Well, honestly, I heard it, I believe, the first time on one of these media places.
I mean, that's his choice if he wants to be celibate or whatever.
but he definitely did
what's
drugs.
Apparently, well,
He
he's
definitely
not
did- he
just an
definitely did
incel.
heroin.
He's noctillion incel.
What?
Okay, what is it, Willie?
I said he definitely did heroin. Like
So
100%.
the girl Casey that was friends with him, so she
Don't
wasn't
listen to
lying
Ca-
about that.
Well, don't listen
Right.
to Casey. Well, don't listen to Casey. See, I talked to Rich Pasqua, the one that was on Fox talking, and he literally goes into detail about doing heroin with Bryan.
Okay.
So Bryan was he used a lot of heroin, but this was after,
So,
must have been senior year into after senior year.
can you snort heroin, or is that the needle thing?
You can snort it. I think you can inject
You
it,
smoke it,
smoke it,
Oh,
but generally it's
shove it up your
injected.
ass. I don't know what you can
It's
do with it.
not too advisable to snort it.
They used to call it back in my days chasing the dragon and black tar.
Yeah. Well, like I said, it wasn't really around when I was in high school.
Well, it was real big during the hippie movement.
Yeah.
Then it died down, and then it popped back up in the
Yeah.
probably the last 10 or 15 years.
Well, the heroin and meth came up
Oh,
there.
Marina,
like
hold
a
on, honey.
train.
See, she got booted to the second row, and I didn't know she was sitting back there. Marina, I'm sorry.
I've never even seen that shit
It's all good.
in person.
I've never seen heroin either. I've never seen meth. I've never seen,
Oh no.
except for in the movies. I've seen it in the movies.
Okay, so we know that issue was not a lie then. He did have an addiction.
100%.
Okay, thank you, KK. And then,
Didn't
and I'm just going by what Casey had said. She said that he told her he was in rehab. Do you know if that's true or not?
Well, I just got a message. I want to see if it's from.
Okay.
Hold on. He used to come to my house in his Tiburon in the winter when I was in cyber school and stayed over during the week. We did. Yeah, so I'm talking to Mike right now, and Mike actually did drugs with him as well. So that's how I know. Like, other than Rich, I know somebody else that did drugs with him, which is the person that I said, said that, they could see how he might have done it, but then now with everything coming out, they're like, there's, no way he did it, blah, blah, blah. So, again, nobody really knew what to think when this all came out because of what the media was saying and stuff. But now that everything has died down and stuff's coming out, then everybody kind of switched their position. But yeah, he's saying he said he definitely did drugs. He's gonna find out about the homeschooling, but the kid I'm talking to was in homeschool his senior year, so he's gonna find out where Bryan was.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Willie.
Yeah, no problem.
And the beagle.
Oh shit! Hold on.
Haha. Thank you.
And the what? What'd you
The
say, Philip?
beagle.
The beagle.
What beagle?
Things I need to know.
Oh. Well, I agree. And like I said, I think that was just started on one of these news channels. They started calling him that.
I think that is it John Kelly? Isn't he the profiler?
Yeah, he's with
Evil
Stock.
profiler.
Yeah, I think he also had referred to him as an incel as well.
Yeah.
But how do people know that without knowing him? Or knowing anything by just like, how can you just look at somebody?
It's my understanding, and I can't explain it exactly, okay, but it's my understanding it has to do with the state of mind.
Okay.
It's just a weapon.
I wonder how many guys are incels on if it has to do with the state of mind.
No,
There's
I'm not an expert. I don't know. I just wanted to make that point about
Are we
Bundy.
getting it confused with the narcissist?
Can you guys hear me?
Ted Bundy was a narcissist. Ted Bundy was cocky. Ted Bundy had women. Ted Bundy had all of this stuff, and he was the one that called himself an incel.
Can you guys hear me? Sorry.
No.
Yeah, we can hear you.
That's all the point.
I have a good amount to say on incels.
What do you got?
Okay.
So basically, they view it's kind of like the high school theory of high school, like the jocks and the cheerleaders. So there's jocks, there's Chads, and there's Shelly. It's either Shelly's or it's Karen's and Shelly's. No, Karen's maybe the nephew. But sorry.
Stacy's.
What did you say?
Wait, is she breaking up for anybody else?
Either way, there's two groups of people. There's like the jocks and the prep girls, whatever. And so there's normies, which are the normal people, and they do not. And basically, they've been disallowed to have sexual like relations with women, and they feel like they've been slighted. So it's Elliot Rogers is like the main. I think you guys have already touched on that.
Yeah, but
he didn't
couldn't get a
anyway,
girlfriend. Yeah. He couldn't get a girlfriend. That's why I did not use him as an example. The reason I used Ted Bundy was because Ted Bundy was the first one to call himself that. And he was everything cocky, all of this stuff, had girls, was going to get married and all of this business. And he's the one that referred to it being the way that he thought, the way his thought process worked. That was, I wasn't trying to argue the point or anything. I was just making a reference to what Ted Bundy said, and he was the first one.
I wasn't saying as much, Lady. That is actually, I did not know that. So it's awesome. Thank you for letting me know.
See, now I'm going to have to go back and watch this whole Ted Bundy thing. I don't know nothing about it. Willie, did you see back chat?
Huh?
Did you see back chat?
I'm tired for back chat.
The rantings of Elliot Rogers.
Listen, it's 3 o'clock in the morning here. The question is out. I'm still waiting.
No, I asked that. I wrote that before.
Okay.
I sent that while. Yeah.
The question is out.
Okay.
I'm just waiting. I asked if he had a beagle and also how he was to talk to and stuff like that. Like if he was chill to talk to, and I want to see what he says. But it sounds like if they did drugs together, then they spoke a lot, and he has some information. So.
Okay, and you said that Bryan was the one that had the tipper on, right?
I don't know. That's what he said. He said, "Hold on."
Okay.
And he has no reason to lie to me now because I'm just talking to him. He said, I used to come to my house in his Tiburon in the winter when I was
Okay.
cyber schooled, stayed over during a week. We did mad perks and dope.
Okay. Because Liza was asking, and I told her that I thought that's what you said. So I just wanted to
Yeah.
make sure.
Because I mean, like, if you used to stay over for the week and they did drugs, and I want to find out how his character was and stuff,
Right.
what they would talk about. But, and this is just, I can give you some inside information. The guy I'm talking to is like a rapper, like the only person from like our school that like is, and he's some sort of like rapperish person. So I think that's where Bryan got his little inspiration to make that little rap that he made on SoundCloud. Seriously, because his even though it's a terrible song, his flow and like how he's rapping is the same style as the kid who I'm talking to is right now rapping. So I think that's where he kind of mimicked him.
Right. Did you listen to it?
Everyone that
I did. It was fucking terrible.
Yeah, it was. It was.
Everyone I met at Buffalo Wild Wings was an aspiring rapper. Just saying.
And that's why I want to know about the Beagle, because that was in his lyrics.
Yeah.
Oh, so okay, never mind. I was wondering why you were wanting to know what kind of dog he had.
Did she say he said in a rap or something?
Yeah, because it's louder than his mother effing Beagle.
And that's what he said.
See, it's like
something an eagle.
Hey guys, I'm a rapper. You believe me?
Are you really?
No.
Oh.
No.
It's like everything that we first learned about Bryan, about like him not having any friends, him being an incel. It's like everything is none of that was right.
That's what happens
Media
when you only have one
narrative.
narrative. Imagine
I
how the grand
watched
jury
a lot
feels.
of crime shows and cold cases. They say a lot of what is actually true happens in the first 100 pages, and I've like continuing watching these things. I've started to believe it. So like if you don't know who the actual no one gets blamed or convicted, it ends up being the person in the first 100 pages. I actually really truly believe it now.
I can rap. I can rap.
Okay, wait, no, yeah, but no music on
Yeah,
here.
me too.
Because.
So as long as it's our own song, we can sing it. It's not copyright.
In West Philadelphia, born and raised.
No,
that's
I'm
copyright.
on YouTube. Yes,
On the playground is where I spent most of my days.
You can't sing that
okay,
song.
I'm muting people because.
I said not to sing the original.
No music. Like
I was only 2 seconds. I know the rules.
Wait, there are people that like review music videos and stuff on here. How do they not get in trouble?
I don't know.
They can only show certain versions of that song, and they have to stop it before a minute, and then they make a comment and they show it again. But I've got
Sometimes
a buddy
they'll
that
show the screen reversed, or they won't show the full picture. Yeah, there's ways around it.
I've got a friend, he shows different events, and he has to put a screen, it's like a fog, over the video that you're going to be watching, or it'll have bubbles on it.
Like a Google Maps fog.
Yeah.
That we want in real life.
But there's you'll see it's kind of cloudy, like it's not a clear picture, but you can still see the event happening in the background. And
Yeah,
I feel like we're in World War II Germany with not being able to like read books, listen to music. It's kind of sad.
Papers, please.
Hey, that's how my eyesight started going. It was all cloudy.
Hold on, I'm still here. I'm just trying to catch up in chat real quick.
I think he fell asleep, Bofa. Might have to wait till tomorrow.
Someday.
She's wanting to know about that beagle.
He probably
I wanted to know about the
he
beagle
probably
for
doesn't have a
months.
damn beagle. It's a rap song. You just put whatever the hell you want there.
It was my only way to validate it, okay?
She needs to validate the beagle.
Hey,
No, I
Bryan.
need to validate the rap song. I need to know it was him. And so how can I do that? Well, if he had a beagle, he's talking about
Oh,
his
so you
mother.
don't think it was?
Oh,
You
well,
don't think
it's
it was
him.
Bryan?
I mean, Mike probably
Well,
made him.
I think at this point it's been kind of confirmed. But when I first found it, I didn't
What's I mean?
know.
I can
And
find
so
out if
ever
he
since
actually helped
then,
them. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm going to ask him if he helped them with the rap song because I don't see how it. No, seriously, I don't see how he didn't.
Okay, well,
I thought he would admit
did,
it.
if he did, ask him who the hell come up with the lyrics.
Okay.
No, but yeah, when I first found it way back in the beginning, that's just been a question that I've had since I don't know when I found that.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it just sounds like the same flow that this guy does, and this guy's not like great, but it's a lot better than what that sounded like.
Here's a cookie or something, Eagle.
I wonder
It's a
why.
present.
You gotta give him credit for trying.
I guess.
Yeah.
I wonder why he never followed up with joining the military.
I've always wondered that too, Riddler.
Probably
Well,
drugs.
I want to give him an E for effort. Effort,
Okay,
PA.
yeah, that's better.
Yeah, that would do it, Willie. You're right.
Yes, sir.
Because wasn't he in a tech school for like
Rappers.
police for trying to be a police officer or something like that?
He was in the ROTC, is that right?
Yeah.
ROTC.
He was what?
If I may interject.
He would be in JROTC. That's high school.
ROTC.
Now some high
If I
school
may
students.
interject.
Yeah, just 1 second, Miranda. Go ahead, Riddler.
Yeah, go Riddler.
Some high school will let you go in ROTC if you're already advanced in a college program, but the normal ROTC is the colleges and universities, whereas JROTC is usually high school.
Yep, it is.
Yeah,
I was in two different JROTCs.
That's what I'm asking. Was it because it was a tech school that he went to? For
Scarlett, next time I pull out my yearbooks, I'll snap pictures and stuff of what he used to look like throughout the years.
Okay, yeah, you can just send it to me on Twitter. That'll be fine.
Ooh. I say textbooks, I mean yearbooks.
I just wanted to say stuff.
Wait, speak up a little bit, Marina. I couldn't hear you.
I just wanted.
If you're gonna say it, hon. Quit starting and stopping. It makes it hard.
Yeah, because I can't understand what she's saying.
I can't hear her at all.
She's muted right now.
Okay, sorry. It is my phone is touching go. Anyway, I was gonna say when it comes to like ROTC, military, anything to do with police force, I feel like a lot of unalivers and serial killers just seem to fit in that category. There are a few some that aren't, but
Well, many of your famous SKs were in the military.
exactly. Yeah.
Bundy was a law student.
Yeah.
BTK, he was military.
Didn't
Danny
he
Rose.
also study
If you look at military compared to any, like not just SKers, but like any type of unalivers, a lot of them are in the military.
And he also studied criminology.
Yeah.
Dahmer, he was in the military.
Yep. Sure was.
The list goes on.
Okay, so BTK. So he was military, but he also doesn't he have? Is it criminal justice or was it criminology?
Criminal justice, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it was criminal justice.
What was that guy called? The I-95 killer or
Oh
serial?
yeah, he was a bad one.
He was another one that was
That's
in the
exactly
military.
right.
And then you had the
They're
guy.
all in the military.
What was the guy doing the shooting where he has a young kid in the back of the trunk?
That was his son.
No, no, I'm not calling him the I-95 SK. There's someone else that was I-95 SK. What was he called? The Beltway? He had a different name. The sniper, Beltway sniper.
Beltway sniper, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, he was military.
Riddler, Jamie, hold on, let me grab her. She has a question for you.
Oh, how many were in actual? I couldn't tell you that right there. I don't know how many got deployed. I wish I could knew that answer. And I don't know
Riddler,
how many.
even Joe Metheny was in the army.
And that's the guy from up in Maryland. Where was he?
Yeah, yeah, that's the one I'm gonna try to start there. Yeah.
Eat your food.
Tammy Lynn, how are you?
Eat your food, fatty.
Huh?
Talking to my cat.
Oh.
BTK was a combat met with the medic with the infantry in Afghanistan.
Who was?
Dennis Rader.
In Afghanistan, he was in prison way before that.
He was deployed to Ghazni, Afghanistan.
Ghazni.
BTK.
Well, that's what it says on here.
I found that bizarre. What year did he get arrested?
Oh gosh, that was 2000 something or other. Has it been like maybe 10 years? I don't remember how. I'm terrible with time.
You could probably look it up and see when he got arrested.
Well, if it's 2010, that would make sense.
2000 and...
Hold on, I'm looking too. Okay, it says he joined the Air Force and served from 66 to 70. He did basic at Lackland. Then he later served at Kadena Air Force Base in Okinawa. In Takakawa.
Yeah, I was looking it up because that didn't sound right to me either. Because it had to be a lot, because he was young. I remember seeing pictures of him deployed, but...
Hey, Jeremy. Yeah, and this Takakawa, and I could be pronouncing that wrong, is an air base near Tokyo.
And what was the year again?
66 to 70.
Okay, you said there you're talking about Vietnam.
Okay, what year was he arrested?
And that sounds more like it.
What are we talking about?
This guy called BTK, bind torture.
Yeah, we were just trying to see like when he was in the military.
KILL.
KI
2005.
Sharon, please thank your son for his service.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see. When did he get arrested?
February
2005.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know why I was thinking it was like way.
I thought it was
that.
2008.
I was thinking like 90s. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh no! They just caught him not. I mean, it hasn't. Yeah, because it was a whole big thing here.
What is it, Marina?
Scarlett, your mic is really freaking awesome. I'm just curious. This is off the random. What are you using for your sound system? It's amazing.
I just have a regular boom mic and a headset.
Really?
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's what I use, boom mic and a headset.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, you sound pretty cool. Okay. Well, if you could email me the model, it's amazing.
Yeah, I'll have to find my box.
You use a mic?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Scarlett uses a mic apparently too.
Yeah, Yeah, I got a boom with next to my headset. That's
Oh
what I
That's
my.
use.
incredible. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to deviate. I just, it's pretty amazing.
But you know this guy named Charles Whitman. He was a Marine. Of course, Marines are proud of their guys. Lee Harvey Oswald, Charles
Ooh,
Whitman
let's
getting
play
off
that
their
game.
shots, getting off their shots. But he said, something ever happens to me, do an autopsy on my brain.
Did
And
they
they,
ever do one?
yeah, they found a
Yeah.
tumor.
Oh, I remember y'all talking about that.
He had went up top of a tower at the University of Texas,
I
and
remember that.
high power rifle. And where did he learn how to do it? In the Marine Corps.
Probably
Yep.
military.
Yep. Where did Lee Harvey Oswald learn how to do it? In the Marine
In the
Corps.
Marine Corps.
Of course, Lee Harvey also went to a military camp after he got out that was in Louisiana. They have a very strong military camp there, just like Idaho does. And there's civilians that are in it.
Which one are you talking about?
Lee Harvey Oswald, he went to it's not a U.S. government military base.
Oh, okay.
It's one of these militias.
Oh, okay.
She said, which one are you talking about?
May, no, I don't have Discord. Yeah, I thought you was talking about like a military.
I think Ted
base.
Bundy wanted his brain studied too.
Did they do his?
I don't think so.
Hmm.
If they did, I've never heard anything about it, but I
I
believe
think they ought to for all of them.
I think they should too, but we're talking.
Well, if you watch that movie Copycat, that's what Sigourney Weaver. That's what she was wanting in there. That they instead of just putting them to the electric chair or whatever, they need to be guinea pigs and have their brains tested so we don't have any more of them reoccurring.
Altered Soul, I read like 3/4 of it tonight. I gotta finish reading it. It's so long that. But did I drop the link? I think I did, but if not, let me do it again.
I don't think there's any way to prevent that.
But that guy that we were talking about earlier, the Green River Killer, was that Ridgway?
Gary Ridgway, yeah.
Yeah, he was. I think he was a military vet.
Hmm. That's interesting, though.
Though a lot of. I'm sorry, Willie.
No, I was just saying that we have Bryan. No military background, no criminal
Well,
history.
I mean, there's no set pattern, but
Yeah.
a lot of them have
Right.
have had head injuries.
For
Well, if it is BK, there's got to be a reason. And
Yeah.
we're never going to know that reason because he's never going to tell nobody.
He may not even know.
Yeah, I wish that would be like probably one of the main things I would want to know about this case, what the motive was and the reason for the 8-hour time before 911 was called.
I was just going to say, like Ted Bundy, he didn't know why he did what he did. That's why he wanted his brain studied.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with the brain study.
Oh, I absolutely do.
Well, Bundy was a snake in the grass, wasn't he? He would fake sickness or hurt. He always used sympathy, and he lured them in, and then bam.
Yeah, but he was cocky. That man was intelligent. He was cocky. He was a narcissistic person. I mean,
And you know
Bundy
what?
was?
Bundy.
Oh, okay.
In some ways, looking at BK, he reminds you of Ted Bundy.
He does. That's why I kind of always reference.
His looks. Do y'all remember the picture that I put up like way back of the side by side of him and Bundy and how much like not twins, but there's a lot of similarities
Right.
in both of them.
Yeah, Bundy got sloppy on the end.
I think somebody said if what it is, I think he also definitely studied BTK. He studied Dennis Rader for sure. I mean, his professor is the one that wrote the book and interviewed Dennis Rader and all. But I think I had heard along the way too that he had studied Bundy as well. He probably had studied a lot of them, being in the field that he was in. But it's not his look so much that reminds me of Bundy. It's the way he
carries himself.
Well, yeah, but it's more. It's not like physical. It's more mental and his attitude kind of thing. I don't. How would I say that? It's kind of the way that he carried himself, but more mentally than anything to do with physically.
And I'm sure if we look back in the childhood of these SKs, you're going to see a terrible, terrible upbringing.
Not with him.
It's horrible.
Somebody, I think it was Liza, who just asked if wasn't Bundy abused as a child?
Yes, he was.
Okay. Yeah. I thought that's what I had heard.
He also had a head injury, but Willie, there's a difference because
I'm just saying.
I mean, he could have gone on to be one, and we're talking about not every person is the same way. A majority of them might have had bad backgrounds, but it's not like a set pattern.
Right.
That's fine. I'm just saying he didn't have a rough childhood. He did not go to the military, and he had no criminal record. So this is
but I'd also
out of left field, in my opinion.
Well,
yeah, no, I get it, but he's not actually. He may have not gone on to be that. Maybe this is just maybe he was a mass M. I don't know. I'm just saying.
It's still the training needed to do what he did to not leave a trace out of the house is what I have a problem with. Like no training at all yet.
What do you mean no training?
He could have self-trained himself.
But wait. No, leave it. That's what the man studied.
He didn't leave a trace. He didn't leave a trace out of the house in 6 minutes.
We don't know that. We don't know.
We do know because there's no DNA in the car, so we do know that.
Well, we know that part of it, yeah, but I'm talking about.
You just said we didn't know, so we do know that part.
Well, no, I mean in the house and everything, and maybe out by the sidewalk or something. I wasn't talking about his car.
They classified a latent shoe print, for God's sakes.
Yeah, I'm still wondering about the shoe print.
What I'm saying is, you study these cases to find out how
to do it better.
This stuff.
So he brought his phone in his car. I'm talking about the initial act of what he did, and then getting out of there without leaving a trace.
Okay,
I don't know either. All I know is, I mean, he studied enough of it to know. I don't know. I don't know. Apparently.
Again, it just doesn't make sense, is what I'm saying.
He
It
had
just
a
doesn't
blonde
doesn't
moment.
make sense. Taking his phone doesn't make sense. I mean, there's a lot of it that make
He had a what?
He had a blonde. He had a blonde moment where he took his phone and drove his car.
But he turned his phone off.
All right, y'all hit the thumbs up if y'all haven't done so, please.
Not every M is smart in certain things.
Yeah, some have book smarts and some don't. Some have common sense and some don't.
He can be smart in what he does and what he learns, but then be stupid to take his phone in his own car. But
think about what we're saying. He's dumb with a phone and perfect with DNA.
Yeah, because he studies it.
Well, did he study the phone or did he study the... Okay, so they forgot to teach him about the phone?
Yeah.
In the car?
Pretty much.
But no, he studied cloud forensics, didn't he? Wasn't that a course that he took?
I think so.
Yeah, that's what he wrote about in his application.
You can't have both. I'm sorry.
Digital cloud forensics.
I mean, we're giving him an A.
Listen, there's
DNA,
a lot
we're
of
giving him an F.
No,
okay, so are you saying he didn't?
It doesn't make sense, Betty Jo.
It doesn't make. You're absolutely.
Yeah, this whole case, nothing in this case makes sense.
You can't say he was smart enough that he knew everything about DNA, had not to leave a trace, but then he didn't know how to not bring his car and his own phone.
All
It
I was
doesn't.
saying,
It just.
Because you
Let
have a
me
lot of
let me ask y'all something.
mass ends out here that probably done the same thing.
Okay, let
They
me
get
ask y'all
caught.
something. Hey, Betty, baby boop, how are you? Um, okay, I'm taking this out of what you call it story from today. Could he have been in the area the 12 times to be going to what's her name, Emma Bailey's house?
I doubt it.
Oh.
I don't think so.
Could he have been
Just 12
buying
times and
something?
within
I
how
don't think
many?
he knows Emma Bailey.
Scarlett, when you say 12 times in the area, what's the time period?
Um, from what I have heard, August the 21st, the night that he got pulled over, was the first time that he was in the area. So let's just say from August the 21st until November 13th.
I don't think he
What,
knew her.
3 months? Hey, Brad, how are you?
So that's 12 weeks. Maybe he's going to see a girl he knew or something.
See, I thought about that too, but that would be once a week for 12 weeks. Kelly, Emma Bailey is, I believe she was friends with Kaylee and Maddie and all them. And she also lived behind where the girl's house was, but like a street over from it. Like on the other side, I believe, of Ridge Road, I believe. I think it's the
But
name
do
of
we
it.
know that she knows them?
Well, that's her on the body cam footage leaving from the house that night. Remember the first body cam footage that we seen when they go to the house the first time?
Yeah, that don't look like her.
You
She's
don't
got big
think?
eyebrows.
Yeah, that was her. She had the same
that
thing on her head and all that she
yeah,
was
that
in
was
her in her body cam footage when she got pulled over.
Well, you remember I'm blind, so I can barely see.
my okay. My thing is this. Okay, so yeah,
But
he none of it makes sense. He did some really weird things. So either somebody did this without leaving a trace. So are we saying it wasn't him? Because
It'd be easier for someone else not to leave a trace of him than for
it'd
him
be
to do
easy
it and
for
not leave a
well,
trace.
anybody not to leave
of
a
course,
trace when they
Tony.
study this.
How can you hold
But
on a second? Hold on. If I book study how to hit a baseball for 10 years, Betty Joe, and I get up to bat and I go hit a baseball, I'm not going to be able to perfectly hit a ball. So you're saying that he studied how to do this, how to clean this, but yet in the initial act of it all,
Yes.
he did it perfectly.
Yeah. But he took his phone and took his own car. That was his stupidity.
Hey, Angie.
In the chase.
So studying and the act of something, in my opinion, are two
No,
different
what
things.
I'm saying
I
is
agree.
he went to school for criminal
Justice. But while he was at the sales, I was looking into the school out there a while back. They actually have this house.
Thank you.
That
they go in.
Yes, that they each they go in. They create this whole big murder scene, and then the students have to go in and try to figure out what happened.
Right.
And they do this multiple times throughout their course, and it's always like a different scene each time. Now, I don't know if
And with Professor Ramsland, I've heard her talk about it a bunch of times on different shows she's been on. And one thing she does too is set up a lot of red herrings.
Yes.
And she had said that I think I'm 90% sure on this that she works with her graduate students to set it up for the undergrad students.
Right. So you're not going to tell me he doesn't know how to get in and out of a house without dragging it all over the place.
Not that quick.
Not one drop. Not one.
But we don't see. That's another thing. We don't know that.
Well, yeah, we do because they said there's total lack of DNA.
That's in his car. I'm talking about
she's talking
coming out
about
of the house.
she's talking about like on the ground and stuff like that.
Yeah, we don't know that.
Or around the house, y'all. I said underneath the house,
which is what I'm saying.
Now
We
in the
don't
car,
know that.
You're right.
Hold on. If there was DNA, his DNA on the ground.
It should be in
They
the
they
card.
they wouldn't
Right.
be arguing about a touch DNA being on a knife sheath. They know what they got.
Okay, they put that in the PCA.
Right,
They're
and
not
that's
going to
why
put
Ann
everything.
wouldn't be wasting her time tacking that. She'd be tacking the other DNA.
Exactly. They
That's
don't have
what
other DNA.
he can't get away from. If his DNA is in that house, he cannot get away from it.
Sorry, I'm
I
so
didn't
sick
say
and
the
tired of
house.
hearing that they have other
I'm
DNA.
not-
I didn't say the house. You all said tracking DNA out of the house.
Okay, tracking it out of the house, in the car, I don't care where. If his DNA is anywhere in that house
What
or
they
tracking out of that house, he's in trouble.
Okay, now listen to
He ain't
mine.
got it.
What they put in that PCA was enough to arrest.
Right.
Okay, they did not have to. They don't have to put all the DNA they found
Barely.
in that PCA.
Correct.
Why?
Okay, just hold on. Forget about the PCA. Ann
No,
would
because you all
not.
want to go back to that.
Well, no,
No,
hold on. Okay, so let's go to
Betty
the
Jo,
PCA real quick.
I'm trying to get you something real quick. You're missing the
Go ahead,
point.
really.
Dean would not. Ann would not be attacking that touch DNA on a knife sheath if she thought there was other DNA somewhere else.
She wouldn't be acting like this at all.
She's got all the evidence that the state has given her. She would not. Yeah, she wouldn't be attacking these little Minnie Mouse things that they're going over. Somewhere's
Well,
in
the
there.
nature of it's bloody
There,
outside.
yeah, I believe
Sorry.
she would.
If his DNA was on any of their body or skin, and I talked to the prosecutor here, that's the first thing we do is we want the DNA on the victims to see if it matches our suspect.
Hey,
see,
guys,
they
See,
go-
really quick.
this is why we don't know nothing, because the gag order. If they didn't have this gag order, I'm sure we would know a lot more.
Well,
The gag order
certainly,
kind of
But the
sucks.
defense knows everything, and you have to watch how the defense is acting. And if you think the defense is going to act just
They're
how
not
they're acting
acting
because of
any
no
different
reason,
than
that's
any
fine.
other defense.
Well, that's fine. I mean, you can think that all you want. I see her as attacking
So
these small
putting out
minuscule
motions
things.
just like any other defense lawyer would.
If they had the smoking gun, she would not be, like Riddler said, she would not be attacking these small little things like this.
So do y'all just based off
Actually,
of
she
what
would to
we've
get them thrown
heard?
out.
Hey, S1, do y'all think just off of what we've heard, like if they everything that we've heard, let's say that's all there is, and they take this to court tomorrow to trial, what do y'all think the jury's going to do?
I quit.
With what we know now?
Yeah, just based off of what we know, because that's really the only thing we can go off of, because we don't know what
we know
if
now.
there is anything else.
There's no way of convicting.
12 people are not going to convict him with what we know now.
There's no way
in my
what we know
opinion.
now.
Okay, what I want to just interject right here is if there were DNA in the house on the victims or whatever, somebody else's DNA, then we would be talking somewhat completely differently. But obviously, somebody did this and didn't leave their DNA on those people, or we would be talking about somebody else. They wouldn't be pursuing this. And I don't understand. I don't understand. But it's like, if you have somebody else's DNA on the victims, then we would be talking about them.
Yep.
So somebody did this without doing that, whether it's him or somebody else. I don't know.
If
But
they
somebody did
Or
it.
an unidentified DNA.
But yes,
Okay,
that's what
but
I'm saying.
he wouldn't be sitting where he's sitting.
Hold on, Betty. Somebody did this without leaving the DNA, is what I'm saying. So whether it's BK or somebody else, I don't know. All I'm saying is there was somebody that did that without leaving it. Why not him?
Well,
so let's just
be.
pick that guy and say, okay, it was him.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
No, that's not what
Billy.
he's
But I'm
saying.
saying if you take the touch DNA out of the touch DNA, if you take that just that part out of the PCA, you don't got enough for an arrest. You don't even have enough for an arrest if you take that out of the PCA. You can't even put him in the house. You can't put him in the car 100%. So how is the jury supposed to believe this guy did it beyond a reasonable doubt?
For one, we don't know
Betty
whether they
Jo,
can put
hey,
him in the house or
no,
not.
okay. Oh my gosh.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Just a minute,
Hold on.
Marina.
Can I say a lady?
No, I want to
agree.
say something.
Okay, wait, Marina.
I haven't
let
said,
Lady
I
V
haven't
finish her.
hardly talked at all.
Go ahead, Lady B.
Willie, I'm not
Yep.
trying to argue with you.
I'm
It
just
is
debating.
frustrating. I know it's frustrating and aggravating. All I'm saying is somebody did exactly that. That's all I'm saying.
I believe you, but I'm
Now,
saying
y'all
somebody.
can like turn loose or whatever. I just wanted to make the point. Somebody did exactly that.
Yeah, and I'm saying, but somebody could also left their DNA there that is an unidentified DNA that they can't identify. Is all I'm saying.
Well, I agree. And if so,
Well, we
that's
all
why
agree
I
with that.
think they need to identify every single bit of DNA that they say they don't know who it is. I totally agree with you, Willie. You and I actually agree a lot. I'm just
Yeah, I know.
saying somebody did do exactly this. Unless it's one of those, I'd like to know where that unidentified DNA
Well,
is,
that's all I'm
where
saying.
they found it.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just stating the fact of if somebody has DNA and they're not in CODIS or their family has never taken a genealogical test, they're not going to be in any kind of. It doesn't exist.
You're
not gonna be
absolutely
anywhere.
right.
It
You're
just doesn't
absolutely
exist.
right.
And now you have an unidentified DNA that goes unidentifiable until the trial, and that's what Anne can use now as reasonable doubt. That's all I'm
Yeah,
saying.
Well,
because I
And
mean,
I
if I'm
depending
sitting
on
on a
where
agree
they
with
jury,
found the DNA.
I totally agree with you.
if I'm sitting on a jury and there's other unidentified DNA in a house where a murder has happened, and you're only bringing me one person's DNA, I'm gonna be like, how do you not know that the other three people didn't have something to do with it?
Right.
Not saying that in this case Bryan didn't have something to do with it, but what about the other three? Like, why were they not tested? That
And
would be my question.
depending
Yeah.
on where that DNA was found, Scarlett,
Right.
I'm
Was
sorry,
it found on a cup?
it'd just be just like it'd just like it'd be just like OJ. Okay, I wouldn't be able to convict because of that one doubt there, even though I know that man was guilty. I know it. But if you're talking about just enough reasonable doubt, that did it. Okay. In this case, depending on where that DNA was, I wouldn't be able to convict him.
Did they ever say what kind of DNA the unknown DNA was?
No.
No,
And they
just
never
that
said
they
where they
were.
found it.
No,
No, but it's
just
around where the victims
But
were.
but
yeah,
when they
just in the house where they were at. That was it.
right when they do their DNA checks, they're not swiping the whole house. They're swiping the obvious areas where you would think a
Right.
guy would
Exactly.
touch.
That's why I wouldn't be able to. That's why I wouldn't be able to convict him because I would. That would be for me. That would be it. I'd be like, you'd show me where you found it and who it belongs to before I can convict a man, especially on a DP.
Yeah, because I mean, you don't want to send an innocent man to prison,
No.
especially on a DP case. And if there's anybody else out there that could have a hand in this, you want to get those too, because if you don't, and you just, let's say in this case, send Bryan to death row, but you don't get everybody that's involved, if there is someone else involved,
They'll
then
do
you're
it
not
again.
getting 100% justice for the victims and the families.
No, and I bet you they'll do it again.
Yeah.
Like in Oregon. What does that mean?
Hold on, y'all. I gotta.
I wonder how many people have confessed to doing this crime, because you always got some quack out there who said I'm the one that did it.
Oh yeah, they come
Really?
out of the
Oh,
woodwork. I
you
don't
always
know
got
why.
somebody out there.
So I
Well,
wonder if Hannah bring the chief up on the stand and says, "Has anybody confessed to this crime? Did y'all check him out?"
Right.
Okay, so Riddler, have you ever looked that up? Like how many people that's been accused of a murder one and actually confessed to it?
Oh, it happens a lot, all the
Only
time.
one I could think of is Danny Rawlings.
They probably
That,
won't until after.
that came to my mind first.
Well, didn't BTK eventually confess to it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he made a plea deal with them that they wouldn't take
Okay.
his life
Yeah.
if he confessed, and he explained how things happened.
Well, they couldn't do a DP because at the time that he committed those assault unalivings, we didn't have the DP here in Kansas. So because we didn't have it back during that time when he did it, we couldn't convict him for a DP.
Right.
Okay. Now I'm gonna have to go read up all on BTK too, y'all. Y'all got me going into Bundy now BTK. Good Lord.
You need to check out Danny Rowland. He lived right down the street from you.
Yeah. But if you're talking
Wait,
about,
hold on, wait. You're saying right down the street?
Shreveport.
yeah.
Oh, that's like over an hour away. I'm good.
That's close enough.
But if you're talking about people that confess to
Close
these
enough.
murders and things like that, it
Uh-huh.
happens all the time. Cases we never even heard of that people confess to it. Why? I don't know, but they do. Marina, I'm sorry. If you want to say what you had to say, honey, I just didn't want to forget what I was saying.
No, it's okay. It doesn't matter.
Okay, I'm trying to catch up.
What were we
myself.
even talking about? I forget.
Marina, what was you wanting to say a minute ago?
I wanted to say that law enforcement could have something to do with it. It's his mom. It's okay.
And when you
Yeah.
do that, none of us can understand anything.
Yeah, I can barely hear you.
I heard law enforcement.
I thought that maybe law enforcement has something to do with it, if anything. It's okay.
What do you
No,
mean? What do you mean by that, Marina?
because you guys were all talking about just there was a lot of basically, if you're able to commit something like this, you have to have prior knowledge, and who else better than law enforcement, in my opinion. That's all.
So you think the law enforcement, somebody in law enforcement had something to do with it?
I don't think it's out of the realm of possibilities.
To do with what?
So with
everything.
What happened?
No, I do not.
Well,
You think somebody in law enforcement did this?
Nope.
I
Might have
don't.
covered-
I just don't think
they
it's
might
out
have
of the
covered
realm
something
of
up.
possibilities. That's all.
Well,
I don't
I
even think they
agree.
covered
I don't
anything
think
up.
they
I
did it.
agree, and maybe they pushed this too quickly. I mean, I've always been concerned that they pushed this too quickly. To be honest with you,
Wasn't that guy the Golden
So I
State?
kept
Wasn't he
saying,
prior law enforcement?
yes, he was. He was a police officer.
yeah.
Yeah.
And he was the original Night Stalker, the Vallejo Arer, and then they finally and he was a burglar as well. And then they finally coined him a wait shoot, what do you call the people that what's Bryan Enton? A report. It was a reporter that was writing a book that finally coined the Golden State Killer for him.
Okay.
And Zodiac's still never been found, even though some people think they know who he is.
Oh
No, he has not. Now the
is
New
Fofa
York
still up
Zodiac
here?
has. Yes.
Fofa, did you ever watch that video that I sent you about the Zodiac's daughter?
No. Well, kind of, but not really. I watched about 5 seconds.
Okay.
And look how many people claim to be D.B. Cooper on their deathbed.
It was me. I was DB Cooper.
Who on panel is from Kansas? Rock Chalk was asking.
I am. I live 5 miles away from BTK. Actually, one of the boxes that he put whenever he was at coming back around again, he was putting clues. We had one box that was about it was one of those Kellogg cereal thingies. It was about 1.5 miles away from me, one direction. And then there was another one that they don't bring up very often, but it was like 1/2 mile away from me, the other direction.
Now, the D.C. sniper, he was giving police clues and he got mad because they couldn't figure them out. And I think he did he confess in court?
There were 2 DC snipers. I lived in the area. It was
Right.
2. There was 2.
Yeah. The young boy, he kind of fought his case, but I didn't know what the guy driving the adult, did he confess?
I think he did. Not sure.
I mean, I just don't
He actually he was very infatuated with his uncle had spun. It was one of those like spinning a story of like just like, oh, these people have done us wrong, and let's get these. I mean, I can't speak right, but like, privileged people, also privileged people. It was like, it was sad. Yeah. So,
I'll have to
Wait,
Google
where'd she
that one
go?
to figure out what happened DC to the DC sniper. Another young guy was trying to get out. He didn't want to be tried as an adult and things like that.
Hey, Vaughn.
he was taken advantage of.
Marina, hun, real quick, I have problems. I have some hearing loss, and when you like start talking and then you like slowly get quieter, or you like start breaking your words up, it's really hard for me to understand you. So if like you could just maybe keep it kind of at the same level volume, and I would appreciate it, because then I get lost in what you're saying.
I actually appreciate that feedback. Does this
Hold
help?
on. Wait, Marina,
Yes.
don't mute. Stay unmuted because I'm fixing to cut your mic up a little bit. I couldn't do it when she was muted. Okay, maybe that'll be a little bit better.
And I know you're a little nervous too and kind of hesitant, but nobody up here is going to bite you. So, honey, if you have something to say, just say
Yeah,
it.
say it. Everybody's
But
opinions and all that are
Right.
welcome here.
You hear me up here? I don't give a shit. Say it.
I do need this feedback though, Lady B, and Scarlett, and everybody. So yes, I'd gladly appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, you
Not
don't
not
come
that
up here
alive.
I mean, you don't come up here just to sit up here. You come up here because you have something to say, and we want to hear what you have to say, but just don't be like hesitant and afraid to say it. If you're going to say it, say it.
Yeah,
You know,
you ain't gotta worry
don't
about
mind
nobody.
if we disagree, we disagree.
Yeah, nobody's gonna bash you for your opinions and all that.
Nope. And don't mind me
Honestly,
being loud.
Poor Betty
I'm
Jo.
you guys don't
Betty
worry
Jo's
about
just
it.
Italian. She gets loud.
Yeah.
I don't worry about that
anything
at
by
all with you guys.
Yeah, I don't mean anything by it to anybody.
No, I know that, and it helps. It honestly helps. It helps.
I'm just a loud Italian, that's all.
No,
Oh, that
no,
is fine.
I'll drop you the link. Let me grab the link real quick for crime sleuthing.
Just like with Willie and Riddler. I don't mean nothing by it.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get my singing voice on. I'm just kidding. I am just kidding. Is that better?
So, about the context of what's happened with this case, when we talk about narrative, the media were never going to come out and say a PhD student, with a promising future, never been in trouble with the law, downright good guy has been accused of 4 unalivings. So when they say things like incel, etc., it's all part of their narrative to make it more spectacular, more dramatic, and more views and whatever. So
Exactly.
that's just what I want to say about perspective and what how it's been laid out to us by the media.
Go.
All I have to add is cannibalistic urges.
Fucker shit.
Okay,
Yeah.
you're gonna have to send me this whole cannibalistic urges video or wherever
Yeah,
you
I
shot
know
this
who
at.
did that too.
Okay.
Well, Popa's gonna have to send it to me because I must have missed that one.
I think it was on
I
News
don't think
Nation.
you did.
Scarlett, Another good one to look up is the Atlanta child unaliver. He took out about 20-something children.
Oh, that was
Jesus
a bad
Christ.
one.
Yeah,
That he was. Ugh.
and I
Wait,
was
I
in
gotta get.
Atlanta at the time.
Hey, Tommy, Jude, how are you? Yeah, I gotta get to Ted Bundy and BTK first, and then I gotta move to the Rawlings guy.
Oh,
Go to
he was.
Rawlings first. It's more like this case.
It
College
is.
campus,
I
girls off
agree.
campus, sliding glass door,
That's
K bar.
And
the
he was
first.
in Louisiana.
Yeah, that
Oh
was the
Lord.
first name that I mentioned whenever this happened was Danny
Lordy
Rawlings.
Lord.
Yeah, and what got me was there were so many of these channel creators. Do you know who Danny Rawlings was? I said, you got to be kidding me. You're doing a crime network. You don't even know who Danny Rawlings.
I know. I was like, what?
I never heard of him.
And
And
I'm like
from
saying,
here.
yeah,
But
he
in
took
your
out.
defense, we haven't really had those guys in years. You know, I mean, we have them. They're just not like prominent news like they used to be.
Well, when was the Rawlings stuff? When did that happen?
About 1990, 91, right in that area, 90, 91.
Okay, so I was thinking maybe it was before my time. That might have been why I hadn't heard
Yeah,
of it.
Zodiac was in the 60s.
Well, only reason why I've heard of him is because of the movie.
Yeah,
When was Son of Sam? Late 70s, early 80s?
80s, I think.
I think it was the 80s.
And that guy was a military vet.
Yeah,
That is
that
crazy.
man was weird.
Real strange. Remember, he had a dog that would communicate
Yes,
with.
no, it wasn't him. It belonged to his neighbor or something.
That's right. And he hear it barking, but yet he
Yeah,
hears. So he claims.
yeah.
Scarlett, may I speak of something that I'm trying to do?
Yeah,
No,
go
never
ahead.
mind. Well, so I'm gonna make. I am trying to be. I am trying to become a crime channel, and I'm gonna do like cooking crime, but it's gonna be like either or sometimes because it's my channel, so I can do what I want. But the first one I'm going to do is this guy that like literally put people. I mean, it sounds gross. It's not as bad as it sounds, but in their food, and I'm going to cook burgers, not with obviously the people, but I'm going
Wait,
to
did
cook
you just
burgers.
say you
Hannibal
And
Lecter channel?
Wait, hold on. Did I
Hit
just
me
hear
with
her say she
Hannibal
was gonna
Lecter.
put? Did I
Yeah,
just hear her say she was gonna put people in her food?
yeah. She's
no,
gonna
I'm
hit
not
me with
going.
Hannibal Lecter
No.
recipe.
I think I'm
Yeah,
getting that
bro.
gone out now.
I won't. I won't add people in there.
Oh, okay.
No, I won't. But
Here's
but
some
he does
brains
put
with
people
some
in their food.
cilantro. Or what did he call it? Here's some brains with some cilantro.
Oh
No, no,
Lord.
no. Apparently, with
Some
pork
Chianti.
and people grounds, it tastes the same. So I'm gonna make burgers on the at the same time. It's
Nice.
I
not
wouldn't
gonna
have
be
a
alive.
problem with it. I can watch brain surgery while I'm eating, so I don't have
You know,
problems.
no,
Yeah,
you're
stuff
not
like
gonna
that
be.
don't bother me.
Yeah, mine has some
It's
issues,
gonna
huh?
be YouTube friendly. It'll be
Okay,
YouTube friendly. It's not.
well,
You're
you're
not gonna see any of that. You'll hear about it.
then you're gonna have to learn to not hesitate when you talk.
Right. If you
Yes,
got something to
I
say,
will.
just say it. Just if anything you gotta
I
say, just say
realize
it.
that.
So, Crime
I
Sleeping, how are
realize.
you?
I realize that.
I'm good.
Hi, Crime
Hey,
Sleeping.
hi Scarlett. Hi Riddler.
Hi guys.
Hi Betty
Yo.
Joe. Hi
Hello.
Tony. Hey Lady
Hello,
V.
Crime
Billy.
Sleuthing.
Yo.
Hi MB. How are you? How's your little boy?
Oh, he's good. He's good. Thank you.
Awesome. Hello, Fofa.
Hello.
Hey, so Fofa, can you make sense out of what I was looking for earlier that you helped me find? And like, because I think it's really interesting. Or do you agree? The snap stuff.
Oh,
I'm really trying to get to the bottom of that, and I can't find, like a definitive answer.
yeah, I don't think we're gonna get a definitive answer. But
So,
what do you want me to go over with it? I just went through and found everything I could about it.
Yeah, like I was looking, and she's like, I was looking for anything having to do with the sheath and the snap, and because I'm totally stuck on that, like, where was this DNA? Was it like on it? Was it in it? Was it under it? Because they snap is made of 4 parts, or was it on the leather? Was it on one of the other little
They
snaps
said it
or
was
little
on the
buttons?
middle part of the.
Didn't they
Well,
say it was on the
both have
bottom
found that it's
milk
actually
nut?
mentioned in basically different places, right? A little bit differently worded in all these different documents, and
Well, yeah,
it's
but it's
really
the same
interesting.
thing as the sheath being under the comforter next to Maddie, or could be seen by the door next to Maddie.
Yeah, but like when so she sent me
Yeah,
the wording of them, and I don't know how to describe it. It's like it doesn't just say on the sheath or on the snap. It says different things based on whichever and these are from the case files.
Where did you get it from?
From the
So
different filings.
they're
Oh,
from actual filings, but they word it differently in each one, and I don't know why they would.
Who does the
But
defense?
the one that's the most interesting was on, I think that, yeah, on the 16th of June. And they had said in it on page,
These aren't from like news articles and stuff. This is actually in the files.
It was in the state's motion for the protective order, and so they mentioned in there that the K-bar sheath was abandoned at the scene, as was the DNA inside it. So that's what makes me think, at least, that it's on the inside of the snap, and also that they mentioned that it's face down, so it wouldn't, like, it would probably rub off onto the sheet if it wasn't on the inside.
Yeah,
But I
it
don't
makes
know
no
what
sense.
part of the snap.
Do they say the inside of the snap or inside of the sheath?
It just says inside it, but with the different wordings that they have, it alludes to it being on the, like, an inside part of the snap. So not on the outside button part, but somewhere in
on the inside, yeah.
Which I don't know if.
Because the last time I was here, I was still talking about that damn sheath, and I've something's like stuck in my brain about it.
I don't know.
So I thought, well, maybe we can find exactly where it is, where on it. Was it on the external button? And I mean, she said it makes sense if he was, if he cleaned it, he or whoever, right? Cleaned it and then handled it and like flipped it open. But it's worded differently in all of those. I can email them to you and show you, Scarlett.
Okay.
I think there's like 4 of them that she sent, and they're all worded differently. They say different things for where the DNA was found.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I didn't include the one from the PCA, but
okay.
That's
I knew it. I knew what that one said. I'm gonna email them to her because maybe it'll make more sense. Hang on.
Okay. Yeah, just let me know whenever you got them sent over.
Okay.
I'm still here, y'all. If I'm quiet, it's just because I'm eating.
I can't sleep tonight. I don't know why.
It's like it channel anybody history. Liza, if you do it, I'll come watch you.
Well, I'm still stuck on the footprint.
Oh, Lord.
I'm stuck on everything.
The sheath in this footprint is going to be.
I was stuck on that footprint forever, y'all.
Sheath, the footprint, timeline, the 8 hours.
I just want to take my phone and throw it out the window.
It's going to be a shit show.
Betty Jo, you can't do that, because if you do that, then we can't talk to you.
That's true. Well, I have a laptop, but I can't see it, so.
Yeah, but then you throw your phone out the window, and then you'll want to break the laptop.
I just want this trial to start.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so strange. Fofa, the screenshots from what you sent. Didn't save right. I gotta go fix
Here,
it.
I can re-put them back together. I can do it.
Yeah.
Riddler, Brad wants to know what is your percentage of guilty for today. He's asking for a friend.
No,
95%.
I think he's involved, but I'm still going with more than one. He's involved some kind of way. I mean, there's too much, where there's
Oh, no.
smoke, there's fire.
From what Avery says, her friend says there's only one person involved and one knife.
Right. But who's to say he's 100% correct?
That's true.
Right.
So, but there could be someone on the outside. I'm just trying to picture. Just tell me how, when people like Nancy and all these other famous people on television says, "Don't worry, Mr. Kohberger. When they get your car and do that DNA, there's going to be one area." Right. There's going to be one little area, one little speck you forgot to clean.
It's a rolling crime scene, y'all.
I think they do that for damn clicks and views. And
but I saw channel creators. And I saw people out talking
clicks and views.
And I see
on YouTube channels and all that.
Nancy Grace has a podcast.
They said that everything's going to be in that car, and now everything came back not in the car, and they're trying to justify why it's not in the car.
And I even heard they're going to find Murphy's hair on his clothes or in his apartment. And so far, we haven't heard anything about that.
Well, I mean, did they?
It wasn't the search warrants.
Yeah, it was all in search warrants.
Yeah, but
they had permission to collect it. I just mean that.
Right, but did it come back as Murphy's hair?
We don't know yet.
Yeah, but Ann knows, and once again,
Ann knows everything.
She's not come out and say anything.
She doesn't have the discovery though.
You'd have seen something in her motions where she would attack it. That's what defense lawyers do. They're going to attack everything that comes back that incriminates him. A dog hair would incriminate him. A blood spot of his, or any of those victims inside that car incriminate him. That's what she attacks. That's what a defense lawyer does.
The motion that she's putting out is for the discovery of evidence. She's not going to put out motions what they gave her.
So what are you saying, Riddler?
I'm saying she knows that they done.
She probably does.
She knows they done turned in. They says we couldn't find no DNA in that car. We couldn't find Murphy's hair in that house. Because if they did, she would find a way right now to attack it before the trial begins. If she doesn't, she ain't worth a damn as a defense attorney. And I know plenty of defense attorneys, and they tell me their strategy. I talked with these guys.
She went back to the 1800s, whatever she did.
But
She would definitely attack that.
She's not going to tell the public because there's a gag order.
What does that mean?
She don't have to tell the public.
He's talking about a motion to the courts. What do we have to do with anything?
Why is he still sitting where he's sitting?
Huh?
Then why?
They're not just going to let him go.
What are they going to do? Just let him walk out of jail? Even if he had an
If
alibi
they
right
don't
now.
have the evidence, they're going to drop the charges.
No. It's not how.
They did it with Barry Morphew. Yes, it does how it works.
They went too far with this guy already. They're not going to just let him walk away.
Not in that town.
Look how far they went with Barry Morphew.
Well, they're not going to do
all
it here.
the way up till his trial date. They were getting ready to go to trial, and they dropped the charges.
Well, you have a university freaking out. They're not going to do anything right now.
If they don't have the evidence, they can't keep the man in jail.
Oh, good
Yes,
Lord,
they
y'all.
can.
Hold on a minute. I'm sitting here once again clicking on the wrong shit.
You're the one that said that a grand jury, they don't need beyond a reasonable doubt. They just need probable cause, and that's exactly what the arrest was. That's exactly what the grand jury was. So you take the touch DNA out. You take the touch DNA out. You don't have an arrest. You take everything else out. You take everything else out and keep the touch DNA. You don't have an arrest. Shouldn't be like that. Because if you had blood on a knife.
But it is.
If you had blood on a knife, you can take everything else out, still have an arrest, and vice versa.
But you're sitting here saying she's going to show her hand. She's not going to show her hand.
I didn't say that's not what he was saying. He said she would put it in a motion and attack it.
Why would she?
That's her job. Because that's her job as a defense attorney.
If they don't have it, yes, they will put it in a motion.
But
But
he's
if they
saying
had
he's
it, they're
saying
not
if the
going to put it in a motion.
he's saying the prosecution handed everything over. So now it's Ann's job to break everything out, and she would attack that. And if she's not
Yeah.
attacking it, then guess what? Doesn't exist. Because why wouldn't she attack it? It's your job.
What Betty Joe, I think, is trying to say is that if the defense has everything and she has it, and there's nothing to attack, we wouldn't know it because she wouldn't be attacking it because she had it and can't refute it.
She can't just say, hey, yeah, I got this, so I'm going to attack it in an emotion. They're not, the emotions they put out.
She already has. She already has.
But that's what she has done. I'm so confused, brother. You take this over now.
No.
I'll try. Hold on. Just
hold on. Wait.
Go ahead.
The motions that they put out is for motions for discovery, for evidence, for records of for training records, for this, for that. They're not going to put out motions to attack what they have. They're going to do that in court to prove him not guilty. They're not going to put it out for the public to see. For one, they got a gag order.
Then why is she going after the fact that there's no DNA and she's having an issue with no victim's DNA in his car?
Total lack of DNA in the car. Now, why did she put that out? Because she's already received the report that they could not find DNA in that car.
The problem is
if they do,
so
if
why
they
is everybody
hold on. If they got Xana's, I'll just pick on Xana. If they got Xana's DNA in his car, she already knows the game's over. There's nothing she can do to explain other than to say, well, y'all did the wrong.
She's still gonna fight for him either way.
Yeah, but she's gonna fight for him. She's gonna fight. She don't want egg on her face and be embarrassed on national TV by other lawyers. How did you think you were going to win? What were you doing, dragging this out? You misled this guy. She's going to go up to him.
Thank you.
She's going to go up to him and says, "We got to work a plea deal now."
Hell yeah, they have your blood at the scene, dude. You're done.
You're done. There's no way he can get out of it.
Okay, but what if the state don't want a plea deal?
Well, if they don't want a plea deal, then I don't know. You just go in there and says, you go up to the judge and try to work on this. I don't know. I can't answer that part, but I can tell you this. She's not going to sit there and just spin these wheels and fight this thing when it's an unwinnable battle. Right now, she can win this battle.
Hell yeah.
And she's sitting there telling you for total lack of DNA. And if you read between the lines, she's saying there's no evidence of the other people that they had contact. Now, has the state come back and refuted it? What she's saying? Oh, yeah, we do. We got the evidence right here.
I don't know.
As far as I can see, I mean, unless something really bizarre happens, right now they have nothing on this guy but just enough to get him arrested. But I'm going to tell you, I still say this: he will not get a fair trial in that town.
Well, that's her job to.
Well, you're right. You're right.
The trial.
You're right.
Which I figured she would have already done, but
yeah,
I thought
she just might be, she's public defender, but she might just be a big fish in a small pond.
That's why I said she's still a public defender.
I mean,
going to still defend
she's good, but
I mean, the defense blew it with me when they got reasonable mixed up with probable cause. They got them switched around backwards. So right there, I fixed it was hell. Now they don't know what the hell they're doing. But I still say, and I could be proved wrong on this one once the trial starts. They don't have any of those victims' DNA in his car.
Even if they don't have it in the car, they
office or apartment.
It's it.
Which means
and that's all I meant.
To his car, no cleaning it at home, no transferring it to his office, nowhere.
Well, I think the reason why it probably wasn't transferred to his office is because he was probably.
I'm just grouping into what Ann had said.
No, I know.
I mean, obviously his phone or his car and his apartment are the two main things that
he went from his car to his apartment. You figure he's cleaning himself off in his apartment or whatever, and putting stuff here, putting stuff there.
And,
It's just weird.
I'm trying to picture hell of a fight. To me, I mean, I know what a hell of a fight looks like, but I'm trying to picture out in his version, Mr. Gonsalves' version, there was a hell of a fight on that second floor.
Right.
So somebody had to transfer DNA from one person to another.
If Mr. Gonsalves is right.
Right. You're correct. If he's correct. But see, at that time, I think he was being told things. And they finally found out we can't tell him anything. He's got a big mouth. He's going out there telling them stuff.
Right.
That's how the police would look at it.
You were saying a lot of stuff, right?
Right. And so
at the beginning, yeah, he was.
And so they're probably says, we're going to shut this thing down now. And let's go ahead and get a gag order on it.
Right.
Remember, guys, they can lie by omission. So even though Anne said there's no proof of any DNA, of the victim's DNA in his car, apartment, etc., she does not say. She omits whether or not his DNA was found anywhere else in the house.
Right.
So remember, they can't just directly lie, but they can definitely lie by omission. So we don't see that yet, and I'm so interested to know if they did find anything else anywhere else.
See, that's the one thing that's the one thing no matter what anybody tells me, I don't believe there's other DNA of his in the house, because that's just in my opinion, that's what they would have used to arrest him. It's a pain in the ass to use touch DNA, obviously, as we see, to arrest somebody. So I figure under the fingernails, spit on that cigarette butt. I mean, anything else other than touch DNA.
The state would have had the defense backed in a corner they couldn't get out of if his red fluid DNA is in that house or his hair's in that house. That'd be a hard one to explain and get out of.
We wouldn't be talking about it right now.
Right, but if the state don't offer a plea deal, then what are they supposed to do? They have to fight for him.
Well, I mean, unless Ann just wants to make the $200 on overtime, I'm going to stay with this case till the very end. That'd be the only thing she's got. She knows she won't win. And that's what that's what her reputation is. And so other people are going to say, why didn't you plea out or work a deal?
Right.
Yeah. And I think Ann's not giving over the alibi right away because she's like, you know what? You don't want to give us you don't want to tell us how you found my client, all that kind of stuff. Fine. Here's a half-ass alibi.
But
that's what I think.
That's why I think she did that. What he wants to do is build his alibi on testimony of witnesses and expert witnesses.
No, I know what she says she's trying to do, but again,
you can't do that.
You can.
Why even try that? Because what you're doing is trying to get an alibi out of witnesses. Testifying in a trial.
Why not? It's open-ended.
No.
I mean, I'm not saying that I agree with it. I'm just saying it's legal.
Yeah.
Yep.
Is crime still here?
But it shouldn't be.
Crime. Didn't you speak to your lawyer friend that said there's a reason why she put that in there?
No, I haven't yet.
Yeah, it's because it puts all of the pressure and the burden on the state, 100% on everything, and you're never required to give your alibi.
Exactly.
Unless you raise the alibi defense, that does not apply to you.
Right.
That's why they are avoiding using the alibi defense at all costs.
Yeah, but now the state's like, hey, tell us where you were, what time, with who.
Right.
Yeah. That's only. I mean, that's only because they're in Idaho.
The problem with it is the judge can order. I called the. They weren't really pleased that I was asking this question because I think they could tell who I was asking about, but they didn't ask. I called the University of Idaho Law Library today, and asked a few questions, and they were kind of terse with me once they figured out. I think they figured out where I was going.
No.
I talked with an intern, and she was like, "Yeah, they can really do that." And then she kind of got upset, and she was like, "Are they really going to do that?" So that's how I knew she knew who I was talking about. And I was like, "I don't know. I'm just guessing." Like,
I don't think it should
strategy.
be.
Did Casey Anthony have to provide an alibi?
So fast, boy.
No,
And you saw how her lawyer crafted that at the end.
I don't think so.
Mhm.
And that, well, at the end, he went and blamed it on someone else.
No, yeah, he blamed it on her father.
Right. So he blames it on someone else, and she gets not guilty, except for misleading the police or something like that.
Well, because they brought in the SA and all that, which wasn't true.
Doesn't
Well,
matter if it's true. It was enough to get her off.
it's
Exactly.
enough to get her off. And so that's what I'm trying to say. The lawyers on both sides see things, and if one lawyer feels like they're not getting enough evidence, they're going to scream, holler, foul. And I'm going
Yep.
to tell you, a prosecutor does not want to go into a federal court. That's where they take them to, federal court.
As soon as somebody had exculpatory evidence, what happened? Grand jury.
Well,
That's where the law needs to be changed with that one
that's not
exception.
necessarily true.
Scarlett, are you here?
Yes, I'm back.
I mean, look what they did to Chad and Lori. They got a grand jury for them.
I was just wondering, do we have, it seems like you read something here a while back, but I think that was at the time that I had fallen and I was not like processing things very well. Do we have anything that says in the autopsy report or anything, do we have any mixed DNA or anything like that in there?
We don't have an autopsy report back yet.
I wish.
Did we have what do we have exactly from them where they're talking about?
From who?
I just got a question in my head. I mean, you know, I keep going back to this thing that Willie and I were talking about. Somebody, if this is all they have, somebody did this without leaving a trace, right?
Mm-hmm.
I was just
As
wondering
we know.
if there. Yeah, I understand that, Betty Jo. I don't want to get into all of that again. I'm just saying, there could be other things like the blood and all things like that. So earlier when I said to you, Willie, we don't know that, just like Betty Jo just said to me, there are things we don't know. Like if there is commingling of the DNA of somebody, but wait a minute, isn't there something that said there's no DNA on the victims?
No.
You're cutting in and out, lady.
No, there's nothing that says that there's no DNA on the victims, only that the victim's DNA is not in his car, house, apartment, or his office.
Right.
Okay. So there's a whole lot more that we haven't heard anything about yet.
Absolutely not.
What do you mean absolutely not?
There's no way they have. There's no way they have more of his DNA in that house other than the touch DNA. I'm sorry.
We're not talking about the house, just the house.
I'm saying.
talking
I'm saying regardless, she has everything right now.
If she has it, Willie, and she can't
Yeah.
dispute it, why would she put it in something to try to get it out there when he's trying to make it? She's trying to make him look innocent. That's what Betty Jo has been
Right.
referring to.
So if it's all going to come out at trial anyway, then what's the point?
Because perception in this day and age is a lot. I mean,
why would she have the evidence?
If she has the evidence that says that there is his DNA on the victims, or his blood or their blood is commingled or whatever, okay, she wouldn't be disputing it.
Nope.
There's nothing to dispute because she has that evidence already.
Right. So therefore, it would not be put in a motion.
So we may not know anything about it at all.
It would have been
until the trial.
Until the trial. Exactly.
Okay.
Thank you, Lady B. That's what I was trying to say.
That's what I've been trying to explain, that Betty Jo has been trying to say for a week or more now.
Well, that's fine. And I'm letting you know that when they collected all the evidence from the crime scene, if his DNA was in there other than the touch, that would have been in the PCA, not the touch
No,
DNA.
it wouldn't
Not
have.
Yes, it would
necessarily
have.
because no, wait, no,
Wait,
Easier
no.
to get. It's easier to get an arrest. How
Willie,
you gonna tell me no?
Wait, that's it.
because of the fact that they might not have had that information when they wrote the PCA up.
Thank you.
So
Let me ask you this, Lady V. You're the defense attorney, and I just went and dumped in your lap. I said, checkmate. I just went and dumped in your lap that your client's DNA is commingled with the other people's, the victims. What are you going to do? You going to tell this guy we still got a chance?
No, but
gonna
that
say-
doesn't mean that he doesn't want to fight.
they're
Exactly.
gonna do a speedy
Well, yeah,
trial.
but wouldn't you say then you need to fire me and get you a new lawyer?
No, because they still have to do their job, and she's doing a really good job. Why
Yeah.
would I want to get rid of her? If I still want to fight, then
And she's going to fight for him.
it's
Wait a
not
minute,
up
wait
to
a minute,
her
wait a minute,
whether
wait a
it's
minute, wait a
not
minute.
up to her
Wait a
whether
minute.
they-
Your lawyer just walked up to you and says you ain't gonna win, and I ain't
Well,
So wouldn't it come to that point?
you're
if
guilty,
that's
dude.
If that's the case, wouldn't her, as being his attorney, come to him and say, okay, like, there's no way you're going to get out of this. The best thing we can do is maybe try to work up a deal
And he says
to
no.
get
And what if he
the
says
DP
no?
off the table, maybe?
No, I want to take my chances.
And what if that's exactly what if he says no? I want to take.
I want to up
On a
one. I
speedy
want
trial.
one
Okay.
up Ted Bundy.
Sure.
Who knows? I don't know what this guy's thinking. I'm just saying we don't know what he's thinking. She may have said, "Look, dude, you're guilty." There's the proof right there. Who says I don't care? I just want to go ahead and proceed. I mean, I'm going to be spending the next God knows how many
So they
years in
have-
prison before they kill me. I might as well have some fun and see what's going to happen anyway.
So they have
Whether I get DP or not, I'm still going to get so many years of my life. There's not going to be anything left.
And that's exactly what happened to Alec Murdaugh.
Exactly.
Yep.
He still he made them go through an entire trial. He knew he was guilty. Everybody knew he was guilty.
Hold on.
His lawyer knew.
His lawyers knew.
Did his lawyers tell him we can't win this case?
I bet they did.
I'm sure.
No,
they did.
wait. I don't want to hear I bet. That's doubt. I want to know.
They never tell them that. They never tell them that.
I have no other
But see, they're
questions.
not going
The thing is, they fight
Whether I
evidence.
wasn't a fly on the wall in there, I don't know. But I mean, my goodness,
Wait a minute. Don't come up here and tell me that this happened in Murdaugh's, because we don't know if Murdaugh's lawyer told
you
him.
don't know if you don't
But
know.
wasn't
if
that
Well, wait a minute.
I'm focused on
said
this
that
case.
either.
Like
Wasn't the
whatever
video
happened.
That
in
was
case,
totally
Hold on.
hinged on that
Wait.
one video. A whole case can hinge on one piece of evidence.
They
If
still
it wasn't
might.
for that
That's what I
one
mean. They came
video,
with that Snapchat video.
Murdaugh would be free.
It's like
Yeah.
okay, I'm gonna be sitting in jail for the rest of my life anyway. I might as well take a chance and see if I can pull a Casey Anthony.
Yeah, and then they just fight they
on a
try
speedy trial?
to suppress every
Yes,
piece of
on a
evidence that they
speedy trial.
can.
No way.
You
Why not?
might not, but you don't know what he's thinking.
It's okay.
Yeah, we don't know what he knows. We don't know what the attorneys all know, and
They're not going to come
they
out
could
and
be
say,
working on a plea deal. Plea deals get thrown around all the time before trial. I bet they've already offered him one or two.
Here's my take on this. If they had the smoking gun, she wouldn't be fighting for a preliminary hearing right now. Because what's the point of going
not
for a
gonna get
preliminary
a
hearing
preliminary
if you have nothing to, that you want to show? She obviously wants a preliminary hearing for a reason.
well, she's not
And
going to get one.
But in the
But
same
that's fine.
motion
But I'm saying
on
she's
page
fighting for one.
6,
And if they had the smoking gun where a preliminary hearing didn't matter right now, then she'd say, okay, let's just go to trial with it. But obviously she wants a preliminary hearing.
Willie, read page 6 of the motion. She acknowledged that she's not going to win. Her
Yep.
motion on page 6.
All of
Her name, but she
jurisprudence
has
is
to do
against
everything She
me.
has to do.
Hold on. What
I
happened
had
on
like three
page
people
6?
talking. I couldn't hear anything.
Didn't hear a word. What happened on page 6?
On page 6 is where Anne basically acknowledged that there was no legal precedent for what she was asking for, and she's going to lose anyway, basically, is what she said on page 6.
Read it.
I have it. Hang on.
I ain't got page 6 in front of me right now.
Can you see? Do you want to read it where it talks about that? I'm gonna have to go to my desktop.
Scarlett, do you have it?
Which one are we looking for? I'm going to the website now.
Page
Thank
6.
The defense recognizes the whole of modern jurisprudence on this issue is against it, as well as at least one of the founding fathers of this state.
There you go.
Yeah.
So they're recognizing we're not going to win this, but yeah, we
We're
know
gonna
that
try it
all
anyway.
of jurisprudence
She still has to
currently
do what
is
Bryan
against
wants
us.
her to do.
Yes.
And what is she saying? We're not going to win the entire case.
No, that
No,
motion. The motion.
Well, shit, it's going to take me a
The
second.
The
motion-
motion. This is a
Just-
motion to dismiss the indictment on the grounds of an error in the grand jury instructions. So it's the one about without a reasonable doubt and probable cause.
Right, and the defense got that confused.
Right. So she
So
knows
the
she's not-
defense did not get it confused. They're making the argument that the rest of the entire legal system has it confused.
Yeah.
They have it clear in their minds.
Yeah.
But
well, I
that's what they're
didn't see that one.
saying.
Yeah, you're right. I didn't see
And
that.
even though they are technically correct, they are technically and legally correct, but it's not going to work because if they did that in this case, it would open a 50-gallon barrel of worms in
No,
every
no
other case.
kidding.
Okay, and
every
technically
indictment
this
that's
is this is Jay Logson's words, which I'm sure Ann had a hand in it, but Jay Logson is the one that put this motion to dismiss together.
Yes.
However, this also does preserve the issue if they want to appeal it later on. So by raising it now, they're preserving it for later.
And
They
the
wouldn't be able
defense,
to
the defense
appeal
got
it later
backwards.
without this.
The defense got it backwards because when I read the Idaho law, it says all they need is probable cause.
Yeah.
And that
She's just
guy's
pissed off. She's just pissed off that they did that. That's all.
Well, she can be pissed off, but it's better than being pissed on.
and don't get me wrong, if this guy did it or had any part in it, throwing down a wood chipper.
Mm-hmm.
I'll help you.
This could just.
Oh my
this could
gosh.
also be just.
Did you guys know that you can actually have that as a burial option?
What?
I
A wood
did
chipper?
not. Wood
Oh
chipper.
no, thank you.
Oh, I thought.
They freeze you and then run you through
Oh,
a
that's
wood chipper,
disgusting.
and then you get like
Yummy,
I guess
yummy.
taken home and put in the flower garden.
Oh my word.
Yeah, no.
It is real.
Yeah, if y'all
I
can see my
believe
face
it.
right now, oh my god.
They have these things where you can go and become mulch. Yeah, I understand that.
Isn't that gross?
It
Yes.
is.
Nice.
I still think lethal injection is the most insane way because, from what I'm told here, they put you to sleep first, and then they put the
Right.
stuff in it that's going to take you out forever.
That's
Well-
far too nice.
Yeah, it's like
I want a firing squad.
If they can't get the chemicals to mix together, he will go in front of the firing squad.
Oh, trust me, if I got to be on that firing squad, I go, hot damn, and I
But
go
they
out there
are
and
gonna-
take my gun.
Mhm.
But I mean, that
I
firing
just want
squad is
to.
no
I just want
joke.
to flip them off before they shot me. Like I
Oh,
was just
yeah.
one more hoorah.
Because I heard a lot
I'm
of people say one bullet, and I said no, it's 4 out of the 5 got bullets, and they're 30s, they're 30 Winchesters.
Yep.
That'll blow a hole. One of them will blow a hole through a deer. I know it'll do to a human.
Well, they are going to try to get the lethal injection, but if they can't get it, then that's what they'll do.
I bet when it comes time to actually, the day, suddenly there will be no chemicals available anyway.
Yeah. Well, they have a hard time getting them.
Oh, they're gonna have a really, really hard time. I think that they've reinstated that just for this case.
Well, there's 4 other
Absolutely.
states, 4 other states or 5 other states that passed the law too.
Yeah.
May, you're very welcome.
Weird.
All right, y'all. I'm going to be ending it in about 5 minutes, and it shows that we have 189 likes. So let's see if we can get it up to like at least 200.
200. Come on, you guys.
Before I end it.
Like spike to 200.
It's been nice.
Yeah, I
sparring
sent
with
you those
guys
things,
tonight.
so you don't have to look at them tonight. I know it's too late, but look at them, and I guess I'll ask you tomorrow what you think.
Okay, that'll work.
Excuse me. I just can't wrap my head around why they would say it like 5 different ways in different motions.
Okay, yeah, I'll take a look at it.
It's crazy. Like I said,
Just
this
good
whole
talking with you guys. I'm going to go ahead and go on to bed now.
Okay, well, have a good
Good
night.
night.
Thank you for coming up.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
anytime.
go.
Bye, guys.
All right,
Bye
bye.
bye. I'm gonna go ahead and go. It's been nice sparring with you guys tonight. Thank you, Scarlett.
Yeah, she didn't say debate, or she's like sparring with you guys.
Good night, Lady V.
That's what Ann's doing. She's sparring, man. Good night.
All right, have a good night.
You too.
Good night.
I just want this case to start. I mean, this trial to start.
Me too.
That's all.
Me too.
All right, I'm heading off the panel too. Have a good night, everyone.
All right,
Good
so
night.
have a good night. Yep, I can't wait. I don't think it's gonna start in October, honestly, but I kind of need it to start in October.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Just saying, have a good night.
Where's Avery when we need her?
I don't know.
She'll know what they got on this guy.
She probably went to sleep.
I don't even see her in the chat anymore.
See, we got a wrong white car driving around. Then we finally get it right, and we got a latent shoe print. We do have touch DNA. That's a good point. If you're after the guy, so they got the touch DNA. We got an eyewitness who saw bushy eyebrows.
Yeah.
Guy about 5'10", slim but athletic built. What else we got on him?
I have no idea.
He was putting in his personal trash in Ziploc bags when he was arrested,
So,
allegedly.
what do we really have on him right now?
My brain hurts.
Don't feel bad. Mine does too.
I mean, we can't even put him around the house because his phone was off. That's a big issue.
But was it in airplane mode?
I don't care what mode it was in. You still can't put him around there.
Don't know that.
Well, I'm just saying what they said.
That's what they said.
Yeah.
Well, that's
Tell us.
law enforcement. I don't know.
Okay, that's it, y'all. If I ever get in trouble, I'm taking Willie, Betty Jo, and Riddler with me as my attorneys.
Listen,
I will
you
fight
know,
for you, Scarlett.
You know,
And what is it, Willie?
nothing. I just can't pretend to make sense of something that does not make sense. I just refuse to do
I
it.
get it because
I'm sorry.
There's a lot of things that doesn't make sense to me either.
Well,
Which I get Betty Jo's side of it too. But if there's a lot of stuff that doesn't make sense to us, what do you think about the people who get up that's on the jury?
Exactly.
I feel bad for those people.
They're gonna have a headache like me.
Yeah.
But do we really think that jury's going to sit there and say, "I'm going to be fair and open-minded"?
Honestly,
Depends
if
where
it's in
at.
Latah County, I don't believe they will.
That's why I don't understand why she has not filed
Well,
a motion.
that's why I want to ask the Michigan lawyer, is it, do they usually wait till the last month until when do they, try to go for a switch of venue? Like when?
But Kaylee's phone. Wait, Rockchalk. What do you mean Kaylee's phone was never found?
Who?
Sally Mae, I've seen it, but I can't see their comment anymore because the sun fell off the chat.
Her phone was never found?
That's what Rockchalk said.
Just don't want to know who put the dog in a room.
They did. There was a search warrant for her phone, for the data of her phone.
Huh. I just want to see Dylan's phone.
But once again, I just see I'm kind of like that defense lawyer, and usually I don't side with the defense, but I'm like that defense lawyer. They rushed to get this guy.
Well, I said from the beginning, man.
And what happened in Gainesville? They rushed to get another guy. Meanwhile, the bad guy's down. He moves away from Gainesville, goes further south, and he starts essaying down there.
Oh no, it just fits
Did
the
that?
narrative. He fits
When
the
did
two
that
perfect.
happen, Riddler? What year was that?
1990 or 91, right in that area.
Yeah, and they weren't real good with DNA.
Oh, they had DNA. They just didn't.
Yeah, they had DNA. They just.
It was young back then because DNA didn't come out to what, the 80s.
I think 80 something. I can't remember.
Really, what blew the case open was a female or a lady from Louisiana called and said, you might want to look for this guy named Danny Rolling because he's suspected of committing the same type crime here in Shreveport. And they says, oh gosh, I thought we had our guy. And then the DNA comes back and it shows that the guy they had was not involved.
Right.
Meanwhile, he's sitting in jail for 10 months.
Yeah.
At least. And so then when they went to Danny Rawlings, but Danny was already in jail when they were looking for him. They didn't know he was already in jail because he had robbed a bank and then he had robbed a grocery store or something, some kind of store. He robbed. That's where they caught him at, in that store. And you have to watch that story on him. It's only about 45 minutes, but it's real interesting. I think Willie watched it.
Which one? The Gainesville Ripper?
Yeah, the Gainesville Ripper.
Hell yeah. I watched that one. I watched Darlie Routier.
I'll watch it when I get my.
And like I said, I'm watching all these and I'm comparing it to this, and it makes
Well,
sense.
see, that's where you're wrong. Where you're comparing.
Well, that's fine.
You
That's
can't
what they do
compare
in document
cases
court
that are
documents.
different.
Well, that's what they do in court documents.
Brown versus Texas.
You know what I mean? So they do it in court documents. I'm going to compare stuff. And that's why Darlie Routier is sitting in jail right now. Why? Because there's no blood trail at her home. So no blood trail at this home either.
Just the sock with the blood on it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the one thing I can't get past.
Scarlett, when they said they have videos of him leaving Washington, the state of Washington, were they talking about on campus where he's at the college? He's leaving from there?
Yes.
Okay. And they see him coming towards, I guess he's coming towards Idaho, going east.
Mm-hmm.
See, now that could be some damning evidence.
Yeah, where he's leaving his apartments. I'm trying to find it in the PCA while I got it pulled up here.
It was around 2:30 or something.
Okay, so let's see. All right, so investigators were given access to video footage on the WSU campus located in Pullman. A review of that video indicated that at approximately 2:44 a.m. on November 13th, a white sedan, which was consistent with the description of the white Elantra known as Suspect Vehicle 1, was observed on WSU surveillance cameras traveling north on Southeast Nevada Street at Northeast Stadium Way. Then at 2:53 a.m., the white sedan, which is consistent with the description of Suspect Vehicle 1, was observed traveling southeast on Nevada Street in Pullman towards SR 270. SR 270 connects Pullman, Washington to Moscow, Idaho. And then the camera footage from Pullman was provided to the same FBI forensics examiner, and the forensics examiner identified the vehicle observed in Pullman, Washington as being from a 2014 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra.
Wow.
And what year is his Elantra?
15.
So he's right in between them.
Mm-hmm.
So see, that's the part that's going to be damning for him, unless he just says, "Well, their law says I can't drive to Moscow."
Well, that's what I mean, Riddler, is you have to understand this was a party night, man.
Exactly.
So, like, there's going to be a lot of other phones pinging and people using their phones and activity in the area. 100%, 1,000%.
But
look at the damn video.
The
There's people walking around at 4 something in the morning.
Okay,
the dumpsters. What's up?
But your pings come from your cell phone number.
Okay, and they said that he pinged, and they said that he pinged on the 14th, but he wasn't in the area. So that shows me right there. You're going to tell a jury, oh, He was
that
pinging
they
on the
didn't
13th.
think he was in the area.
Okay, but you're going to
But
tell a jury, oh, he was pinging on the 13th. We know he was here, but he was pinging on the 14th, but he wasn't here. Come on.
well, they'll know all that. We
I
don't
don't care
know that.
what. It's not what they know. It's what they can prove in court.
They have specialists for that.
I'm
They
just
get
saying how
paid
they.
big
I'm just
bucks.
saying they contradicted themselves. That's all.
Well, the specialist is going to be the FBI. That's all that's going to be. They're not bringing
Yeah,
in
but
some.
they go to school for that type of shit.
Well, exactly. They're the ones that invent all these things. The defense is the one that's going to be bringing in the specialist to disprove it. These guys that went to MTI or Cal Poly.
All right, yeah. I need to get out of here. So I can go to bed. It's already 3:35.
Watch the Gainesville Ripper before you go to bed. I guarantee you won't sleep.
Okay, thank you, Sally Mae. Wait,
All right,
I mean, I can watch stuff like that and it doesn't bother me. I can still sleep.
I think I'll sleep. You'll just look at this case a little
Dude,
different.
when I was coming home, I was looking under the bed. I was looking in the closets.
What the hell?
She wants to sleep. You don't
Yes,
want to.
but stuff like that don't bother me though. I don't
Oh,
get
see, it
freaked
would
out.
bother.
Yeah, horror movies don't bother me. This kind of stuff doesn't bother me.
No, see, that would bother me. I would have to have my granddaughter real close to me.
All right, y'all. You guys have a good night.
All right, you too, Willie.
Good
Thanks
night,
for coming
Willie.
up.
See you guys tomorrow.
Good night, Betty Joe,
Later,
and good
y'all.
night, Scarlett. Thank you for having me.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for coming up.
Always learn something when I'm on here with you, and I appreciate that.
It's always interesting, isn't it?
I think we have fun.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you and Willie
It's just
going back and forth.
When I'm trying to explain it, he don't want to. I don't know if he wants to comprehend what I'm trying to say, or if I'm not wording it right. I don't know.
No, y'all just have good debates. That's what it is.
I mean,
Brad, you're very welcome.
I'm not saying, do I think he's guilty? Yeah, I do. But I don't know. I don't know what they have, what they don't have.
Yeah. No, I get what you're saying.
So I can't sit here and say, oh, well, they don't have this. But we don't know that. But anyway.
Yeah. Y'all have good debates, so thank you for coming up. I hope you have a good night.
You too.
And
Good night.
I will see you tomorrow.
All right. Good night.
Good night. All right, y'all. I'm about to get out of here as well, so I can go to bed. But thank you all so much for coming and hanging out with us tonight. Everybody who came up on panel, the super chats that everybody sent. Thank you so much. You guys are awesome. I love you all. I hope you all have a wonderful night. And I will be back tomorrow.